Hello everyone and welcome to the playoffs of VALORANT Masters. We are back in Copenhagen and there are just 8 teams left to battle it out for that trophy. I'm Yingsu here and joining me on the desk to break everything down is Baller and Tom Biz. Welcome guys. The tournament is getting more competitive now.
We're here. I mean, this is playoffs time. Really, we've been waiting for these teams for so long. Some of the teams that are going to debut today and tomorrow. It feels weird to say goodbye to a lot of them, but it also is a really good feeling to finally see Paper Rex, to finally see Xset tomorrow, to finally see Fnatic. So I'm very excited for today.
It's fun for them as well, I guess, because they're also learning who they'll be playing. Like a lot of people going through, like, yeah, we better get ready for Loud. Like, we better get ready to try and beat one of the 2 best teams of last tournament. And they now are getting a few surprises, I guess, along the way.
Well, let's talk about some of the teams that didn't make it. I guess yesterday it was elimination left, right, and center. Norception, I think a lot of people wanted that Zeta Cinderella story. They wanted them to go further, but Tom, we had to say goodbye to them.
Well, this is one of the things I really wanted to talk about. I think a lot of people came in with unfair expectations because of the likes of Zeta in the last tournament. But let's look at how the likes of Crazy Raccoon and Zeta did in their first tournament on an international scale. They did not win a game. So the fact that Norception came in, won a match, actually went pretty close versus the likes of FPX. It wasn't like a blowout or anything. In fact, there had to be some pretty big clutch rounds as well from FPX.
Yeah, they had to bring it back, essentially. And there was many times where it did feel like, especially on the last map, that Norception was going to bring it back and actually pull off a playoff success, right? Make it to playoffs, which I think was a goal for them. Something that, you know, is maybe easier to replicate than the entire Zeta run, but it was their first try here. Compared to the other Japanese teams, that is not an easy feat. Crazy Raccoon struggled multiple times, and even Zeta as well struggled at Masters Berlin at their first attempt.
Yeah, no exception. We're going to be able to see them in LCQ again. They have a chance to make it back to the international tournament. But with everything that happened yesterday, this means Zeta, they are locked in for Champions. We are 100% going to see them back, and I think everyone is pretty happy about this.
Yeah, of course. They had such an incredible run last time around. They were definitely the surprise of the entire tournament. And, well, they showed that they're a world-class team when they can get themselves going.
Yeah, it's just a good thing that we're going to be able to see a repeat or at least a second chapter to the Zeta story, because it felt like it ended early at Reykjavik. Even though they made third place, it's just so nice to be able to see, can they do that again in a tougher field with more teams in LAN again? I mean, for the penultimate tournament of the year.
And also, I think a lot of people wanted their revenge on Zeta. They're like, oh, we need to play them again because they beat us last time. But again, yesterday, another match that we saw, Bola, that was incredibly exciting. Optic, in the end, they came out on top. But Crew, I think a lot of people thought maybe they could make it out, but we had to say goodbye, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the game against Guild for Crew was really good, so a lot of people were expecting them to be able to fight toe-to-toe with Optic. But as usual with Optic, I think, you know, they stumble early. They're a little slow to start tournaments, but then this happens. This is the exact same thing that happened at Reykjavik, where they lost to Xerxia and then had the repeat performance against them where they absolutely dominated. And this was no different.
Can we just like make it a thing at tournaments where Optic only play from lower brackets? Because then we just don't waste our own time. We see it every single event. They go down when they're in the groups. It doesn't quite work out for them. Even then going into the playoff bracket last time, they play against Loud, lose, come back, beat them again later on in the tournament. Let's just leave them in the lower bracket and we'll enjoy them all the way through.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I vote that.
It did feel like these guys were just unreal, on the same page, really having game plans that work. But also, Marved is having an all-time performance. Look at the stats between Masters 1 Reykjavik, where they won, and then now through this group stage. And they played in the tougher group, the one that had Loud, the team that they played in the grand finals. This guy is on track to have one of the best performances of all time in VALORANT.
Well, that's the thing. It's almost nightmare fuel. You're sat there going, like, this man was fantastic when he played at the last event, and now he's performing better. And he's almost covered the fact that some of the other players have had some poorer performances here. And, like, realistically, for example, Ye early in the day, is he going to do that the whole tournament? No chance. So for everyone else, you've got to kind of be terrified now. I
know Pansy was mentioning this, but this guy is on track for the player of the tournament, you know? I know it's very easy to say yay, like, yay, he has a great performance, but Marv, I agree with you. I think if Optic can defend their title, best player in the world we're looking at right now.
With this type of performance, it reminds me of, you know, Nats at Berlin, where he's playing a role that traditionally it's not going to have this amount of impact. He's playing the controller role, Omen on a lot of maps. It's not something that a lot of people are able to pull off, and he's doing it.
Yeah, like I said, today is the playoff stage. But let's take a look at the group stage bracket, because I think a lot of people's pick'ems are in tatters. I love saying that over and over again because we love some surprises. But looking at the teams that have ended up managing to qualify, are you guys surprised with anyone else that you thought should have maybe made it to the playoff stage?
I think Group B went about as I expected. Like, maybe if FPX had the full roster, we could have seen them go through him first. Xerxia going out last was a bit more of a surprise, because I think especially in some of their first matches, they were very good.
Yeah, I also think Guild is overperforming expectations because of the group that they were in, right? Yes. Everybody counted them out, and now they're in playoffs. But this is also the best group stage that we've ever had. I mean, every single match felt like it was down to the wire, pushed by teams that people were downright not expecting to be able to do what they did. So very exciting. I hope we can continue in the playoffs, and I'm pretty sure we will.
I agree with you. I think we will, because if we take a look at the playoffs bracket, there are some big games happening. First of all, DRX have somehow managed to avoid Paper X. I feel like, is that even allowed at this point? But of course, all of the EMEA teams are on one side, the NA teams are on the other. There's some familiar matchups, Bala, a lot of really nice storylines going on.
Yeah, and we finally get to see the top 4 teams that place first in their region, right? Paper Rex, Fnatic, Leviathan, XSET as well. These guys have been missing the entire time, and now it gets tougher for the teams that came out of groups. It's going to be really interesting to see these first-time teams. Fnatic has 2 players who haven't played on LAN this year, right? Alphayear hasn't played at all in a global tournament. Durka, we haven't seen him this year, surprisingly, even though they were there last.
Leviathan as well. Like, they're the team that are almost a relative unknown. Like, you come in with Crew, we have expectations. They exceeded them at least initially, and now you you've got the team that beat them going into the playoff stage, and I think anybody would be foolish to underestimate that team, even though we haven't seen much of them.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see multiple representations from that region. Finally,
yeah.
It's taken a long, long time.
But in Brazil.
If you guys want to join us, join in the conversation, you have some opinions, make sure to tweet at us using the hashtag VALORANT Masters or hashtag VCT, and we'll feature some of the favorite tweets we have here on the broadcast. And while you are doing that on Twitter, we also want to hear what you guys think about today's poll question. Tom came up with this one. I'm going to give you full credit. Now, who do you think will make the craziest play in the opening match of today between Guild and Paper X? Out of Jing, Forsaken, Trex, or Leo?
It's impossible.
I think
That's why
all
I've
four
asked
of
this
them.
question.
I think all four of them is going to have a crazy moment.
Yeah, yeah. I think there'll definitely be a crazy moment from all of them, but then it will just be whose is better, which I think will be really difficult. We could have even added in Xiao from later on as well. Which,
yeah, that's true. I'm going to take the pedantic answer, the semantics answer. You said the W gamer, the craziest play. I mean, I automatically discount Trex. I automatically discount Leo. And I think Jing all the way, man. There's no way. Crazy, that embodies Jing, embodies Forsaken too. It's going to be them.
I think there's going to be a lot of shotguns coming in, just craziness. Yeah, the Yoru, of course. I'm really much looking forward to it. We're going to take a quick break here, but make sure you stick with us. We're going to be breaking down the first match of playoffs between Guild and Paper X right after this.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to talk about our first match of the day, Paper X versus Guild, starting with Paper X. Now, this team, I think in the past, when they've made international tournaments, we had some questions. We weren't quite sure where to place them. But after Reykjavik, Tom, where they knocked out the #1 seed from EMEA and the #1 seed from NA, do you feel like the expectations are higher going into this one?
Oh, yeah, I think they're in contention to win. Like, that's genuinely how good I think this roster is at this point. They're one of the most exciting teams teams, unorthodox teams, and they play almost Valorant we almost say you shouldn't be doing that, and yet they get away with it.
Yeah, they are leaning into the whimsy, right? There's more Neon, more Yoru, just more combinations in general, and allowing, and they're allowing these guys that they have, the tools that they have to really explode on a massive level. Regionally, they've done fantastic, even though they've been challenged, but they always come out stronger, it feels like. PaperX look here like they're here to play.
Well, speaking of exploding, they explode onto every site, it feels like, Tom. Every time we see them play, it's just one of the most exciting teams to watch.
Yeah, I think they're a team that I just really enjoy watching structurally. I think they have a lot of really cool ideas. Like, for example, you can see the setup here just to take over A long. They actually combine with a Seize and like a gravity well while Jing runs at them. It's not just Jing running at them. They have little bits to almost set up the players that are there. So I think they're a very intelligent team. I think as well you have players like Benkai who I think are severely underrated just because of how explosive the other two are.
Sure, and just the ability to be able to keep up with the rest of the team too is impressive on its own. Benkai played quite well at Reykjavik as well as the IGL as a guy who's calling. I don't know how he's calling with those two guys. I don't know how you keep him on a leash. I don't think you do. It's an unorthodox style, which I think the answer has always been to try to counter them, try to play slow, try to expect and know that it's about to happen, because it will. But that hasn't worked in the past. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Guild, a really prep-heavy team, goes up against them.
Yeah, I think that's why we're going to get a super, super interesting matchup today. But speaking of Forsaken and Jing, this duo, I think at this point, they're kind of household names on the international stage, Vala, and they're definitely the two players we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken will never have stats that won't impress you. And I think as well, at Reykjavik, he stole the show because he plays some funky agents, right? Jing play really cool agent, but Forsaken play really cool agent, but Jing is nasty. This guy goes dumb, stupid in the server. Like, it is ridiculous the stuff he's able to pull off.
This execute's so sick. Like, this is where they have smoke specifically set up just to set up Forsaken with a stun to the right. And it's like, if you look at it almost in like layman's terms, you're like, oh, he just TP'd behind them. But it's like their full execute is based solely around what Forsaken is doing with this Yoru. And it's brilliant on so many different levels. Like, you'll watch the way Yoru is played by Angel, for example. It's him taking space for the team so they can set up. Their setup is Yoru. It's completely different. No one does what Forsaken is doing, and no one does what PaperX does.
I feel like they're the only team when they pick Yoru Reina, it's not troll. It's like, it works.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Reina
hate it.
last tournament was my favorite thing of the tournament.
They could pick whatever they want, and I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, this is fine.
Yeah.
Like, they'll probably win, actually.
Bring the Phoenix, Benkai. Bring the Phoenix.
Wasn't that on Breeze? I don't want to see that again.
We do have to touch on, though, because unfortunately, Forsaken has been tested positive for COVID-19. But he is going to be playing off-site with the rest of the team going to be here playing on stage. How much do you guys think that would impact his performance? I mean, from speaking to him over the last couple of days, you know, he's feeling okay, and he feels like it's not going to be too big of a hindrance.
I do think like they are a team that relies very heavily on synergy. So it does worry me a little bit. I know it's only a small change, but I imagine they play together normally when they're at home. So I do think it could affect them a bit, but he's someone that plays with such confidence in his own ability that I don't think it'll matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, you just listen to any comms videos, and I think they'll make him feel comfortable. I think they'll make him feel right at home, or like he's on stage with them anyway. So I think it'll be okay, but obviously you have to consider the fact that symptomatic or whatever, it's still going to affect somebody no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, again, Benkai's going to have to do a lot today, I think, as the in-game leader to try and make sure that situation goes as positive as it can possibly be. And speaking of Benkai, let's see what he had to say ahead of the matchup today.
Hey guys, my name is Benkai, and I'm the in-game leader and captain of PaperX. Feels great to be back, especially knowing that we also qualified ourselves into the Champions at the end of the year. For us, it's still business as usual. I wouldn't say that I really changed the way that I look at the game. It's still the same, like in terms of my creativity and what new things that my team can bring to the table. My entire team is able to come up with a lot of new things that really puts us at a step higher than all the other teams. We have a lot of emphasis on repeating ourselves and telling the team that we don't have any expectations and don't expect to win. So it really puts the team in a mentality of just going out there to have fun, and they don't really care about whether they win or lose, which is the kind of mentality that I want to have.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Paper Rex.
I guess in the end of the day, it would be nice to try and win like a trophy. I think that's still like the ultimate goal for every player, right? And it remains true for me.
Having fun above winning a trophy, I think that's the kind of mentality I have as well.
That's the
I really
embodiment
want
of Paper
I
X.
want to take like someone to splice him talking and FNS. I just think it would be perfect. It's like, we're coming back for the championship, and it's like, yeah, if we win, it'd be nice, but I just want to have fun.
I do. I mean, I feel like you feel it though when you watch them. I have a lot of fun watching them, and you can tell they are just there to have fun. I think that it's about the friendships we make along the way, as they say. You two totally disagree, but
I hate Friends.
I like winning.
yeah. But when it comes to winning, though, they're going to have to go against Guild today. And Guild, they are looking phenomenal, Bala. Who knew that they had this in them?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Did you say you did? You did, actually. You did. Legendary tweet. No, but these guys, I mean, they're so unexpected, I think, based off of the group. But it's not even the fact that they made it out. It's the fact that they made it out in the way that they did, right? They 2-0'd Optic, and then they have a close game against Crew, but they come out with looking even better. Leo is having a performance of his lifetime. Trex is having a performance of his lifetime. For guys who are new to the stage, nobody could have expected this.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we had caveats for Guild. Like, we expected them to be decent, but coming in, we were like, okay, 2 young players going into a tournament, trying to almost... I think it was Trex actually meeting some of his teammates because, like, actually getting to some of the boot camps and stuff have been difficult. All of these things come together and you go, okay, maybe they can, like, do some damage, upset a team here and there. But to get out of the group in first, that was a different story.
I love how everyone at EMEA were hyping them up, but somehow they managed to exceed the hype.
They're still our 3rd best team. Like,
Yeah.
no matter how much
I do
we hype
think
them
that
up.
the final playoff run that they had where they lost to FPX, where they lost to Fnatic, definitely hurt them a lot. But they also learned from that in ways that we didn't expect. Like, they're adding maps to the pool in this event. They don't have a permaban. They're target banning specific things against their opponents that has made them really, really strong. They're playing unexpected things.
I mean, we talked about some of the heavy executes and the style of Paper X. And Tom, what about on the side of Guild?
I think this was my... They didn't even win this round, but they just had some really awesome things. I think Bala in the moment even said, did he just blast pack him into the nade? Like, it's such a small little detail that they're throwing through with every other piece of utility, but they clearly come into games incredibly well prepped, and even if you see them swap one agent or swap one little thing, there is always a reason. It's the complete opposite of Paper X, where there might be some, like, whimsy random, like, I like Raider, I'm going to play Raider. There's never that with Guild. It always is planned, and it's a complete clash of styles going into this match.
Yeah, I think that the 2 players that you're talking about, the youngsters, Leo and Trex, have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Leo is playing at an all-time level. He is literally better than, you know, Peak Chronicle, in a sense.
That's nuts.
0.95 KPR. That is something that is unheard of. That's almost better than, like, that's close to Ye at Berlin as well, 1.02. And then the guy on the other side, Trex, I know we're watching Leo right here, but I kind of feel bad for Trex because Leo's stealing the show, right? Trex is having the best performance as a duelist at this tournament. As a race.
He's #1 in ACS, ADR, he's #1 in assists per rounds, he's #5 in kills per round, #2 in cast. Like, pretty much every single stat, you're going to see him near the top, and like playing multiple different roles as well.
And this is a meta that's dominated by Chambers, right?
Yeah.
Like, Artis is after him, right, on the ACS or whatever, but he's up there as a raise, and that's not something that has been happening in recent times. It didn't happen at Reykjavik, but it's happening here right now.
Yeah, and speaking of a Guild, Mimi is standing by right now by the telestrator to break down some of the deeper things we've seen.
Thanks so much, Sue, and to the folks over on the desk. There was a round that I wanted to chat about here from Guild that's talking about how they react on the fly and how they re-clear space in the mid-round, because facing off against Paper X, let's be honest, Paper X is a team that controls the pace, so giving them something and retaking is going to be very important. This round is when Guild was playing against Optic on day 1 of this event, and as we let things start to go here, you'll notice that Optic is on a bit of a lesser buy. They're going to be trying to take some space close in towards mid mid here, you see 3 players heading up that direction, 1 player on each extremity. But the team to focus on here is how Guild is holding this space. You'll notice there's a Cypher cam in towards the vents here, and there's Trex on the Raze in close. You have Leo on the other side, and their whole plan is to just re-clear the space, give mid control, and react off the Cypher cam. As we see things continue on through, the cam holds in close, and Victor is spotted. Leo immediately makes the reaction to rotate on over and be ready to take this fight to hold the space in vents. He gives vents initially, and then, off the contact of his teammates, Cam pops up, takes down Victor, and the reaction off of that is even better. Initially, there'll just be an aftershock to come through. That completely denies space in vents, and there's a slow field on the other side here that was thrown down by Russ. So there's no way you can still be in vents, and there's no way you can go and push to trade a teammate that is in that position. And unfortunately for Optic, the spike is exactly what's in that position. You see Victor gets caught in this close corner, and for Guild, they realize there's a possibility of another player to be here, so they'll pop up the wall across all of this space and just push on through. And with so many players swinging into him, there's absolutely nothing Victor can do. You can see this again from Coldamenta's POV. Wall goes up, it blocks the space. Everyone is trapped. If there was 1 player, 2 players, however many from Optic here, they would be trapped, and it would be an advantageous fight for Guild because, again, there's 4 players here in a position to aid, and of course, that's the spike to fall on the floor. At that point, Optic really has no way back into the round. Marv will attempt to fight on through, but it's all done. Guild is excellent in those situations when their opponent sets the pace and shows them something. They're really good at adapting on the fly, coming up with a plan, and denying it, which is going to be incredibly important in their game against Paper Rex. Back over to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Mimi, for that breakdown. A lovely set piece there, but I can't help but feel like Jing and Forsaken are just going to ignore that. They're just going to run at the aftershock. They don't care. They're not going to care about that.
Sit in the slow and just one-tap Coldamenta.
That's the issue, though,
I do
right?
think that the matchup is interesting in that facet, the way that Mimi's talking about it, because Guild is a team that preps really well. And I think the only counter that I've been able to think of for Paper X is like, yeah, we know that they're doing it. Let's play slow. I talked about how that didn't work in the past. It's not what happened at Reykjavik when teams played really passive against them. But I just don't think that if there's any team that I trust to be able to prep and counter Paper X, it's Guild in what they've showed us so far.
Ooh, Barlow. Ooh, I'm excited to see what they are going to bring to the preparation phase here. We're going to take a quick break here. Don't worry, guys. Stick with us, and we'll see you back here in a few.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Noxious, acting that shit ain't obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, earlier we asked you guys to vote in our poll of the day, but Twitter, they were like, we cannot possibly choose between these 4 choices. It's way too difficult. So the website decided to go down.
So what you're basically saying is production decided that when I choose a poll question, it doesn't get run.
No, it's Twitter's fault. Blame Twitter.
Yeah,
so
Twitter.
it is very on brand of you, Tom, for you to come on the desk and just destroy all the technology.
Nothing I do ever
Wait, no, so
Yeah.
what I'm reading is it's actually Brent's Nan who won the poll.
Yes.
Nan.
Yes. 9%.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm going to put you guys on the spot here. I know you said earlier, Jing, that's the kind of person you went for, but you didn't give us an answer. So who do you actually think is going to...
Leo. I think Leo's going to pull off the craziest play because he's going to do it on an agent that won't make sense for him to make that play, and that's why it'll be even crazier.
Not
don't
Forsaken?
know what you just said.
No one's...
I was trying to follow the logic. Where that goes.
Oh, as in like...
He's going to do it on Sage.
A Sova, like...
It'll be like breach 1v5. That's what's going to come up.
Do we consider him getting like 4 shock dart kills in 1 round as even crazy at this point?
4 shock dart kills in 1 round is crazy.
I just feel like Leo
what do
can
you mean?
pull that off.
2 shock darts.
Yeah, but you can kill 2 people with 1 if they're both low, and then 2 with the other. I'm pretty sure Jonas has done it. I feel like that's the kind of thing he's done.
Yeah, but then he gets 0 kills for the rest of the game. So
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
it.
quite count.
Wait, Jonas? I thought you were flaming Leo.
No.
I was going to be like, Tom, you're on dangerous territory here.
No, Jonas.
Never. Not Leo. We would never blaspheme against Leo.
No.
I do wonder what you mean by crazy, though. Do you mean crazy as like it's
all
not doable?
headshots run. Yeah.
Like Zenfree's nasty 1v3 that he had yesterday.
Or even Marv's 1v3 was nasty.
Oh my God. No, Zenfree's.
Who would you say has had the craziest play so far?
Zenfree's. That was 1 taps. 2
I don't know. I
taps to
feel
close
like
out the clip.
Xiao's 0.8 diffuse was pretty nasty. I think I'd go for that one.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're going to get more today. And that is all from us for now in the pre-show. The group stage is over and playoffs is finally here. These are the best of the best, and it's time to see which team has what it takes to go the distance.
Noxious, acting that shit ain't obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Copenhagen's on the half. He's just gonna stick it. He's gonna get it all the way through, and Guild are gonna do it. Welcome to the knockout stage.
They're absolutely ready for a Masters Copenhagen win.
DRX making their way through.
A sigh of relief for FPX.
The green wall stands strong before the throne.
We definitely have a target on our back. There's always going to be people trying to knock you off your throne.
We're here to dethrone the old gods.
Playoffs is when the tournament really begins.
Estén preparados para lo que viene. Estamos más fuertes que nunca.
The gods of VCT will fall.
We came kind of as underdogs, so it feels like we can just beat anyone, right?
Be prepared to see the same amount of damage that we dealt in Reykjavik.
I want to be known for winning the most tournaments. I'm not interested in anything else.
When you hear the name Fnatic, you know exactly what that means.
We had to get one, didn't we? We had to get the epic shots, and there's just burst us out there just being tired.
Being a clown, basically.
Yeah. I like the variation of the thrones. You were a fan of the grass one.
The grass one
Yeah.
Def was sitting on, that was sick. That was so cool out in the park.
Who's the throne designer? That's what I want to know. who's getting all the plaudits for that? No, awesome video as always. I think every time I hear Angel say anything in these videos, I'm always a little bit more scared of him.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but you know that like what he's saying could come true, like because he's saying it. Yeah. One thing I will say is that that trailer is the first time we saw all of the teams here now, right, left. The 4 teams we haven't seen so far. So that is really exciting to think that essentially on paper we haven't even seen the best teams play.
It could be, yeah. It 100% could be. I think at this point we're like completely refreshed, right? We said our group stage pick'ems were out the window, but now the bracket stage starts and we can start anew.
Those can go out the window as well soon.
Those are going to go out the window too.
I mean, I think I'll bring it back to this match for now. Let's take a look at the map select for today. Now, we haven't seen Paper Rex play yet, so talk me through, you guys, about their map pool, what we can expect from them.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like with Paper X, there's always going to be a pick your poison. I don't think you want to play Bind or Fracture versus them, really. They're incredible at both of those maps, but the only one they don't really play is Split. Well, they play a bit and it didn't go great.
Yeah, I mean, that's a map that they were really good at on at Reykjavik, but that double duelist comp that they ran back then, a little difficult to still maintain in this meta. Guild has also been very, very reactive with their ban, so it's not surprising them to bind ban to avoid that Yoru that you broke down earlier.
Yeah, Fracture. Like you said, Tom, pick your poison. Do you feel like this was the right poison to pick?
I think maybe the better of the two. I think playing against their Yoru is really difficult and something you'd specifically have to prep against. I don't think their composition on Fracture's crazy, but they are crazy with the way that they play it.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. I think their composition on Fracture is insane. They have neon rays and then Viper only. Like,
yeah, I guess.
That is wild in comparison to what you're used to seeing with the standard. Obviously, PRX, you're always going to get unstandard. I kind of, I don't know, Guild kind of win this veto to me, just barely, because they're playing maps that they're really leaning on at this tournament only recently. So there's not a lot to have prepped for before, and it's something that they've had success. And Paper Rex, I think those are some of the, outside of Fracture, that's their kind of bread and butter with the comp, kind of the style that they're always going to go for, someplace where you can be surprised by the pace. Outside of that, Ascent is not necessarily a map that they're going anything crazy on. An Icebox, I mean, they do play Jet Chamber, but that's standard as all can be.
Whatever happens, I hope we get 3 maps. I just want as many rounds as possible with these 2 teams. We are going to take a quick break here, but don't worry, Agent Select is on the way.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Well, it's been a couple of months since we've seen a Benkai walkout. The good news is him and the rest of Paper X are standing by, ready to take on Guild. Guild have been absolutely phenomenal so far in this tournament, but the question is, have they finally met their match in Paper X today? And yeah, it's great to see Forsaken kind of making it on stage. I saw a picture of him, but also the dinosaur costume. I'm sure there's a story behind this. There is a story.
I think they lost their luggage again, so it's just whatever he can get from the costume store. That's what he's been wearing all day.
Oh gosh. But yeah, like I said, do you guys feel like Tom, Guild maybe meeting their match today? Maybe today's the day they drop a series?
It's going to be interesting because I think especially going into map 1, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't actually played it since the group stage where they play versus BBL. So chances are the comp that they're going to be running is nothing that will have ever been seen before by their opposition, because at that point Trex are still playing Killjoy.
Yeah.
And they've done a couple different role swaps to, for example, Russ get off some of the agents that he's played and move more towards the Sage on a lot of instances. So it's a hard sell, though, for me to, try to say Paper X is going to be their biggest matchup yet, because they already played Optic. Yeah. They already played Crew. They already played a team that beat Loud, essentially. So it's a really hard sell. But now that we're in playoffs, like I said, we reset. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, I think so. I think we do reset. And in terms of the team compositions, like you guys said, this was also pre-Fade days for Guild. They didn't play Fade for the longest time. Yeah. Tom and Bala, do you guys feel like we might get the Fade out of them? Is that a good idea here for them today?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think an awful lot of teams are running Fade on this map at the moment. I think it really works for teams especially. I think FPX have proven how good that agent really can be.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams in the EU have really shown that Fade, the Fade Raze comps that they're playing on that map are phenomenal, and they have the pieces to do it, right? Trex is a great Raze no matter what map he's on, so don't put him on that Killjoy, which is what they used to be playing him on, and let's see some of that Fade Raze stuff.
And what about the Chamber? Because again, Safe was on Jet for the longest time on this map as well.
His Chamber is nasty. I would be really surprised if he's not going to run it. Just if you're going to change the rest of the comp, I'd be gobsmacked if they keep running the Jet.
Yeah, it depends on what else they need, though. Yeah. But also, I don't mind the Jet on this map. I think it's very playable.
Yeah,
I think so too. But on the other side of this, of course, Paper X, they've had a great run on this map in terms of domestic, but obviously the last time we saw them play internationally, didn't go super well for them. They ended up losing, and of course, it's a different comp now for them as well, but they're sticking with the Astra.
Yeah, I think, again, it's another thing you can just combo in with Jing. Like, we even saw one of the plays that they made earlier on where they had their little setups to almost just give Jing the space to run in. Jing is always going to want to run in, and then you almost have Forsaken as, I kind of want to say backup, which is weird, because on every other map that's not the case, but I think on this map, that's actually what they do. They have him as almost just like holding portions of the map out, and he will catch you if you try and rotate.
Yeah, if it slows down like that, it's very difficult for a Chamber to get in that front of line type of play. And I think that's why most maps, they're actually running Benkai, or sorry, not Benkai, Defy on the Chamber. It's really, really interesting to see how this is going to play out, because again, Guild we haven't seen, and Paper X is one that's I would say, very unstandard for them to play because of the way that they want to lean into double duelists, they want to lean into Jet still with Forsaken, or in some cases Yoru too. But I wouldn't be surprised if Paper Rex changes things up as well. We can't just look at that history and say they're going to come in with it, because we have seen Yoru played on this map by Optic, and I also saw the potential ideas that they run on Bind, for example, to work really, really well on this map.
Wouldn't that be a spanner though, knowing that like, oh, Guild, they've had time to prep for us. We're just gonna make sure to make you throw everything out the window, which will be a very, very Paper Rex way to do it. I also got to remind you guys, as you see in your screens, Forsaken is not on stage right now. He is playing off-site. I know you guys raised some issues in terms of synergy, but as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, he's fortunately probably going to be running on the Chamber. So does that...
I'm gonna wait and see. Like I feel like we always talk about like they could be doing this, but until it actually comes through, I think about it. But yeah,
Safe has moved over. Like
or
you said.
already some of the changes. Actually, the Astra coming through might actually be just to try and match up on the other side. This is something that happens quite regularly. Is the Guild try and match the comp that is being run on the other side and just try and do it better.
Yeah, this is a completely new look for Guild. What do you guys think? You like it?
They've mirror matched.
100%. This is good. I mean, we were just talking about how some of the role swaps that they've shown so far here at Copenhagen, this leans directly into it. This leans into Trux being one of the highest played and good raises at the tournament. This also continues to give Leo a lot of space to support his team, but be a monster on his own.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. It's time to see what Paper Rex and Guild can bring in the playoff stage of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. I'm going to send this up to your casters for the game. It is Sideshow and Bren.
Thank you very much.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Alright, mga kaibigan, tayo magsisimula ngayon sa ating Best of 3 series between Paper Rex at Guild Esports. Ako nga pala po si Asaray at yung makarinig yung mamayang boses is the one and only Papa Vil, Papa Belicious. Anyways, Guild already with a strong start on the defense, as Aita mo called the Menta and teammates have taken down Forsaken and Jing. Mindfreak on the other hand naman, charging right in onto A short. Nagmasa ng control dito ngayon ng Paper Rex, but they need to make something happen. Divide getting some control on A Heaven, uses the fragment para mapag-delay. That's gonna allow his teammate Benkai to get into the side, plant the spike down, and at least force of 3 versus 4 on the post plant already. The problem here, guys, right now is that there still is so much retake potential para sa rest of Guild. Russ has thrown in his flash already. The nade to come out to supplement. There's 2 coming onto A main dito para sa Paper Rex. And this is kind of cheeky because, again, this smoke dissipates them, stops them from coming in through this site, stopping that defuse on the spike. Great little flash from the buy. Can they make enough damage for Mindfreak to actually come in for the damage? Mindfreak and teammate, nakapag-sandwich sila ngayon. Half on the spike. Nice little pop shot. And they have to go in. Oh, Benkai is absolutely dancing perfectly. Sumasayaw cha-cha-cha. And that's going to be the clutch para sa Paper Rex.
Ganyan kalakas ang Asia Pacific, tandaan mo, Darwell Frederick Lerena. Walang...
Kaya lang. Justin, Rene. Oh, ayos na ayos yun. Salamat sa intro.
Siyempre, pare. I mean, pasensya na kayo. Oo, hindi nyo kami nakita. Pero direct, habang replay, pwede magpakita mo kami saglit lang. Okay lang ba, direct?
Okay, replay daw tayo.
Hello, guys. Going back to the game now. Ayun! Smooth
grabe,
lang,
bakit
pare.
Orange na orange ka? Ako parang pale,
Hindi ko alam, pare. Inayos ko yung camera ko eh. Hindi ko rin alam kung bakit eh. Pero going back here to the game right now, at least nakita talaga natin yung mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex wrecking havoc already, and we'll take that first round to the game right now. Pero Saleo will get that trade-off onto Jing. And pwede natin sabihin dito, Asoray, na it's gonna be siguro na malaki ang chance na manalo ang Paper Rex dito because of their performance dito sa mapa na to. And once again, ito ba yung first game nila?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first game.
Yeah, playoffs team ang ang Paper Rex along some other teams. So hindi natin sila nakita nung naglaro yung mga Group A and Group B from earlier this week.
So this is gonna be their first game, and this is the first time na naglaban din sila ang Guild and Paper Rex. So pwede natin sabihin itong first match na to. Malay mo parang kumbaga sa relasyon talking stage, getting to know each other. So later on, siguro pagdating ng second half, we're gonna get to see yung mga strats na pwede nilang gamitin, na pwede nilang gawin para lang syempre for them to take down each other. Pero for now, at least Paper Rex will get that advantage and will finally win that second round dito sa game na to. Pero ang problema dito sa Guild, problema dito sa Paper Rex mga kaibigan, it's just they need to make the most out of all the guns that they have. Of course, puro Spectres lang ang gamit nila dito versus all the full buys na meron dito ang Guild Esports.
But I will say naman, this isn't really a surprise for Paper Rex moving naman dun sa agent na pinick up nila. Forsaken has almost always played Chamber on Ascent. Minsan na siguro natin hindi makikita na mangyari yon, and I really like that. I think isa din sa mga kailangan natin pag-usapan din dito, Vil, sabi mo nga, diba, aside sa gun round dito ng Guild, is more specifically yung condition na naglalaro si Forsaken. He has the Coco, Vil. So, is that really gonna affect his hyper-aggressive positioning and playstyle? We'll see that right now as he's trying to enter the B site for the rest of Paper Rex.
Gusto ko sanang kantahin yung I'm in love, pero medyo hindi ko kasi pwedeng kantahin yun dito kasi it's a really bad thing. Pero later talaga makikita natin, pero nga si Trex ngayon with a 2K already pushing it to a 3v1 right now. Mindfreak, the only man remaining with the Bulldog on hand. Meron pa siya isang star. So malay mo talaga makakuha siya dito ng mga early pickoffs or whatnot. Pero ang pwede lang gawin dito syempre is probably get that spike. If hindi naman makikita yan, siguro mga exit flags lang talaga pwede na mangyari dito. Pero yung nga lang hunt mga kaibigan will be activated, pero Mindfreak ginagamitin na ng utak to. Hindi nila alam kung nasan pa talaga si Mindfreak mga kaibigan. Pero now, it's just the time na lang meron siya with 40 seconds left. Pero yun nga lang, nag-ingay na siya dito sa may B-main though, and that is the prowl being said by Leo right now. Muntik na! Mindfreak! Konti na lang! 77 HP dito kay Saif. And maka-clutch pa sana.
Medyo kinilig ako ng onti doon, Vil. Kinilig ako sa parte ng katawan ko na dapat di kinikilig, pero almost to 3K para kay Mindfreak.
Yung ano pare? Sabihin mo! Yung turon?
Yung aking yung aking
sabihin mo, man.
Yung aking tokneneng.
Tokneneng mo, kaliwakan. Men, ngayon lang tayo nagkasama, pare. Tagal natin. Alam nyo ba guys? Itong si Asoray, ilang bansa na napuntahan namin. Pero
ang unang out of country casting namin ni Vil, or pares kami na unang out of country casting sa Hong Kong.
Pareho kaming mukhang tokneneng.
Si Vil yung kasama ko.
Mukha kami montok neneng mga kaibigan, pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex mga kaibigan. That is Benkai. Paano the spike already? Ang ganda ng position ng Forsaken dito, pero yung nga lang, that is a seize. And at least, nakapag-rendezvous out naman talaga dito si Chamber para lang siya hindi siya makapag-pick off dito, pero it's just the information that they have. Pero ang problema, that is the Nightfall already coming in from Benkai right now. Pero nga lang, meron siya halos natag na lahat though. Forsaken will take down one, and partita meron pa siyang Coco. Talaga literal na inuubos na ngayon ng mga players ng Guild. Pero ito na, si Defy mga kaibigan, nalabas na ang Odin niya. Sino ba ang sasampalin niya? Pwede yung dalawa, si Saif at si Leo, bahala siya kung sino ba ang makukuha niya. Pero they still have the opportunity for them to get this round. Kasi nga, I mean, this is a 3v2. The clock is ticking already. At si Forsaken, iikutan na yung mga players ng Guild dito. Akaalaan nyo, mabubuhay ko yun na may baril? Oo, tignan natin kung mangyayari yun. Pero Forsaken, mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Saif. Safe. Saif. Basta taga-Guild yan, pre.
Safe sa gilid.
Safe.
Pero, anyways, really good stuff din dito para sa Paper Rex. Ito yung gusto ko rin i-brush up sana kanina, Vil. Usapang laro muna tayo. Is, gaano ka solid ba ang defense dito ng Guild, knowing that Paper Rex is, I think, the most hyper-aggressive team that we will be witnessing dito ngayon sa Masters 2, diba? I mean, alam naman natin tayo, mga Asyano tayo, we've seen how they played during APAC, we've seen how they played during Southeast Asia tournaments, and they really do have this type of playstyle na parang
Yes.
Parang naglalaro, para sila yung naglalaro ng, ano yun yung matador? Yung tipo na ang bilis sumugod ng bull. Oo.
Pwede nating sabihin na ang mga Asians literal na sobrang hyper-aggressive, na sobrang talagang aggressive, na ilang beses na natin nasasabi yan eh. Pag Asia talaga, it's just all these players, talaga napasok lang ng pasok yan. Ganun at ganun lang talaga ginagawa niyan, men. Then, if ever nakapasok sa site, bahala na kung anong mangyari. We're gonna take it from there. Pero yung mga players naman ng EMEA, ng NA, it's just sobrang solid ng mga textbook plays nila eh. Sobrang solid ng mga talagang if ever na what do you call this, kung sobrang organized, ganito ang gumagawa niyan. NA, EMEA, at saka isama mo na yung Japan. Pero pag Asia Pacific, men, parang parang pinagsama-sama mo yung action star sa buong mundo at nilagay mo sa isang region, men.
Tama yan. Alam mo yung famous city dubstep, di ba? Coordinated plays, EU, NA, hyper-aggressive shooting, Southeast Asia, whatever the hell goes. Right?
Yeah,
and speaking of which, hard lurk para kay Mindfreak dito gets the 1 kill. Syph!
Ay, naku po!
Whoa!
Sobrang sayang nun. Yeah, sobrang sayang nun na ginawa ngayon ni si Syph though. I mean, yun ang problema ngayon ng guild. They don't have enough money kasi buy sila ng buy. And kaya rin talaga sila natalo doon. Well, nag-save naman yung dalawa doon, so it's fine. I mean, talagang alam din ng PaperX though na they have the higher chance of winning that round. So apparently, it's just for Papers, they capitalize that. Pero yung si Syph, mga kaibigan, that is a really unfortunate move that he did. Na alam niya na meron tao sa baba, naririnig niya yung pag-plant ng spike, and it's just hindi pa rin talaga na nakuha yung ulo. Well, in terms naman ng utilities, at least si Defy dito, meron pa naman siyang null command if ever. So he can actually use that going in dito sa may A. Para lang syempre mahirapan pa yung mga players dito ng guild na wag silang i-contest. Kasi if ever ginamit niyan, walang gagawin ng guild kundi mag-back out. Tulad ng gagawin nila ngayon.
Walang double satchel si Jing? Ayun, okay. Inintay lang para makapag-push siya dito sa generator. Okay. Really nice. Clean execute and everything. Walang katakot-takot.
I mean, at the end of the day, they have the null command of Defy. And yun nga lang, sobrang ganda ng position. Oh, Diyos ko pa nag-yoga! Oh my God, hindi nakita! Goldamenta! Oh no! Sobrang sayang nun. That is an easy kill na pwedeng gawin ng Coldamenta, pero Diyos ko po na timingan. Pero Russ will gonna fall down as well. That is a huge mishap that Gil did. Leo and Syph, basta si Chamber. Ako na mabasa dyan.
Basta, malalim ang mga bulsa dito sa Valorant, guys. Kailangan nyong isuksok sa todo-todo.
Yan.
Sa pinakadulo ng bulsa, kailangan mo isuksok.
Ayan.
In English, Vil, you have to check your corners.
Alam mo ba, never ko na-realize na yun yung ibig sabihin nun, men.
Ibig sabihin. Kasi nga, compared sa ibang tactical shooter sa Valorant, ang deep pockets ng mga angle.
Ba't mo kasi tinatagalog ng sobra, di ba?
Tagalog broadcast.
So? Ano sabihin ko, PaperX, papunta na sa Tugatog ng Tagumpay. Ang pangit, di ba? Grabe naman talaga yung nakikita natin yung kaibuturan na pag-iisip ni Syph ngayon.
Naramdaman ni Forsaken ng bugso ng damdamin.
Ngunit subalit datapwat siya ay napaslang. O di ba? Ang pangit, di ba? Tagalog broadcast pero sobrang deep naman, pare. You like it talaga pag deep, ah.
Yeah, pare. You know.
Same. Yung Tagalog.
Yung Tagalog. Gumugulong tayo sa malalim.
Tagal natin di nakasama.
I think isang taon ata. Alam mo yung last takas natin?
Champions yun.
Champions. Half a year. Tagal.
Tagal, man. Tugatog ng tagong.
Sabi.
Try nga natin yung sobrang Tagalog na Tagalog. Hirap eh, no?
Idol kita kasi hirap na hirap ako mag-Tagalog sa...
Man. Yung tipo ko naroon nasa heaven, si Chamber nasa langit. Pangit, di ba? Inusukan.
Dinala yung... Ano ba ang spike sa ano? Yung patusok?
Bomba na lang, pare, bomba.
Bomba?
Bomba.
Pakipakinggan. Patusok.
Edi.
Spike.
Sige.
Ano bang parisukat? Triangle?
I have no idea. Sukat in English.
Kinugel.
English square.
Sige. Okay. Square. Anyways. Tapos na ang ating timeout.
It is square.
Oh, square. Okay, hindi pala triangle.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have 8.4K viewers on Twitch. Hello, guys.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Ito pala yung gusto ko rin i-point out sa mga viewers natin. Specifically para kay Forsaken compared to any other chamber. Sinisave up niya yung second rendezvous niya, yung TP, para makapag-aggressive push siya more forward. And this is only done because of how confident Forsaken is. Nakita mo yung para siya maglaro, after niya makakill, dun niya pa nalalagay yung TP niya para dun siya may option para makapag-TP out. Hindi siya magki-TP for safety, magki-TP siya for aggression. Yeah. That's how Forsaken does.
Ang thing din kasi si Forsaken makinig, ay mindset yan. Mindset of a duelist yan eh. Of course.
Tama.
I mean, kahit hindi siya Jet, at the end of the day, Forsaken is still Forsaken. And siya rin talaga yung second duelist dito ng Paper Rex. Dito sa mapa na to, well, of course, the main flag nila dito is Jing. Pero upon checking everything right now, ito if ever na walang Jet, ang pinaka-the best agent talaga na pwedeng couple syempre si Chamber because of the firepower that he can do and syempre yung mobility niya with a rendezvous, and at the same time he can actually work as a sentinel as well with a trademark. That's really up to you on how will you do that. Pero ito I mean almost hindi naman siguro halos lahat ng games, pero sobrang dami ng games na andyan si Chamber na siya ang top frag. Lalong-lalo na sa bind.
Tama. Nakita mo yung 2 kills si Forsaken. 3 kills over si Forsaken. 2 of those kills through smokes.
Di ba?
Yeah. Yung maganda din pala
Mindset
dito
of a
kay
duelist
Forsaken
talaga.
and kay Jing, pag nanonood ka ng stream nila, na nakikita mo yung ginagawa, napuput nila into actual matches, is kung paano sila mag-forward push as entry fraggers na may off na may off angle sila. It's so weird, but it works so well. But anyways, going away sa masyadong pagpuri sa Panginoon, tuloy sa PRX.
Okay lang, man. Asia Pacific naman to eh. Let's go, Paper Rex. Diba?
Good shot para kay Saif. He's brought out the operator already. I don't think he's brought the operator beforehand. And
Samba.
That rotation is actually huge. But you can see Davai having yung kanyang
showstopper.
Very much bangable na Odin has gotten a couple of rounds with the pick. Jing, the other half of the dynamic entry fraggers na meron dito ang Paper Rex has gotten and deviated yung 2 versus 2 na to. 2 versus 1 as Saif actually picks up another with op.
Mind Freak 1v2. Meron pa siya, wala na siyang mga stars dito though. I mean, at least talagang kinonfirm na rin talaga dito ni Rust na andito si Mind Freak sa area na to, pero yun nga lang, he will catch one. Trying to go for the second one right now, and Mind Freak still clutching that round one. An easy take that Mind Freak did. Kasi, I mean, what do you think? Buti sana, sa tingin mo na naghiwalay na lang siguro sila, or talagang tinuloy nila yung sa Speedway. Kasi if ever na tinuloy nila yung Speedway, sobrang ganda na position yung Mind Freak eh. Literal na talagang isa-isa lang ang makikita mo na sobrang hirap talaga na makapag-double peak yung Sira tsaka si Saif. Kasi medyo, yung zoning nila medyo malayo sa isa eh, no? Siguro ang pinaka-the best thing lang din talaga dyan in order for you to get it. Literal na isa sa kaliwa, isa sa kanan. Tingnan mo titignan mo yung coach niya. Galit na galit, di ba? Hindi na, hindi niya na continue emotion niya. Ano yung ginagawa niyo? Ano kayo, bronze?
Sinapal yung ere.
Pare. Galit na galit sa upuan. Sa upuan, men, babayaran mo yan.
Okay, anyways. Forsaken, teka muna. Okay, 1, 2, Molly, para makapag-backaway muna sila. Huwag kayo mag-push ng A. Kalma muna ng onte. Pero si Davai, alam mo na, Bill, sinasabi ko to sa English side pag nag-visit TPH tayo. Pag nasa Ascent, and you have an LMG, every wall is bangable. Lahat ng pader pwede
wallbang.
Wallbang.
Oo. Lahat ng wall pwede dutin. Ganoon na lang, men. Pero nga na si Jing makakaibigan nakadalo na dito. Taking it on the third kill right now. Pero it's just in terms of firepower, Paper Rex, sobrang solid ng firepower nila. Sobrang dami nilang pera. Miski sa next game, pre. Sa Fracture. Men, pati doon mayaman sila. At saka tandaan nyo, dito kasi sa Tagalog cast, pre, kung yan ang sinasabi, I mean, totoo naman talaga yun, no? That is the reason kung bakit talaga tayo naglalagay ng initiator sa B. Of course, all walls are bangable. Lalong-lalo na si Sova, yes. And syempre, if ever pwede pa niyang gamitin, pwede pang si Fade if ever. Pero ito sa Tagalog broadcast kasi, pag narinig ang Ascent, mapa ng Pinoy to, kahit walang Pinoy na naglalaro.
Tama. Honorary po na yung mga Paper Rex.
Oo. Uy! Parang sila nang hindi nagkatamaan.
Hindi natin nakita yun. Take two.
Oh, man. Oh, ano sila pinagtagpo pero dili tinadhana mga kaibigan. Nagkaputukan pero hindi nagkatamaan.
Sad naman.
Kaya marami na. Oh. Kaya masarap manood dito sa Tagalog broadcast pare. Solid.
Rodo ko nga. Uy, si Saif.
Hoy! Naku po.
I guess Forsaken isn't Saif.
Yeah. For sure, man. Pero yung nga lang, si Tony Prowler natamaan na nga isang dito sa short. Pero paano ba ang gagawin ng Paper AC para makapasok? They still have the utilities of the Vi. Meron pa siyang flash dito, meron pa siyang 0 point. Pero yung nga si Saif, mga kaibigan, hindi na siya talaga makakapag-out. Pero that is the kill! Na ginawa ngayon ni Saif will deny that hunt as well, and the Vi just capitalizing that din mga kaibigan. Pero si Jing is waiting on that corner. Leo and Shax doing the job done. It's all up to 1, and Zavai will gonna go down to the hands of Guild, and finally nakakuha na rin ng Guild ng score dito after how many rounds? A lot of rounds, man.
A lot of rounds. 7.
A lot of rounds. 7 rounds. Pero hindi. Pero upon checking the scoreline, I mean, paano ba? I mean, kailan ba nakakuha ng panalo ang Guild?
Nag-opt-in si Saif.
Oo.
Yung naka 3K siya sa operator. Grabe yung reaction niya, oh. Bam! Sarap. This is the play na nag-solidify talaga dito sa Guild. Yung, nakita mo si Jing, naka-place lang siya dun sa market na stairs. Ang ganda sana ng placement niya, pero hindi niya nakuha yung flank. 2 for 1 flank sana dapat yun eh. He spotted tracks on both Leo coming out of defender spawn. Makuha niya sana yung players, but somehow he just did not manage to hit those particular shots. Saif, may TP pa siya pag nag-peek out siya dito sa smoke. I don't think he has or will have, so back off muna siya. The smoke should be going down in about, I'm giving it 5 seconds, so he does have positioning para makakuha dito, but that was timely. Yep, activating that Divine Ultimate very early is actually really good kasi now they can use that null command nga, Vil, para makapag-take down sila dito sa A-side.
Which is yun ang ginagawa nila all the time. And alam nila Davayan na whenever na ginagamit talaga niya yung null command, everyone should stay away. Dahil wala talaga magkakondensyon. Pero ng laras mga kaibigan, we'll get to that corner, we'll take one down, pero at least Davai just capitalizing that Odin again. Spray and pray all the way to victory. Forsaken, catching one, meron pa siyang rendezvous. Medyo malabo kasi wala, pero meron tayo dito sa may market mga kaibigan. It's all up to 1. Benkai 1v2. Benkai is known to clutch.
True.
And konti na lang, magkakaroon na siya ng hunt dito. Meron pa siyang Seize, meron pa siyang Prowler. So he can actually clutch this if ever lang talaga na magawa niya. And dalawang tao ngayon sa B main lang. And at least meron na siyang hunt dito. And if ever na binato na yan, for sure, talagang literal na babarilin lang din talaga ng mga players ngayon ng Guild mga kaibigan. Pero that is a perfect hunt ngayon. Oo, wala siyang nakita, pero at least meron siyang idea kung nasan ba sila. But Leo will catch one down agad-agad. Will take down Benkai. Alam mo ganito yung ginawa ng Guild di ba pumasok si Benkai with the Prowler? Hindi pa nga sumilip yung isa no? Literal na 1v1 yung nangyari.
Ang mentality siguro dun is keep the utilities ni Benkai at bay para hindi niya makapitalize. And kahit man naging 1v1 siya for a brief second, yung wide swing ni Benkai, marirefrag agad yun eh. If ever man nakuha niya yung kill. So if he wasn't prepared for the second swing ng kalaban, if he got the first kill, I think that should have been a really high percentage chance for Guild to have gotten that win. But yeah, still not enough. Forsaken though, forced to TP out, pero siya nag-TP, tumawid lang.
Ayun nga eh.
Safe talaga. Pag may operator siya. Basta may sniper.
Ito if ever gonna compare Saif, pwede natin sabihin na pwede siyang si Meteor ng Northception that is really deadly with that sniper. Pero shoutout nga pala kay Oliver na nanonood. Kanino ka lang, Darwin. Pero going back here, Forsaken with a swing, pero
hindi siya nakapag-warm sa aim labs.
Walang malakas sa apat, Forsaken! Kahit 4 pa yan!
Tingin ko kaya eh. Basta nakapag-aim labs ka eh.
Aim labs ba yun? Hindi na aim labs eh. Wala na.
Ano?
Wala nang aim labs dito sa Masters ngayon.
Yung kayo tawagan nila sa, kung naglalaro siya kasama ng girlfriend niya. Aim labs.
Wala ba? Oh. Tapos yan. Ganun ba? Tapos kanya, ano pangalan niya? Din? Ganun. Tapos sabi niya, oh, Din.
30 seconds left.
Hindi naman ako ganito eh. Nahahawa ko kay Darwell sa dad jokes niya. Well, si Darwell kasi tatay na. Pero,
wow, salita.
Paper. ay, hindi ba, Daddy? Pero ito yung mga players ngayon, Paper is going in. Pero, retake ba ng guild ito, mga kami? Pero nga, that is Cold Dementa and Leo doing a job done. Pero that is Spray and Bray from Trex, and he knows it kung nasan ba si Benkay. And for him to capitalize that kill, at least 8-4 yung scoring ngayon. 3 wins in a row ng ginawa ng guild if ever. Pero dito naman sa change side, dito sa second half, makakakuha pa ba ng scores ang guild dito? Kasi ganito naman tayo yan, di ba? I mean, ang mamamili dito, of course, PaperX. Syempre, ang iisipin lang din talaga ang iisipin ng guild dito, which is mamaya na namin sasabihin yan, kasi idediretso muna namin sa panel. Lods, alam mo na.
And even when they are, sometimes you've got Forsaken's disgusting lurks that may have went a little bit overboard every once in a while, but it is ridiculous how much space they were taking.
It's crazy the amount that it was catching Guild off guard in the beginning of that half, right? Towards the end, they started expecting it. They started having multiple players. Even in that last round, they're just looking at Forsaken as he flanks through B. Those are the types of things that actually really made Guild struggle to find any space to read exactly how they're playing. This round right here, Paper Rex with a nasty nade seize combo that catches Russ, and then they go ring around the rows of the entire map. This Astral Divide, they rotate back towards B after a Forsaken flank through mid, and then they get another rotation back through. Mindfreak smokes off the trip, finds another pick, and the round is over. That stuff is so difficult to deal with when you're Guild and you're trying to set up phase raid combos of your own.
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well comes down to, firstly, you've got the fact that Benkai calling a great game, but also Mindfreak, just his positioning as well. But we've got that head-to-head. The main reason I wanted to bring this up, though, is more so that I think going into the second half, we have to highlight Trex. I think he's someone that can have a high amount of impact. I think a lot of the time the executions from Guild are incredible, but he is that mantle. If he's having a bad game on this second half, it's done.
Yeah, I also, that defensive side for him, it's really difficult to place the utility in the specific spots when Paper Rex is all over the map. I think the guy who led the team for Guild, who led the comeback at least to get 4 rounds, which is really difficult still going into the second half, is safe, and he's still going to have massive impact because the op is what's going to carry the weight against people who are pushing you every single round.
Well, it's Paper Rex. It's all Paper Rex right now. They're dictating the pace. Like Tom and Bala said, some of the players on the side of Guild, they have to step up as we head into the second half. Sideshow and Bren, take us away.
Thank you very much. Sue, yes.
Maraming salamat, Oliver, sa matinding pag-a-analyze ng mga games na to.
Okay, up to speed na ako.
Asban, welcome to the Black Parade, pare.
Welcome to the Black Parade nga.
Pero I mean, going back sa sabi ko kanina, na sige, sabihin ko na lang mamaya after this round. Ben, para man tong game na to, meron akong gusto i-point out eh. Kainis. Laro sila ng laro. Pero sana may Paper Rex. Okay.
Nice molly, pare.
Shit! Ito na masasabi mo dito, and Mindfreak will gonna end the life of Cold Dementa right now, pero Mindfreak super low on HP because of the pot shot that Guild is doing right now, but at least Guild will plant the spike. In terms of utilities, though, medyo mahihirapan yung mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex. Hunt will be released, natamaan yung isa. Is that gonna be a bait lang ba yan or whatnot? Pero at least si Ben kinakuha na dito mga kabi, pero meron pa tao sa may logs. Pero si Leo literal wala ng bala dito 4v2. This is gonna be really hard for the players of Guild. Trex will catch one. Rust though, pero just Benkai, we're gonna end this in a 4K. Ito like nasasabi ko kanina, ito ang pumili nito is Guild. So, syempre, ang Paper Rex, kailangan nilang mag-isip kung ano bang magandang side ang pipiliin nila. Well, ang pinili ng Paper Rex kanina is attacker. So, kung napapansin mo, kung yan ang gagawin mo, syempre, dapat yung composition mo, literal na sobrang solid na pang-attacker. Para pagdating ng second half sa defender, konti na lang yung hahabulin nyo. And that is the thing that they capitalize. And one thing is for sure, for Guild, they know that already, that they have an idea kung ano bang gagamitin din dito ng PaperX going dito sa first half na to na attacker ang PaperX. So, ang ginawa ng Guild, syempre, tinry nila na i-counter yung yung composition na pwedeng gamitin na ng PaperX dito. Ganito lang yan eh. Kinounter nila or nag-stick sila sa comfy picks nila.
Yeah. To kind of add to that then, diba? Aside sa comfy picks then, is I think it supplements well yung playstyle kasi dito ng PaperX na alam mo yung tipo na PaperX pag kinakalaban mo sila and nakikita mo yung specifically, I think it was a good example yung second pistol round or yung pistol round for the second half, yung kung paano kagaling mang-choke ang PaperX in terms of how they retake. Na tipo, kita mo yung vibe, yung paano yung pag-retake nila sa entire team na hindi makabuelo na maayos ang Guild. Na multiple times, Guild would have to deal with multiple targets, and because it was pistol, they didn't really have that many bullets in each clip para i-deal with yung members of PaperX, and PaperX are so fast. That's how PaperX really play. It's all about the choke game para sa nila, and sila yung mga yung magagaling mang-choke. Hindi sila nag-choke, magaling sila mang-choke ng kalaban.
Nasample lang ka ba?
Shoutouts nga pala dyan sa mga mahilig mang-joke. So, yeah.
Joke or choke?
Choke, siyempre. Pero in Valorant.
Oh, in Valorant, of course.
Sa
mga choke points, di ba?
Oo, tama.
Tama ka doon, Dad. Pero at least, oh my God! Biga-biga na lang natin nakikita lumilipad yung mga ult dito ng mga players ng PaperX, mga kaibigan. Pero isang naman na napatay na. Pero that is Jeng with a spray and pray right now. Pero meron pa tayo sa may kaliwa mo. Ang dami-dami sa may market at hindi na alam ni Saif kung saan siya sisilip. Kaliwat kanan may tao doon. Kung kanina nag-4K si Bengay, pero ngayon si Forsaken naman. Partida may Coco pa yan. Anong Coco?
Alam mo,
Coco Melon.
Bill, alam ko na bakit. Si Forsaken, di ba may Coco siya? Magaling siya mambarel. So baka ang lasting ni Forsaken ngayon, Martin. Coco Martin.
Oo ba? Tama.
Tama
ako doon,
siya ang probinsyano.
PaperX. Tama, PaperX. Uy, ano ba naman yan, pre? Isipin mo, galit na galit ka, hindi ka naman naglalaro. Oo, coach ka. Eh di ikaw na lang kaya maglaro. Grabe naman talaga yung coach ng Guild eh, no? Ang dami niyang kalaban. Yung PaperX, yung mga coach sa comment section, at saka alta pressure niya.
Ano?
Alta pressure, pare.
Ano yun?
Alta pressure, wait lang. Ano ba English? High blood pressure, pare.
Okay.
Hina-high blood si coach eh. Ano ba naman yan? Galit na galit, pre. Alam mo naman talaga, hindi ikaw na kaya maglaro. Tilted ka na eh.
Hayaan mo na, bayad na eh. Tapos na.
Okay.
Ano siya, bayad siya para mag-tilt para sa team niya, di ba?
Parang ako lang yan, men. Kung ako naglaro, kasi nagganyan ako, pre. Promise.
Oo, takalaro na kita. Alam ko lang paano ako maglaro eh. Ano ba, parish? Shit.
For is the good. Oh, Forsaken. We'll catch one. Shy!
TP out!
Shy!
Walang takot! Oh my goodness!
Diyos ko po! Ayaw pa kasi pindutin yung E! Round-the-ball lang gagawin mo! Diyos ko po! Press E! To victory! Ito, nanalo na naman ng PaperX, mga kaibigan. Ilabas ang Coach Cam.
Ba't ka nang pinapalabas yung mukha ng Guild pag nanalo
Coach
ni
Cam
PaperX? Gusto pa kita yung nag-tilt eh. Ito pala sasabihin ko sa'yo, Bill.
bro.
Di ba nag-cast ka na rin ng EMEA team, di ba?
Madami.
Dito. Ito sa pinapakita ni Coach Cam. Lahat ng coaches ng EMEA, grabe, nagwawala sila.
Oo. Anis.
Tayo with cool, bro.
Matik na yan. Basta EU teams, talagang kakasko yan.
Mga EU teams, no? Tama.
Oh, of course. Baka baby, baka mo. Hawa ko si Pico eh.
Akala ko may iba ka Akala ko may iba ka kina-compliment. Okay. Akala ko may iba ka baby dyan na kina-compliment.
Si baby, Pico ko. Ay, si Pico ko. Si Pico, baby ko.
Okay.
Oh, siya yung esports dog kasi. Kilala siya ng ng tao eh. Promise. Pa-picture kayo kay Pico, guys, 20 lang.
Meron na rin ba siyang ano nga ba yun? May Patreon na ba siya?
Wala pa. Oh, meron siyang OnlyFans. Kasi siya, family-oriented siya eh. Kaya fams. So, 2v5 right now. Save and Leo with that Vandal on hand. Jake
Wow.
piso ang buhay! Uubusin pa rin niya yung mga players ng Guild!
Ng Guild. So fancy pare. Pero Forsaken tuloy. Si Jing, pure confidence. Nakita mo kung paano siya nag-place doon sa Seas? Hinayaan niya na malagyan siya ng kadena. Hinayaan niya na lagyan ang kanyang leg, kahit ano man, ng leash, pero hindi pa rin siya na-control ng Guild. He still got that 3K with real precision. Ayan, dito. 1 HP, asa kulo niya pa rin si Leo.
Piso yun pare, piso! Literal na piso ang buhay niya dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban ng si Ki. Yung si Ki mga kaibigan, kitang-kita sa camera no? Wait nga lang, ipapakita natin yun guys. Medyo natuwa ako dun sa picture ni Ki Yan Wait lang, ayan.
Yes.
Ayan. Ano yun guys, caster din ng VCT. Pinoy yun, Ki yung pangalan, Marky. Tahimik lang.
Nahuli siya ng reaction time pero the Vi suppressing fire, supporting fire gamit ng kanyang napakalaking din. Last player to stand na lang will be Trex. Jing! Anong pinapakita natin dyan? Tactical bags.
Yeah.
Shots from Trex though, pero mabubulag siya. Oh my God! Nahuli niya yung Mind Freak. Pero teka, 6 HP na lang, Vil.
Chamba yung third kill na ginawa ni Trex. Chamba yun. Imposibleng calculated yung shot na ginawa na yun. Pero
kaya nga tinatawag na pro player.
Oo nga pare, kasi ang daming chamba. So, this is gonna be a 1v1. Hindi alam ni Trex kung nasan ba, and Benkai will gonna end your life with a Spectre with a wallbang right now, 13-4. Woo! What more kung magkakasama sila dito, di ba?
Oo nga nagkaroon ng tinatawag na nerf ang Paper Rex, but it still was not enough for Guild to overcome, and you can see very much ano ba ang tawag dito? Hindi, masaya pa rin sila. Pero saktong saya lang. Pinipis bump yung pinipis bump nila yung monitor ni ni Forsaken. Anyways, good game para sa first game ng
Pinipis bump nila pare. Nakita ko dun sa replay. Kulit. Yun yung isang pagkakamali ng Guild mga kaibigan. Hindi nila chinek yung corners. That is an easy kill. Isipin mo, if ever humarap si Cold Damenta doon, bes, nagyo-yoga si Mind Freak doon.
Hindi ko ma-accept yun. Daming lapse of judgment dito ang Guild. Para silang, alam mo yung tipo na kinalaban nila, nag-rank match tayo, hindi nila maintindihan paano kalabanin yung may gumagamit ng judge. Si Forsaken yun Ilang rounds na tinaray ng Guild pero hindi nila nakaya.
Yeah. Pero wala nangyari na ang dapat nangyari mga kaibigan. Pero at least hello ka sa mga fans mo. Hello. Ito yung treat mo. Kain ka. So mga kaibigan, once again, we are cast for the day, and you've just seen the game number 1 of VALORANT Masters there in Copenhagen, and it's 1-0 already in favor of Paper X, and we're gonna get to see the game number 2 later on after a very, very short break. Once again, we are cast for the day. My name is Vil. I am Pico, and I'm with Asoray and yung figure ni Asoray na hindi ko kilala. And yun nga, kita-kits mamaya.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. not fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
It's a great day to be a paper girl or a paper boy out there. I know you guys are having a lot of fun, and so are we. There was a lot of hype and anticipation. Yeah,
it's funny because the watch party that we showed, they looked like bored. They're like, yeah, this is normal.
They're too
when
used
did they
to
pull
an
out the fun stuff?
Yeah, they're too used to an APAP. But this is why I was going to ask you guys. You know, we had expectations. Have they been met? It's very early days, but have they been met?
Yeah, I mean, this map one was a stomp. It's exactly what we expected, exactly what we wanted from Paper X. I think everybody wanted them to continue exactly the type of stuff that they did at Reykjavik and the type of stuff that they've been doing online. It's so fun to watch.
I think one of the most fun things about this matchup is when you talk about in-game leaders who've had success on multiple different teams, the list is very short. In fact, I think it might just be Kodamenta. The fact is, Benkai, he's made some incredible calls throughout this matchup.
Dude, this guy Jing is literally that showstopper right there. He's not even looking. He's like, where's the guy? I'm just going to guess he's behind Jen, and he gets the kill. He's so good, and he's always making a play with something from Paper X or some timing that he's trying to hit. Here, he's diving at his teammate who's getting pressured like crazy, Forsaken with the judge, and it nets him 2 kills for him.
You can't give them anything. You give them an inch, they take a mile, you know? You literally cannot make mistakes when you're with this team. I also want to touch on, though, Forsaken too when it comes to
106.
Yeah, I mean Jing and Forsaken as a duo, especially as you guys can see down there versus Trex and Leo. Trex and Leo are one of the most formidable duos of this entire tournament, and they made them look like just below average players on this map.
They're the guys who are having the best group stage.
Yes.
Like Leo of all time, potentially. And now it's playoffs, and he's just gone because he's playing against Jing and Forsaken and Paper X.
Yeah, I think even just watching back some of those clips, you just see the sheer confidence of Jing. It's like he gets seized down to 1 HP. Does he hide? No, he's like, I'm going to hold the angle. They won't expect me to just sit in the open and stare at them. But that's Jing. It's like, it feels like when they were like putting in elements of fear, they just forgot it with Jing. There's nothing there.
It's just pure confidence, isn't
Yes.
it? Pure confidence. Speaking of pure confidence, it's time to take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment. And it's Paper X, so Tom, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, of course, of course. The fact that Divide basically spent the whole game using the Odin is just hilarious, but of course it's going to be this man again.
Yeah, Jing is a nasty, nasty boy. I mean, he just sits behind the smoke, waits for it to fade, and then gets 2 of them. It's so good from Paper X, and Trex almost pulls it off, but this entire round felt super high pace, and eventually Jing is so Trex too, so good.
It's just got to be a tilter when you throw everything at them, nothing works, and then they just end up doing the craziest things. But I will say that Safe had 305 ACS on a map that he only got 4 rounds.
Yeah, I think he was flawless in opening kills as well. So it's not even like he was having a particularly bad performance. It's just that they got boomed.
And that is actually a good sign. I mean, not the booming part. They're down map 1, and they're going to Fraction X.
And it was their choice.
Pretty terrible.
Yeah.
It was their counter.
But if Safe is getting 100% opening kill success rate, that is literally something that is a win condition against Paper X. It's how Zeta Division took them down at last Reykjavik, and nobody else has been able to stop them because people haven't been able to put up numbers like Safe did in that map. But the rest of the team needs to understand how to fight back. For example, they took way too long to adapt to Forsaken's flanks.
This is the thing about Guild, right? In the past, when they're down, they're out. But recently, as they qualify for this tournament, and in this tournament, Tom, they have been down at times, but they're never out. They always find a way.
Yeah, I think the worry for me is that they went into Ascent with a clear game plan to try and, like, okay, this is a map we haven't played much. We'll go in and surprise them, and it just didn't really work.
And
now
we know what comp you're going to play.
Well, the other thing as well is you're going to know what they're going to do on Fracture. So is every other team that's played them on Fracture. They are super aggressive, and there is nothing you can do. They're just nothing.
I got nothing to say. It's true. Like, it's true. They play an unconventional comp, and they're playing Neon Rays at the same time, right? Because they're dropping an extra controller that you would use with Viper. So they're basically getting the double walls and sending it and doing what we saw on Ascent with them going on multiple sides of the maps at all times, just triple speed.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Fracture. If we kind of go deeper into what we can expect from it, this is where, Tom, you said, well, you got to pick your poison. It's either Bind or Fracture. Now, after that Ascent, performance of just seeing Paper X bulldoze them over, I do feel like my hopes have gone down a little bit given that Fracture is the bulldoze map.
Yeah, this is the map where they literally just sprint at people at full speed. Like, Forsaken's Neon shouldn't be allowed. Like, I feel like his entry stats are always ridiculous, and he basically is just running at full speed at you. And he's almost like, in most of these rounds, you're going to see him as the first man in, as almost like the bait for Jing, but then he takes 3 players with him on the way, and Jing just cleans up the rest.
Yeah, it's really tough to deal with, I think. And for Guild as well, the comp that they've been playing, at least that they switched to, I don't necessarily think has had good success against this style of play on Fracture. And we've seen it go up against it. We've seen Optic kind of take down a number of teams with their Neon comp. It's much different than the one we're going to see from Paper X
This
right
is basically
now.
triple duelist.
It's basically triple duelist. And it's also high octane the entire time on all 4 sides of the map. So, like, for Guild, who we already saw had trouble placing their utility on specific spots to do anything against Paper X, now they have 4 sides to contend with.
But this is also
3 duelists.
I feel like this is where you realize that Benkai is actually a god. Because the man that is setting pretty much every single one of these plays up is Benkai, and he is very, very good on the breach.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Paper X, they're 1-0 up right now going into their map pick of Fracture, and Jing has switched over to the Sage.
Oh, weird. Okay.
No raise.
Yeah, no raise on the Fracture, and I think it's just weird to pair it with the Sage here, this Neon comp. And they're going to stick with the solo Viper, too, on this map. I'm not a fan. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan. I would have rather seen them just stick to the double duelist because it's Paper X. So, yeah,
I will say, as a caveat, Jing Sage is a duelist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that he seems to just run into angles, wall himself up, and try and kill you. So I will say that this shouldn't be something that makes Guild think they're safe from the way he plays.
And I also said at the beginning that I wouldn't say anything bad about their comps. So I take it all back.
Yeah, Jing's just going to run at them now. You just watch, Bala. You just watch. Like I said, this is on the pick of Paper X as we head into Fracture, and I'm going to hand this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Sue.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
At kami ay nagbabalik sa isang malupitang gabing ito. Ang maglalaban, ang mananalo, Paper X, kalaban, ang Guild. Kami nga pala yung mga casters, mga pala si Phil, at kasama ko, si Asuray. Ayos ba yan?
Ayos na ayos yun. Kita mo naman, nire-represent natin ang barangay.
Barangay Fort Bonifacio.
Bonifacio, oo.
Yun naman yun, di ba? Yung nakalagay, di ba?
Hindi ko lang sino gumawa na ito, pero barangay Fort Bonifacio. Ayos na yun.
Team Manila kasi gumawa nun, man. Kaya barangay
Ayaw nga
Fort
pala, shout ka pala
Bonifacio.
sa Team Manila.
Pero, kung napapansin mo, ito yan guys if ever you really want to be aggressive dito sa mapa na to, you know the best na talagang composition ng isang attacker, ilalagay mo si Brimstone. Actually, si Brimstone na lang kulang dito eh. Dapat si Jing nga wala dito, dapat si Brimstone nakalagay dito eh. Pero later on, we're gonna see it kung ano ba yung gagawin nilang strategy mga kaibigan. Kasi nakita man natin si Jing mga kaibigan with that stage, hindi ko pa rin talaga makakalimutan. Yung thrifty sila, yung literal na marshal lang yung, sheriff lang yung gamit ni Jing. Tapos sinugod siya ng 5 kalaban niya sa bilong ng icebox. Tapos match point na nila yun at inubos niya. Ace ang nangyari doon. Yun ang hindi ko makakalimutan dito sa Sage ni Jing mga kaibigan. Pero this is it. That is Syph already with 2K. He's super low right now. Wala silang sustain. They don't have any heal or whatsoever. But Mind Freak will gonna deny the possible diffuse of Trex right now with that snake bite on hand. Wala na siyang utilities ngayon pero nga lang Cold Meta is low as well.
8 bullets.
Lamang si Mind Freak dito mga kaibigan. Literal na kahit barilin mo yan sa dulo ng buhok niya, patay na yan! And Mind Freak will get that 3K. Ito at yun, Darwin, ito yung gusto ko sabihin kanina na ang talagang usual setup dito ng attacker dito sa mapa na to is syempre andyan si Chamber, tapos si Viper, tas samahan mo ng Breach, Neon, then Brimstone. Pag nagsama-sama yung mga yon, men, promise sobrang lakas ng attacking nyo. Pero hindi eh. Ang pinasok nila dito, si Sage. Tinanggal yung Brimstone. at least meron pa rin silang hold kahit papano. And to be honest, sorry tapusin ko lang. Itong lineup na to, good na for attacking, and at the same time, pag nag-switch sa second half, goods na rin for defending because of that double sentinel. Yun lang.
Yeah, tama. Kasi ang mentality nito is same din ng mentality for Sage on Icebox. Even though bilago na yung Icebox and everything, Sage Walls is still so pivotal para makakuha ka ng solid map control because of that solid wall, diba? Para makapag-push in ka, which allows them so much leeway to get in. So unless Guild really commit to destroying that wall, it is going to be very difficult for them to actually play that retake. And also, one thing na nasabi ko rin sa pistol yan na might not have been obvious para sa mga viewers natin and para sa iba din na nanonood ngayon, na yung ginawa ni Mindfreak, he actually deactivated his smoke nung dinidefuse na siya ni Coldamenta so that he can actually have that straight line of vision against Coldamenta when he was going for that 1 versus 1 clutch on the pistol. So really, really just good overall things coming out from PaperX dito. And the reason why I'm outcasting over this is, alam mo na,
holy my God!
Na PaperX. Oo, yan na.
Mga kaibigan, just on the
Honorary
things.
Filipino.
Oh no! Tinondo dun sa mapa mismo ng PaperX. Ipakita naman natin ng Coach Cam kung anong feeling na nasaksak sa likod, saksak patalikod mga kaibigan, wapak! Wala nagripuhan no?
Na nasaksak, wapak. Diba dapat?
Oh, gusto ko wapak eh. You know? Wapak! Yan, man. Si Benka, kitang-kita mo, gigilpe, no? Ano mo yung lip bite?
Sana all may nag-lip bite, diba?
Pag nagkita na tayo, lilip bite.
Sige, ano naman natin yan? TikTok content.
Di ba meron tayong PPGL TikTok content na nag-ano tayo?
Last year pa tayo, tagal na.
Meron tayong ginawa. Yung binuhat kita.
Oo.
I miss that. I like it when I'm carrying like, in real life though. But you're in this game right now. Ito na, Asaray, papasok sila napakadaming utilities ngayon. And si Neon, literal na malamaw sa galawan. And it's just the utilities na tinatapo nila kasi hindi sila talaga makakapasok dito. Sobrang bilis. Pero at least meron pa namang aftershock si Leo din so pwede makabagay kahit paano. Pero that is the double satchel, but he's gonna be punished by the players of PaperX right now. And si Ras, wala siyang pakialam kasi tinatamaan siya ng ultimate ni Brimstone ngayon. At least nakakapasok pa rin siya dito kahit paano. They have the position already. Forsaken literally full on HP. Ross, wala siyang damage dito at all. Oh my God, nakakuha pa siya. Nakapitas pa siya isa dito. Pero pushing it at 2v1. Sive the only man remaining and he's gonna be down in favor of Benkay again and again. Pre, isipin mo, Spectre lang ang gamit niya. Ito pa yung baril na gamit niya kanina pa. Pero isipin mo, panalo na nga sila nung wala silang baril at talo pa rin sila dun sa may pera sila.
That was an early, Viper spit din. On the third round, that was the Viper spit. So, yun nga, tama sabi mo.
Orbital strike!
Orbital strike ng ano yun? Nicole Dementa. Pump flash out sa PaperX. Pero tamang-tama ka. I think dahil sa sobrang dami ng utility. Alam mo yung picture na pinakita dati na napakadaming walls ng mga agents and everything. This is Valorant, mga ganon. Parang ganon na nakita natin dito sa particular round na yun. And because of that confusion, sobrang hirap. But the thing is, guilds still have to push in because they have to defuse the spike, right? And that gives leeway para sa PaperX. Para kita mo yung flank ni Benkay. That wasn't actually him on Dish primarily. Umikot siya papunta doon after they actually gotten that A main control.
Look, mind freak push in. Pero at least literal na inikutan ng mga players ng guild, yung mga players ng PaperX ngayon literal doon sa base nila. Meron pang tao sa kaliwa, pero mukhang wala ata. 3v5 mga kaibigan. I mean, yes, nakakasik lang sila. Yes, naka-sheriff lang sila. So, pwede sabihin that it is gonna be really winnable for the side of guild. Pero, what if hindi nila na-hit yung mga shots na kailangan nila. If ever nakapatay sila ng isa and makakuha sila ng barrel dito, might as well win that team fight. Pero syempre, he's gonna push in Forsaken with that ultimate right now. Might as well catch one down again, which is si Saif, mga kaibigan. Yes, oh my God! Nakuha niya si Forsaken kasi nga nakalitaw yung kanang part ng katawan niya. Pero, isa pa ang meron dito, which is si Benkay, and he's gonna go down to the hands of Leo. I mean, that is only a round for guild na sheriff lang ang gamit nila. May bumili isang Spectre, pero it's just yung pag-push nila dun sa may A main. That is really worth it.
One round na finally nakuha na rin dito ng guild. I was actually wondering kung kailan lang matitigilan dito si Forsaken kasi he's already gotten basically everything. So maybe hindi yung standard structured play ng Guild ang babagay dito para sa nila. They need something a little bit more malleable. Pero here's the thing, Vil. Bumalik na ang operator ni Scythe. This has always been the saving grace, I think, for Guild when they need something to bring things back. Pero the Vi on the other hand, he's brought himself yung tour de force and they're very cautious kasi alam nila na may pera ang Guild dito pambili ngayon ng sniper para kay Scythe. So they're playing it as calmly as they can. But alam na, this is also a thing. Pinapakita ng Guild ang utility nila sa A main and I think na nasa-sniff out ng Paper Rex na it's not gonna be Scythe playing with a breach. So if they go hard on A, they're not gonna be hitting against the operator player ng Guild dito.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi once naman na talagang makita nila, ma-read ni Scythe kung nasa yung mga players again ng Paper X, that's gonna be really hard for the players of Paper X kasi nga talagang literal na kakaharapin nila yung operator dito ni Scythe. Pero but at least napipigil na talaga ng Guild yung pagpasok na lang ngayon. Pero nga na 4 second mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down at least trade off ang ginagawa ngayon ni Leo. Calls Mensa into that corner, dito lang sa may A. Pero there's gonna be a slow pace push na pwedeng gawin ng Paper X again. Just they really need to utilize all the utilities that they have na natitira ngayon. Coldamenta just literally under that checking onto that corner as well. Scythe, nakakuha na siya ng oras dito for him to rotate all the way from B to A. And 3-2 it is. And Scythe, isipin mo, kahit wala sa kanya, kahit hindi sa kanya nag-push, yung mga players ng Paper Rex, nakakuha pa rin siya ng dalawa doon. Dalawa or isa.
I was actually gonna say nga, baka hindi ganun kaganda yung flank niya kasi it feels a little bit too late.
Yun nga eh.
Yeah, pero nakatime pa rin siya. I was also wondering kung, I wasn't paying attention properly din dito. Nasaan nalagay ni Davai yung trademark niya as the chamber player for Paper Rex? Maybe it's because he also died na deactivate siya or something, pero nag-flank si Scythe through the spawn ng Paper Rex dito.
Pero ito, if ever mag-push dito si Benkay, if ever, maririnig agad pa naglagay siya ng rendezvous dito sa may B. Dito sa may arcade, pero mukhang meron ata nagpupush sa kanya, which is si Coldamenta. Let's see if ever kinuha niya yung orb niya, he's gonna go down to the hands of Davai, syempre, with that headhunter. Pero at least ako siya na isa dito, pero that is the second swing na ginawa ngayon na Forsaken. I mean, ano yan, men? Pwede natin sabihin na kung makuha niya, di okay. Kung hindi na mapatay yung isa, di okay lang din. So bahala na siguro kung ano mangyayari din sa engagement na yun. Pero Scythe, with that advancement, nakapitas na agad siya ng isa. Literal na ang ginawa na dun sa smoke na yun, parang salisigang. Nakasalisi siya. Dun sa pag-push, dun sa pag-up ng smoke, pumasok sa bigla para lang syempre na makapita siya ng mga might as well 1 or 2, pero at least 1 is enough. Kumbaga, ando ka lang sa safe side. Ayaw mo nang magpaka-asim dito or whatnot eh. I mean, nakakuha ka ng isa, all you gonna do is out ka na. Diba? A kill is a kill already.
It's a very strong weapon para kay Benkay. Kagaya ni Jesse Vash, mahilig sila gumamit ng Guardian. It's a really strong weapon para sa kanya. Alright, it's getting flushed out by the aftershock ng counterpart niya though. Wala siyang time para get back into cover if ever man. He could have gotten hard to the right side, pero that would have mean that he had to cross and might as well force fight. Pero sinigrado lang ni Leo with the flash. I was wondering nga din kung gagamit niya sana yung Rolling Thunder niya, but it would have been very...
Hindi worth it eh.
Oh, hindi worth it? High risk, low reward.
Yeah, hindi worth it. I mean, of course, na gagamitin mo yung Rolling Thunder mo if ever na talagang probably that is a 3v3, 3v4 or talagang literal na yan gagamitin mo pang entry sa site. I mean, 1v3 na alam mo namang talo ka, na naka-guardian ka pa, I mean, that is the risk na hindi mo na iti-take. Pero tayo sa safer side, once again, tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ni Scythe, na sobrang safe maglaro. Na hindi talaga sila nagpapaka-overcommit. All they're gonna do, makapitas, out, yun lang.
True.
Kasi ano na yan yun yung disiplina na meron yung mga pro players. Na pagka-out na, tama na, out na. Kasi a kill is a kill already. Huwag ka na mag-overcommit, huwag ka na mag-overextend. Kasi pag nag-overextend ka pa, high risk, high reward yun. Pero kung namatay ka, edi sayang lang din. Nasa inyo na yung lamang, tapos nagpakamatay ka pa, o diba? Feeling ko ako na yung maglaro eh.
Saka, dagdag mo rin yung point na yung composition din kasi ng guild. Ito na actually gusto kong pag-usapan kanina eh. Bago nagsimula yung game na to, ang bilis ng start ng pistol round. was Paper Rex. Alam natin na sila yung isa sa mga nagpasikat sa Southeast Asia, APAC ng neon play, diba? Yung sobrang fast, explosive plays. Well, flip side naman sa EMEA with teams like Guild, sobrang slow mentality playstyle sila. Kung bakit ganito yung comp na natin, it's all about that hard control para sa Guild dito. And that's also supplemented by, sabi na nga, it's all about the low risk, high reward the plays, but it's also very much supplemented by how defensive yung agent composition ng Guild allows them to actually do that very defensive style of play.
Yeah, I mean, of course, na talagang medyo mahirapan dito talaga pumasok ang Paper Rex dito because of that breach. And syempre, samahan mo pa ng wall message dito together with the firepower na ginagawa ni Saif. Pero at least, Forsaken with a really good entry right now. Pero yung ginawa ngayon ng Forsaken, high risk, high reward yun. Yun yung isang example ng high risk, high reward, mga kaibigan. Nakapitas ka pa ng isa, pero naging aggressive ka pa. Naging sobrang nag-overextend si Forsaken sa area na yun, pero yun nga lang, that is Trex though, with a 2K right now, with a kill onto that showstopper. Tignan mo si Benkay, naka-charge lang yung aftershock niya, nag-aantay lang siya ng open na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila ng mga kakampi niya, pero nawala yung timing, men. Sobrang nagulat na lang si Benkay na sobrang pasok ng pasok yung mga kakampi niya na siya naiwan sa likod, hindi alam ko anong gagawin. Siya na lang sana yung magsusupport with all the utilities na meron siya. Pero it just meant sobrang layo nga talaga nila. Yung iba namatay pa.
Yeah, let them get the site, play the retake. Again, this is one thing na I think hindi siya na-realize ng mga, sabihin natin mga regular players, right? Yung coach pa rin ng Guild Yan! Yan dapat maglaro!
Yan! Diba? Yung mga tinuro sa inyo, that's my babies right there.
That's my baby Guild.
That's my baby Guild? Ay, nako, kanino ka lang. Pero,
nawala sabihin ko ulit. Nawala tuloy ako sabihin ko. Ayun! Ang laking bagay na makontrol ang Sands and Door sa pag-push ng A-site. Because again, it pinches players who are on A main that are trying to get back, or on A-site who are trying to get back onto A main. And you see how effectively Guild were able to do that with the help of Trex's ultimate. But this time, wala na silang pang retake na showstopper. Hindi na magkapanik ang Paper Rex because they're not really afraid of that one. And Benkay, ito po ba naman? Punta siya sa pinakadulo ng spawn. Spanning out Saif. Russ, no chance. He's opened the door already. Paper Rex were very much well aware. And 4-4. Medyo bawian na dito ang mga teams.
Pero at least kung check mo, talagang ginawa dito ng Guild, at least talagang napaklose pa nila yung game. Ang score din is literally 3-0, pero naging 4-3 pa nga. Nagkaroon pa talaga sila ng opening dito for them to get all the scores that they need. But it's just for this time na ilang ba ginamit na ultimates nila para lang syempre manalo sa mga rounds. Napakadami, men. Pero dito sa game na to, ilang ultimates ba ang ginamit ng Paper Rex? Pops, wala. At for sure, inaantay lang din nila yung Rolling Thunder ni Benkay for them to secure that site freely na sobrang bilis. Pero Forsaken, hinati ang mundo, going in ready here and B, mga kaibigan. Pero nasan ba yung mga extra utilities na pwede nilang iboto? Pero nga lang, Ross, he's gonna fall down to the hands of Benkay. And Forsaken, wala na siyang utilities dito, pero meron pa silang Viper Spit para syempre makapasok pa sila dito sa may B. Pero that is Forsaken just using all the utilities right now, plus that ultimate from Sai, we're gonna take him down. Pero yun nga lang, hindi nakapag-flip yung Sai, mga kaibigan. And that's a trade-off. That is the thing na ginagawa ngayon ng Guild, but the Vibe, we're gonna plant the spike already. 3v2, this is gonna be really hard for them. Pero at least si Cold Dementa, meron pa siyang molly dito, pero all the way from the backside right now, that is Cold Dementa trying to flank out these players, pero lamang si Benkay sa posisyon. Pero Benkay, let's see if ever talaga makakover ng kill na to, mga kaibigan, and just ina-anticipate na din talaga ni Cold Dementa na meron tao doon, at alam na nakitang-kita pa rin natin sa timing na they're doing right now. Napakaganda ng timing, plus literal na finalt line pa talaga para ma-sure ni Cold Dementa na siya makakapatay noon.
Oh, I see get the information, and meron pa naman 2v2 na nangyayari dito ngayon. Snakebite is still available, Viper Spit is still available, so yung DK damage plus yung molly ni Viper dito will force back yung Guild. So kahit man na piss off, not na piss off, but na pick off nila dito si Ben, I mean, maybe na piss off, nagalit siya siguro ng kahit onti man lang. His job there was to get information, not to survive. If nakakuha siya ng kill, cherry on top na lang yun. But other than that, very much well communicated for Paper Rex to actually do that play.
Yeah, and lalong-lalo na sa guild. Lalong-lalo na sa guild Pero it's just hindi din talaga nila na panalo yung round yun. Pero it's gonna be really hard for them to do that. Once again, that is a Viper spit. I mean, but right now, ilan yung ultimates na ginamit nila doon? Dalawa, Forsaken and Mind Freak. Pero right now, this is gonna be one of the hardest round na din talaga na pwedeng gawin ng guild because meron ng Rolling Thunder and Paper X plus all the utilities na gagawin ngayon ng Paper X. Ito sobrang, dito kasi sa Fracture mga kaibigan, sobrang important ng utilities. This is a really highly na utility-based map talaga. Kasi sa sobrang laki nito, sa sobrang tight ng mga angles nito, sa sobrang daming corners nito, sobrang kailangan mo talagang gumamit ng utilities dito, lalong-lalo ng mga AoE damage, mga AoE skills na utilities.
Pinataas sila parehas. Benkai has also used his Rolling Thunder in conjunction dito ngayon. Davai, is he safe from planting the spike? One for one. Hindi siya overpush ni Russ for the moment. Multiple players of Paper Rex are very far from the site dito Vil ngayon. As you can see, it's only really Forsaken who's actually onto the side itself, and Syph has connected one of the op shots. In conjunction with that, Mind Freak, does he have a lineup? Kaya niya bang tigilin itong defuse ito?
Hindi tumatama!
Hindi umabot.
Hindi tumatama yung aftershock kasi nandun siya sa pinaka likod nung spike and yung aftershock niya, if ever dun lang sa harapan. I mean, sayang. But still, at least bumabawi ang guild dito. Kasi, once again, this is one of their best maps as well. Dito sa guild. So, we're gonna get to see talagang literally the best of the best kung sino makakuha nitong map na to. Pero, alam mo ba, Darwell, kung sino may-ari ng guild?
Sino?
David Beckham. Seryoso?
Wow.
Okay, check mo. Actually, kanino ko lang nalaman nung nag-research ako. Ito, co-owner, David Beckham.
Grabe. Wow.
Tindi,
okay.
Diba?
Oh, makes sense. Parang si Shaq, di ba?
Parang si Shaq, di ba? So, ayun. I mean, share lang namin yung ano na ngayon, yung co-owner nila.
Sabi ko sa Snoop Dogg, hindi pala talent pala siya ng FaZe.
Oo.
Ano eh? He should be a co-owner though. Yaman-yaman ni Snoop Dogg eh. Anyways, sorry.
Ayun, share lang namin na yun yung ano nyo.
Nakasingit si Forsaken dun.
Pogi ni David Beckham, no?
Oo nga eh.
Yung mga anak niya.
Pogi sa kanya, yung jawline niya, grabe. Pag jawline natin, wala eh. Kay David Beckham.
Ano yung jawline?
Alam mo yung tipo na tulis babay, sa tulis jawline eh.
Jawline!
Jawline.
Jawline. Yung jawline niya. Oo.
Ano ba yung narinig mo sinabi ko?
Jolay. Hindi ko narinig yung N mo.
Sino si Jolay?
Hindi ko alam, men. Hindi ko alam, pare. Pero jawline pala. I mean, okay.
Jolay, kamusta ka na?
Tapos nung chinek yung jawline niya, wala namang kaming pinagkaiba ng jawline. Ang problema lang, medyo malusog lang ako kasi sa kanya. Kaya hindi kita yung jawline ko. Pero that is aftershock though, na ginagawa ng mga players ngayon ng guild para syempre kung meron man tao doon sa may guild niya. Pero this is a 3v2, this is gonna be really hard for guild. Mga comeback pa rin nila pero nga ng Defy all dito, but it's really hard for him to get the skill.
Wala eh. Ayaw niya i-tap mo na yan.
Gumalaw ba sa akin? Ayun, gumagalaw na.
Ay, ano ba nangyari?
Nag-freeze yung feed ko.
Okay. Wala. Ayaw ni Leo i-tap eh. Tap mo na yan.
Tap mo na yan. Para si Dax yun eh.
Dakilang topper. Anyways, kahit pinapanood natin itong particular round na to, hindi ko ramdam yung paano nakapag-position si Forsaken. Ramdam ko yung play niya. Hindi ko ramdam kung paano siya nakasingit ng ganong kabilis.
I mean, just neon things, guys.
Just neon things.
Things.
Lintik kayo.
Oh, of course. I mean, sinabi niyo yan, guys. Sinabi niyo yan, di ba?
Sinabi niya. In-game yun. So, pwede sabihin din yun.
So, sinasabi nga ni Jet, di ba? There are you little shit, di ba? Sinasabi niya yan, man. Sinasabi niya yan, tama? Sinasabi niya yan, man. Kahit paulit-ulitin ko pa. Pero that's gonna be the last time na sasabihin ko yan. Baka last ko na rin
ni David Beckham.
Ito na si Drax and Leo. Pagkabukas ng Metal Doors dito mga kaibigan, 4 agad na wala dito sa side ng Paper X, and that is a really nice read na ginawa ngayon ng guild. So it's all up to 1. Forsaken will gonna fall down. That is a really flawless round that guild did. What a fast round indeed. And to finish off with a sniper with dito kay Syph. crispy kasi ginagawa nila dito, and to be honest, it's gonna be really hard for me to know who's gonna win this. Kasi this is anybody's ball game, sa totoo lang. Can be Guild, it can be PaperX, pero we're gonna get to see, syempre ulit, yung capability ni Jing with that Sage. Kasi, man, promise, sobrang explosive.
To be honest, we started with a Benkai knife in round 2, so yeah, for them to bring it back after that works really well, because I think the ults that they started to get online, the amount of times that Trex is finding impact, really did bring them back in the game.
Yeah, I think some of the adaptations, especially when it comes to the A side, with like how they were retaking rather than really battling for it in a lot of the early rounds. I still don't think their B side hold was particularly good. I think they got caught out quite a lot by just how aggressive Forsaken was actually able to be, and some of the space he was taking in some of those rounds was still absurd. But yeah, this is an example of one of the retakes and some of the impact we saw from Trex.
It's not consistent though, right? You're not being able to get this over and over and over because they're pulling him like Ascent all over the map. It's just, I think the Ascent map gave them a little breather, a little lean into the ability and possibility that this stuff is about to happen. So we need to see a little bit more consistent. Now we're moving to the attack side, and this is where we really saw Guild struggle on Ascent.
Also, Jing too, if we want to talk about consistency, because obviously he's playing a different agent, and Saisho and Brent touched on it, but Tom, a significant drop-off in terms of kills for him in this one.
Yeah, I do think that this might be more so to do with their defensive side, like potentially going to try and lock off one side of the map while they aggress on the other. It's more of a, I guess, common way of doing it around that Sage, but it does remove the aspect of him almost being, I don't want to say the sidekick because he's never a sidekick, but the sidekick to Forsaken, because Forsaken will still be having to make those plays, otherwise you really do lose the value of having a Neon on the defense. So I'll be interested to see how they run it, but ultimately I actually think that Guild have a good opportunity on this attack. I think Trex is fantastic, and I think they have all the utility to set him up.
I mean, this is the best scoreline they possibly could have gotten after that start, but you said it at the beginning of this. I think Fracture is the most terrifying map to play against the defensive side of PaperX.
Well, it's 6-6 at the half. Definitely wasn't the same story from the first map, but let's see if Guild can actually take this all the way and get the job done. Back to you, Saisho and Brent.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, I certainly hope so. Honestly, a map 3 in this series would be a treat, I think, for our first game of the playoffs.
And they're going to push you from all over. And if you just look at the minimap and how Fracture is set up, when you start on the attack side, you barely have any space. You're so cramped. There's no corners to hide behind or cover. So if you get pushed, it is really difficult. This time, though, PaperX are playing a bit more of a conservative composition. And that's where I've got questions. Are they going to play conservative? And they're starting with a safe squeeze. What? He gets the doesn't get out.
No way! Right underneath the ropes. That's such a tiny angle, but still he will fall. Safe goes down, but the 4 players of Guild, they've got to just try and push their way through. Stunned up though. The trademark, the slow field, it's all activated. Trex, he does well. He does return back with a couple of more kills, and it's a quick re-push right into Arcade.
No!
The knife is out!
You've got to be kidding me! Jing and Russ both run out of bullets, and Jing adapts faster and pulls out the knife for a quick shank.
What is this? The Sage on Sage warfare, just fighting in the streets.
Jail Valorant.
It is brutal out here. It is brutal.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, for starters,
that.
the pace to be able to punish safe, I love. But then what's so dangerous about PaperX on the defense side is you try and reactively go and take B main, and they get slowed by a trademark.
Stunned.
And Forsaken is already running back to stun them. For the problem with PaperX and playing against them is that they know what your reaction is going to be, and they anticipate it. They know you're going to reactively take B from them, so they go back and deal with it.
Stun over the top. A bit of Guardian spam. That's going to be 2 kills rewarded, though. A little fight took place in halls on top of it, so despite the fact that this is a thrifty round for Guild, still looking more than dangerous.
Yeah, extremely doable, and this is Guild playing at their tempo. slowing things down now that they have the player advantage.
They would love to open this up with a quick shot. One head being found. Almost certainly turn this round properly in their favor. Still the disrespect being shown though. Damage being done. Divide just waits it out.
Here's the pick on the other side though. Coldamenta potentially getting gifted one from Matt.
Tayo. Tunay na mood. Ay, okay. Ay.
Grabe! Grabe yung ginawa ni kaibigang Jing, pare. Saksak paharap. Men! Bakit ka namin sasaksakin patalikod kung pwede ka naman namin saksakin paharap?
Front stabber, pare.
Pare, pero dito yung mga players ng guild, talagang literal na nag-force buy sila para lang syempre for them to secure all the rounds that they need. 7-7 at walang pera ang Paper Rex, and at the same time, guild, look at that. Barely having all these monies on hand. Hindi pala, mali ako. Hindi pala sila nag-force buy. Nakuha lang pala nila yung mga baril ng mga kalaban nila. Pero but still, at least, diba, nang thrifty nila yung Paper Rex dito, you know?
Well,
nalikuran pa yung isa, men. Ha!
Trying to, ay, nagwawala na rin yung coach ng... Hindi ko lang talaga parang birthday. Yeah! Sige! Kaya yan!
Paano?
Ayun o. Right off the break. Yeah! Sige! Kaya yan! Galing yan, bro! Woo! Kasi mga ganun yung coach eh. Nice one, kill!
Grabe yung hype ng Paper X tsaka ng Uy, grabe. Nagkawala na nga dito mga kaibigan. Ito na yung Great Wall of Paper X. Pero at least meron pa naman butas dito. Pero Jing, can he get that clutch? Probably not. 8-7 and Guild lumalaban at bumabawi. Once again, ito ang una nilang paglalaro. Ito ang una nilang laban dito sa mga games natin ngayon. Sino ang mapupunta sa tawag dito? Sa upper semifinals? Kasi I mean, this is the first day of playoffs already.
Bilis ang panahon, no?
Dire-diretso na to hanggang grand finals, man. 9 days na lang.
May 2-day break naman tayo.
Oo.
Para mapapay na naman tayo, diba? Yung tipo na muna. Rest and relaxation.
Hindi, gusto ko trabaho lang, pre.
Ay, workaholic ka pala eh.
Oh, man.
Oh my God! Huh?
Ang day 16 pala ako, wala.
Nakita mo yun?
That is explosive, to be honest.
Rotation on to B na tayo muna. Great stun. I'll delay so many of them. Benkai!
Perfect execution na ginagawa ni Benkai dito. Literal na one-man team ang ginagawa ni Benkai dito sa B. I mean, sige pre, bahala na kayo. Ako na bahala mag-hold ng B. Umikot na kayo kung saan nyo gusto. Itabi nyo. Ako na.
And with that, it forces Guild para mag-second guess muna. Try to readdress the angle dito ngayon, and that's perfect from Leo. 40 seconds left onto the clock. Plenty of time para sa Guild. Figure things out. Where do you want to go? The Vi is still alive, so this chamber utility will still get a catch if ever man. I like Sife's positioning. He actually has gone away from the trap, but it'll activate. It'll get destroyed. The Vi now knows there's a double satchel coming in para kay Trex dito. They haven't gotten A main. He actually TPs away, pero Saif already at the angle to get the punish dito. And he's not done. Mind Freak's been busted. And Benkai's the last to remain. You know this spike is gonna get planted down. And Saif with the off angle. Handa na ba si Benkai? If he does get the kill, Leo's right there for the refrag. So quick, Tito Vil, if ever man. Great shot from Benkai. He's isolated the fight. He still has an aftershock. Trex is holding the crossfire. But again, ito angle to Vil isn't really gonna allow for that. Oh!
Sayang.
Good wall bang.
May flash pa si Benkai dun eh. No? Sayang nandun talaga na hindi nila nakuha yung... Hindi na rin nila nagamit. Tsaka 13 seconds, less than 13 seconds. Siguro literally mga 7 seconds para siya magkaroon ng fault line. Pero at least, diba, ang bilis ng responde ng mga players ng Guild. Once na namatay agad na isa, biglang sisilip yung kabila. Ito yung, ito yung si Saif na makakatukoy ngayon eh. Pero ito yung mga players talaga ng, ito yung mga situation na kailangan na makabawi dito ang Guild eh. Pero, at least for Paper Rex, this is the best time for them to get this time out. I mean, they need to reconsider everything, what's going on. Kung bakit tayo natatalo dito. We really thought that we're gonna get the game the second half. But it's really not working for us, man.
Yeah, it's the second, this is the last time out for Paper X. Kung parang nilecturean sila. Alam mo, pag nabasag yung plato, ako magbabayad yan eh. Anyways.
Kaya huwag mong basagin ng plato, pare.
Kaya nga eh. Anyways, ang gusto ko lang sabihin dito, maganda ang entry ng Paper Rex in their defense. Nakikita mo kagaya ng hold with Ben and everything. Pero Guild, yung ability nila to stay calm under pressure and and follow through dun sa play nila. Grabe, may playbook pa yung coach ng may paper pa siya na pinaprint.
Oh man. Ganun talaga.
Handang-handa.
Oo, kasi sa sobrang isipin mo yun, no? Ang hirap pag coach ka kasi sa totoo lang dapat marami kang alam na play. Yung mga tipong sige tara push tayo ng mid tapos yung iba dito, ganyan. Para at least dalawa kayo magpupush dito para syempre may trade, ganun. Yung mga ganong klaseng usapan, yung mga trade-offs ang pinaka-importante doon eh. Tapos kung magbibilong ako, doon ako magre-recon, then sabayan niyo yung pagpasok ko, isang mabilis lang. Mga ganun, men. I mean, yun yung ginagawa dati ni Asray na naging coach eh. Oh. No? Tama, di ba? Tama, di ba? Naging coach ka dati.
For a little bit lang.
Oo, pero naging coach ka pa rin. So, yeah. On to the plays naman na ginagawa ngayon ng players ng PPGL, if ever, at least that is the Rolling Thunder na inaantay niyang freak. With the help of Mind Freak, mga kaibigan, if ever meron na siyang nakitang isang tao dyan, if ever na-confirm niya there's gonna be more than one, for sure, that is the Rolling Thunder na pwedeng gamitin ng Benkai, plus biglang papasok si Forsaken. Tignan mo. Yun na nga yung isa. Yun na nga! Would you like a book, bro?
Oh my God! Where did Mind Freak come from?
Actually,
nagtago lang siya.
Amen.
Yeah, nagtago lang siya. Nahuli niya si Trex na nahiwalay sa teammates niya. That was solid. Yeah. So Trex actually used double satchel. So nauna siya sobra sa teammates niya. And then, yung punish ng Rolling Thunder.
Oh my God!
Yep, just...
Forsaken! Oh!
Teka, nagkakamali na sila. Kalma muna. You're still giving Scythe. Scythe is a crack shot. You can't allow this to happen!
Forsaken! Literal na talagang kinumit pa na yun. Kasi ano na yun eh. Yung alam na 8 seconds. Ano na yun, bro? What do you call this? Parang bahala na kung ano mangyari kasi at the same time, wala na naman kayong oras. So magpupush na lang ako dito. Kung may mapatay akong isa, edi nice one. Ito yun, isipin mo, nag-slide lang siya, literal na nag-press D. Pinrest lang niya yung D, mapa-right. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa at hindi yun ine-expect ng mga players ngayon ng guild. And like what I've said a while ago, it's just kitang-kita natin na naka-charge up na yung Rolling Thunder ni Benkai ngayon. And it's just talagang kailangan natin talaga na ma-confirm ni Mind Freak na merong tao doon. Hindi gagamitin ni Benkai yung Rolling Thunder na if isa lang yung tao doon. It should be 2 or more para syempre sobrang solid din talaga. Kasi nga papasok si Forsaken, di ba? Pero Jing, with that advantage, I mean not advantage though, with that aggressiveness talagang literal na pumapasok na siya. Ito na yung Jing na hinahanap natin eh. Once again, kahit Sentinel si Jing, ang mindset niyan, pang duelist pa rin.
Paper Rex si Jing, di ba? Hindi siya Sentinel. Joke lang. Si Shroud yun nasa Sentinel dito.
Grabe ka naman, Dad. Grabe si Dad, oh. Alam mo sa to, medyo nagkaroon pa yung utak ko nun. Ha? Tapos nagets ko na nung Sentinels. Pala. Kala ko mali pa yung sinabi ko eh.
Hindi. Tama sa'yo mo. But yeah, Jing, incredibly proficient player. Actually, everybody from Paper Rex has shown to be very proficient because lahat sila can actually have a very wide range of agent pool.
30 seconds.
Diba? And it's kind of crazy to think that they can actually pull this off at such a high level.
Pero that is a 5v3 right now, and now
wow, walang takot.
Benkai literally flushing out everyone na makita niya but Leo with that spray and pray, but Benkai with a trade-off. And sobrang solid din kasi ng mga retaliation ng mga players ngayon dito sa both teams no. Talagang leave no man behind. Na once na merong nag-push sa inyo, literal na meron agad silang trade-off na pwedeng mangyari. It's just trade-offs, man. I mean, yun ang pinaka-importante. Pero sa ginawa ni Jing, sa totoo lang, that is actually na unexpected yun eh. For sure, nagulat din si Coldamenta na nangyari yun. Si Kiki, nasan si Marky? Ilan mo si Marky? Nawala si Marky! Hoy!
Trabaho pa ata. Oh, standard. Here it is. Classic PaperX push out onto B. Naghahanap sila, naghahabol sila. They don't spot anything. Guild. Okay, this is the perfect time for Guild to actually go straight para sa arcade. Push in. Aggressive. What's the delay tactics para sa PaperX ngayon? A little bit of the delay tactics. For the moment, Forsaken. Tamaan ng showstopper dito. Benkai on the position. What a shot from Benkai! But that orbital strike will flush him out ngayon. Vil, 3 versus 4 as the round continues. I love this angle from Saifma. Flash si Jing. Kung hindi handa si Jing dito, ay hindi handa ang isang other player ng PaperX. Matito na lang si Dabay at Mindfreak in a 4 versus 2. But somehow, Mindfreak, finalank niya ang flank ni Flanker. So ngayon, makakuha siya ng isang free kill.
Triple flank yun, men. Finlank yung flank ng Flanker. Grabe yun. Sa likod na talaga yun, pre. Pero at least Mindfreak gonna push in. Yung walang gagawin ng mga players ngayon ng Guild kundi magmamba out lang. May merong line up. Tinatap na nila. Pero nga, Saif will gonna take you down. Pero inside this Viper's Pit is Mindfreak. What do you think? Do you think ba na sana hindi na lang nag-Viper's Pit si Mindfreak doon? I guess hindi na lang eh. Kasi may lineup din si Coldamenta kahit paano, pero at the end of the day, wala naman silang idea sa gagawin ngayon ng Guild.
I feel like it's still, like, Viper's Pit on any round that's regular is gonna be useless on defense against Guild. So might as well just use it on a clutch round na lang. Kasi imagine if you use it on, let's say, A main, any position at the very start of the round, makikita ng Guild yan. They know immediately na there'll be less players to deal with because alam nila that Viper has to stick to her ultimate, right? So that thought alone, I think, makes Viper's Pit in this particular situation kind of not useful. So using it for clutch is not bad.
Yeah, so sana lang talaga sa mga ibang round na lang talaga ginamit, which is actually a really good thing. I mean, if ever sa simula ng round niya nagagamitin, I mean, it's fine. Para lang syempre, ma-force out yung mga kalaban niya, pumunta na lang ng ibang site. And yung isang site na yun na lang yung i-fortify nyo, di ba? I mean, like what you've said, yung mga clutch round, this will be really hard knowing na 3 pa ang kalaban nyo, 2 pa, tas 2 na lang kayo, and sobrang uncertain pa ng mga position ng mga ibang players ng Guild dito. Pero yung Forsaken, ito medyo malalim na to. Masyadong malalim to. Ginagawa niya, yun na nga yung sinasabi. Masyadong malalim nung pwesto ni Forsaken dito. High risk, high reward play ulit ang gagawin niya. Pero wala lang nangyari doon. Ang ganda nung read ni Leo with that fault lines na what if, sige, nag-wall sila dito. What if meron tao doon sa gilid? And that is exact thing that happened.
Great slow for Jing. That lines it up beautifully para kay Mindfreak. Don't miss the opportunity. He does not. Pero Coldamenta comes in for the flank. 2 versus 2. Medyo ipit-sigipit ngayon si Mindfreak. Playing on the stairs. How does Coldamenta still pick that back up? What a shot for Mindfreak! Pistol na natitira! Wala siyang bala!
Grabe
hindi
yung
kakayanin to.
Sobrang sayang lang din. I mean, kasi nga walang ammo si Mindfreak doon, pero we're gonna end it with a 9-11 scoreline. I mean, for Guild, 1 round away for that match point. I mean, kahit naman matalo sila dito, guys, pero pa naman silang isang laban sa lower bracket, so they still have a chance though. Pero mas masarap kung paakyat ka ng paakyat kung nasa upper bracket ka lang. You know why? Para syempre secured na natin yung mga points.
True.
Towards sa circuit point, syempre papuntang Champions. Kasi wala na sila pupuntahan eh. Kasi after this, pwede nating sabihin na ito na yung last nila. Kasi hindi na sila makakapag-LCQ eh.
Yun ang pinakamahirap dito.
Kasali ba to sa Champions? Feeling ko hindi eh. No?
Depende
ba sa points?
Depende sa points ako nag-champions ang Guild. I actually can't remember if Guild were the champions. But in any case, weak bye para sa Paper. Oh! Davai!
Zafai with a 3K, with a hindi pala thrifty. Pero but still, with a headhunter lang ang gamit niya. Capitalizing that ADS, mga kaibigan, popping the heads of Guild. And buhay pa rin ng Paper X. They really want to raise the banner of the whole Asia-Pacific region dito sa Masters.
What contact play para sa Paper X dito. Grabe.
Bam! Bam! Oh, crispy headshots, man.
Tawag natin dyan, guacamole.
Literal, pinigahampas eh, no?
Oo nga eh.
Di yung mall ko.
Hindi ko na sinabi. Napaisip na rin ako.
Sinabi ko na rin, di ba? Ako na bahala sa'yo. Alam ko naman na doon tayo pupunta, di ba? Doon na kita, pare.
Hindi ko na nga inisip na gano'n yun eh.
Kinala kita, men.
Tagal na naman.
Alam ko ang tabas ng dila mo, pare. Kayo na bahala kung double meaning ba yun o hindi, pero hindi. Okay, mag-alala. Ito na! Frenzy! Proteksyon bago umaksyon. Trying kita, Asoray. Mahilig ka ba sa Frenzy na barrel, bro? Or gusto mo classic lang?
Classic lang tayo dyan. Kasi classic is libre.
Oo, kasi pare-pareho lang naman ang ginagawa. Di ba? Pumuputok ang Frenzy, pumuputok lang din ang classic. Kasi pag gumamit ka pa ng Frenzy, gagastos ka pa. Di ba? Pero hindi mo sure kung makakapatay ka.
Mas mabilis pa yung fire rate mo pag naka-Frenzy ka. Di ba? Compared sa classic.
Oo, talaga brrrt talaga eh. Ganun talaga yung magagawa dun. Pero, davay mga kaibigan sa kapunta to the moon.
No damage done though. So back away muna sila. Ito yung point na Guild has to go aggressive. Pero since double snake bite used by Mind Freak, Trex, alam niya na, makakapag-double satchel sa dito. He's waiting for the utility of his teammate. So there it is. Alright, throwing it out. Fault line to delay. That is beautiful, but Trex hits the shot. I think the aftershock also helped out. Forsaken, mag-iintay muna siya dito ngayon. Using all of his things to delay even further. Nasaan yung spike pala? Nasa kamay ni Russ, excuse me. That's perfect. No time.
Ito na si Jing, nagwawala na naman si Jing. Ito yung pinakakailangan na kailangan natin makita kay paring Jing, mga kaibigan. Pero ang tanong, meron bang pera ang Guild? Yes, meron sila. And if ever matalo sila dito sa round na to, oh no! Save sila sa round na match point na ang Paper X. This is scary for the side of Guild. Ang tanong, ma-high blood ba si Coach? Or matutuwa siya o hindi natin alam nun?
Kaya ng Guild to. Meron silang Rolling Thunder. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Ang ganda ng ang ganda ng follow-up nila sa Rolling Thunder.
Showstopper, meron dalawa.
Ayun nga. Tama. Showstopper?
Oo. Si Trex, dalawa na lang.
Dalawa
na lang.
Oo,
dalawa na lang.
That's too aggro. Meron si Russ. That's too much.
Okay, so pwede talaga makakuha ng Guild dito ng Game 3. Yes, that could happen. Or a potential na OT, if ever. Let's see. If ever talagang mangyayari yan. Kasi next round, Asoray, Darwell, tawagin kang Asoray.
Bill, Justin.
Oo. Kasi hindi naman kasi talaga, I mean, meron pang pera ang Paper X if ever. So, naririnig to ng mga players ng Guild right now na meron na group. So, alam nung isa na meron dumadaan dito lang sa meron, which is narinig yun ni Brimstone, narinig ni Rage, tsaka narinig ni Breeze if ever. Pero at least, ito na binuhay sa patay mga kaibigan. 4v5, wala na silang oras, kailangan nila makabaw dito kahit papano. Pero ito na ang kalapag ng papag-develop. Ladies and gentlemen, para lang syempre mahirapan pa yung mga players kaya ng Guild. Pero that is the with the kill. One right na, pero meron pa dito ang fault lines para syempre mas mahirapan talaga sila papasok sa may A-main. Pero the clock is ticking, mawawalan sila ng oras. They need to push it right now. They need to defuse the spike right now, mga kaibigan. Or probably just do a 4-man save instead.
Yeah, save na yan. Wala nang pag-asa para sa round na to. They're hoping to force na lang the...
Okay na yun. Walang Rolling Thunder. Na-force out ng Paper X yung mga utilities dito ng Guild. And ang pinakamaganda dito, si Trex is wala pa rin siyang pang showstopper. Dalawang ulti orb pa rin ang kailangan niya. Yun lang yun. Dalawang ulti orb pa. So, kabahan ang Guild kasi nga wala silang ultimates ngayon. Pero in terms of Paper X, they have the Viper Spit. Sana gawin na lang ni Mind Freak dito. Man, mag-Viper Spit ka lang dyan sa Bitas. Iwan mo na yan. Ganun na lang, di ba?
Pwede. Wala naman siyang weapon din eh.
Yun na lang gamitin mo, man.
Meron pala.
Pero, yun na nga. Yun yung gagawin niya ngayon. para lang syempre ma-force out paano wag na kayong pumunta dito sa may short. In Mind Freak, probably you need to get that orb siguro or probably not or siguro i-bait out na lang niya yung, ano yan, yung orb niyan. Pero Forsaken gonna push it already. That is actually a big information already dito sa side ng guild. Talagang ang iniisip ng guild dito, hala, binaril yung trademark natin doon. Baka nagpupush sila dito sa A-main for us to go inside dito lang sa may drop.
Well, Guild have actually done the same sa drop. They've destroyed yung trademark ni Divine naman. And that's gonna at least mess up yung how the control of the map happens para sa Paper Rex. This is gonna be incredibly stressful though kasi again, I'm going back to my same sentiments. Kahit man nag-ultimate si Mind Freak, it's not really the biggest of threats. Although I do like how he spread out his utility. Kita mo yung smoke ni Mind Freak actually is placed on the A site. So this is still going to be incredibly weird. That push from Paper Rex now works in their favor because Syph is down. So no more anti-flanks para sa Guild dito ngayon. And this is perfect. They can hold the angle. But look at kung saan nag-push ngayon ng Guild. 20 more seconds remaining. It's only... Actually, no. It's gonna be 2 players on the B side. Meron pang full utilities. Benkai, if he just plays a little bit safer, throws out the flash, this could be perfect. Pero hindi nagkamali. Coldman has gotten the headshot.
Dude, meron kang utilities mo, hindi mo ginagamit yung utilities mo. Pero siguro, I mean, might as well take you down instead. Pero Mind Freak, mga kaibigan, wala na yung kanyang Viper Spit. And that is already the lockdown na meron ang guild dito sa may B. Marami pang utilities dito. Pwede na lang iba to, mga kaibigan. Para syempre talaga makabawi pa sila kahit pa paano. Pero yun nga lang, Jake will catch one. This is gonna be a 3v3 right now. Pero si Russ will trade-off right now. And in terms of utilities, si Mind Freak, meron pa naman siya mga snake bite dito. Ito ang pinaka-importante. Si Leo, meron siyang fault lines, mga kaibigan. In 40 seconds, pa niya magagamit yan. Pero Diyos ko po, Jake will not gonna stop on defuse.
No defuse!
Oh my God! Jake, pinusuan niya. Pagka-tap niya sa spike, hindi na niya nilayuan. Hindi na niya tinigilan na pinusuan na yun.
Bros, don't
fake.
Yan.
Man, nabato ba ni Trex yung showstopper niya? Or hindi nabuo yung... Hindi, diba?
Hindi niya nabuo, yeah.
Oh, first OT, ganda. I love it. I love this game, to be honest. Pero mas love kita. Trust me.
Love you too. Nice one.
Love you too, bro.
Grabe, walang katakot-takot si Jake.
Post-plant nila no? Pagka post-plant nila, tara mamba out.
Pero I mean, you'd have to admit that was actually really smart, diba? Kasi who would think that you would just stick the defuse now when you've popped already the shots out in the open? Because that spike was planted out for open eh.
Ang daming utilities man, pero ito na yung first OT, mga kaibigan, pero wala tayong narinig ngayon. Pero that is Forsaken, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God! That is a flick from Forsaken. Again, we'll take down one, pero si Trex at least ako siya ng isang kill dito. Pushing ito 4v3 and everyone gonna rush in here in A. Pero meron pa naman silang mga wall dito na pwedeng gamitin ngayon ng Jing. Pero nga lang, at least Jing trying to smart out this player. Namin, talagang literal na ginagamit talaga nila utak para syempre ma-outplay nila yung mga players ngayon ng guild. Isang tao dito sa may drop and Mind Freak gonna push. And sobrang aggressive na ginagawa ni Mind Freak ngayon. Pushing it to a 4v2 and it's all up to Leo and Trex. Pero in terms of utilities man, walang-wala na. Si Trex na mag-isa and he's gonna go down to the hands of the buy with a 3K 13-12. Woo! Ang lakas nila sa attacking, grabe. Dire-diretso, ang bilis nung nangyari.
Bumalik ang sound sa atin after nakuha yung round na yun.
Oo.
Pero ibang klase si Forsaken Mount Flick. Ito, you know. Grabe. What a transfer from Forsaken. Just absolutely disgusting para sa Paper Rex. Nice one, bro. Nice one. Fist bump.
Sanay maglaro ang Paper Rex na hiwa-hiwalay sila. Just admit it, man. Kasi dito lang sila nagsama-sama, guys. Kasama-sama lang sila pag Masters. But now Davai, ang ganun ang ginawa nila. Kasi if ever mapatay si Davai doon, may trade na pwedeng gawin ng Mind Freak. Pero it's all up to Benkai, mga kaibigan. Nakapatay siya ng isa, pushing ito 4v3. And in terms of utility, wala na silang smoke. Pero meron pa naman silang mall dito, mga parang cold na menta. Was take one down, hindi tumama yung operator ni Divine, and they know it na naka-operator si Divine, so wala siyang armor. Jing will catch one, but he's gonna go down into the hands of Leo, pero meron pa down dyan! Forsaken! Davai, 1v1 with a great one. Russ versus Davai, both are sentinels, pero was gonna get
Holding
that
the
kill.
operator though.
Yeah, Davai, nag-phantom na siya, and Davai will end it all 2-0 in favor of Asia Pacific.
Oh my God. I hope we get a replay of that, Vil. Narinig mo ba nag-footstep si Davai dun sa corner bago yung site? Tapos sa patingin si Ras dun kung saan siya nag-apak. And si Davai nasa nasa site na itself. He wasn't expecting that.
Siya.
What a smart play from Davai if that was intentional.
Nag-ano siya I mean, for sure, hindi na isa-stick yung round niya with an operator. Kasi alam naman niya na merong malapit na baril sa harapan niya. So, if ever talaga na he's gonna clutch it, he did it in a perfect way possible.
True. Very, very, very true. Ganda. Sobrang ganda ng play. Hindi in-anticipate. And nakailang Tondo things ang Paper Rex dito? Dalawa. Isa kay Jing, isa kay Benkai. Sino ba pinakamadaming Tondo things sa isang game?
Si Vash.
No? Pero hindi nagpapatalo ang Paper Rex.
Oh,
baka kunin nila ang
you know. Pow!
Cut! Chow! Ay, wait. Ano ba yung sabi mo kanina? Kapow.
Kachow. Pro play.
Pro player. Sabi yan ni paborito kong superhero, si Lightning McQueen.
Si Lightning McQueen, di ba? Ano lang siya, men? Ang tawag dito, talagang literal na fast. Gotta go fast.
Galit! Sige!
Yes!
Sana all may watch party.
Oo nga Itong PPGL naman, guys, watch party naman talaga to Itong pinapanood natin.
Oo, pero syempre gusto natin ng live. Tara, renta natin ng Araneta Coliseum.
Oo nga Uy, ito na si laging galit.
Coach Galit.
Laki ng tao ng EMEA nanliit ng mga taga-Asia Pacific
Okay lang yan. It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
Perform.
And use it.
Tama. Dito si Darwell, di ba? Yan. Isa yung one big representation ng quote na yun, guys. Ay, siya ang kulit. I-edit sa Forsaken, man.
Yan.
I really love the energy of Paper Rex.
Forsaken, nakataligo lang sa camera
Huwag niyong kakalimutan, guys, na ang Paper Rex sila ang nagdala ng bandera ng Pilipinas nung hindi nakapunta ang Brand Esports sa Berlin.
At yun na, ang first series of the day, done and dusted. Kita niyo naman kung gaano katindi ang pinapakita ng Paper Rex na. Pero, Vil, close match ang Fracture. Inisip natin na baka quickie lang ang Fracture, pero hindi. It's a long session.
Pare. Marami silang budget, pare, pang laro talaga. Pero, but still, diba? I mean, nakita na natin yung literal na power ng Paper Rex dito. To be honest, parang like what you said, I really thought that this is gonna be a 2-1 in favor of anyone. Could be Guild, could be Paper Rex as well. Pero, but still, talagang sa game number 1, there is a 13-4 scoreline. Literal na dinurog ng Paper Rex ang Guild dun sa mapang pinili ng Guild. Pero right now, dun naman sa mapang pinili nila, I mean, Fracture, mga kaibigan, that is actually a really good map of Guild as well. And in terms naman of map, sa totoo lang, itong Ascent, kahit malakas, kahit Guild ng pumili ito, sa totoo lang, I mean, malakas din naman ng Guild dito Pero literal na minaras na talaga sila. Kasi ito yung mga basic maps na sobrang daming monstrats or whatnot Pero yeah, Darwell, I mean, this is our last na cast together sa buong buhay ata natin. Siguro. Oo.
Matanda na siguro tayo sa susunod na cast natin.
Oo, matagal na tayo. Magkikita tayo siguro mga after 6 months ulit. Pero I mean, it feels so good casting with you again, brother.
Yes, brother. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go na. We're gonna leave it into the capable hands of sino ba susunod sa atin? Si Ray at si Hanek Lace. Nako po for the next series. So guys, see you in a bit. We'll be right back.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Come through with the crew where you at, and I got enough room, number 2 in the back. Certain man can't move from the trap, so you know we don't move like that. Cruise to the venue, dressed in black. What's on the menu, don't hold back. What's to the end soon, bro, that's fact. Now they wanna roll through, come get yacked. Sometimes don't change. Still get waved, but the same 4 walls still drive me insane. I'm drawing curtains, head still hurting. Looking out window panes for days. Still learning these different ways. Ain't worth it to sit and complain. Left burning these tracks in the rain. Back to the future, back to the days. Back to the cruiser, back to the raid. Big backs on the spruce up, getting waved. Black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat up, spitting flames. And I'm back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple walls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Coming like Mad Max, don't even care, man. Going on air tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man. Back to the cruiser, back to the raid. Back to the cruiser, back to the raid. Big backs on the spruce up, getting waved. Black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat up, spitting flames. And I'm back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple balls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Coming like Mad Max, don't even care, man. Going on bare tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man. Nah. Didn't even pay for the fare, but they carry on like I was never there. So I come back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple bottles in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Don't even know where my head's at. Lights in the rave, giving man
Boxes, acting like feeling obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
What a way for PaperX to make their mark here at Masters Copenhagen. They take their first game against Guild, who have looked great. But today, guys, it just felt like PaperX just looked better.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking like a contender, actually. And it's interesting and good to see because they actually fell early against DRX and had to fight through the lower bracket. That's where we really got a taste of what PaperX could show. This time, it's different.
Yeah, I guess DRX are one of the only teams that ever really be able to battle with what they have, throwing at different teams. I will say, though, that Guild, in terms of the craziness, they managed to almost deter them in a lot of the rounds we saw within this tournament, or within this matchup. So I think Safe especially had an incredible matchup, but Coldamental was up there as well. And I think he had a solid read. There were some rounds that came to almost incredibly close details, like not playing enough people on the site and having incredible mid-round calls, but that's not kind of PaperX.
Not shooting the defuser?
Yeah. It's a small detail, but a small detail.
Yeah, and speaking of detail, let's revisit this round. It is just ridiculous.
Well, that was the thing. You can actually sort of see almost the rotations that were coming through on the other side of things, and it was just an impressive showing from Forsaken in this round, but also the utility that they actually used in these sort of scenarios to delay.
This was the round where Guild took forever to actually push through, and we're like, oh my god, this is completely different, super jarring. And it's just all quiet from PaperX. They're not pushing anywhere. And usually, you know, my 11-month-old daughter, if she's not making any sound anywhere, it's because she's doing something silly, right? So Guild is just playing a bunch of babies on the other side.
It's too quiet.
Well, one man that's not been quiet ever since the first day he debuted here is Forsaken. He just keeps getting better and better. It's such a joy to watch him.
Yeah, that Neon was so impressive. The dude is just always... And it's funny, too, because he plays at such a pace that you expect his team not to be able to keep up with, and he's getting that amount of kills, getting across the map, all sorts of different things. But also, his teammates feel like they have Neon buff, too. Like,
I will say there are some rounds where they definitely could not keep up with him. it's just him coming in on a flank or peeking an angle, and you just think, there's no way you're sticking around here. But that's why Forsaken is so hard to play against, is even when he makes a bad play sometimes, you're like, I can see why you did it, because the next time you do, you're going to get 3 kills.
Yeah, he just, the confidence, right? He never hesitates. He just commits
you know, COVID's hitting him really hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I wonder how they're going to play when he comes back on stage. That's going to be kind of crazy.
I just love as well how they're including him in every single little thing.
Yeah. Do you know what? I had a lot of fun that map. Let's revisit some of the highlights here in our Prime Gaming post-match highlights. phenomenal so far in this tournament. But the question is, have they finally met their match in Paper X today?
Disrespect. Nice! Come on! 13-4 is a scoreline. Another day in the office, it seems like, for Paper X. Adios, muchachos! Nice! That's how we play VALORANT, boys! Nice!
One enemy remaining.
Under the belt of Paper X, they make their way for the first time in Masters into this upper bracket.
It was really, really close towards the end there, but the scary thing is Guild are now in the lower bracket. They haven't been in that position yet here at Masters, and they haven't had the best results in the past when they find themselves in the lower bracket.
I'm super happy because EU versus EU
bracket. Oh, for the love of God. I was going to be like, why are you happy about them in the lower bracket?
I just needed to get a ribbon at you guys.
Tom and I are not very happy. But speaking of EU, Mitch is here actually on the show with us today. He's actually standing by right now with Ben Kai in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. That's right, I have got the Fade main himself here. We got Ben Kai rolling in for a post-match interview. First of all, congratulations on a very successful debut here in Copenhagen. Yes, very good game from you. Even had a knife thrown in there as well, a little bit of style. I love it, man. But let's talk a little bit about getting here all the way to Copenhagen. Your travel was a little bit tough, right? You guys didn't have the cleanest of rides over.
Yeah, so all the guys that were traveling from Singapore, we had all of our luggages delayed, and most of it was left in Singapore by the time we reached Copenhagen. And when it finally came, we had to actually send down our manager and CGO to the airport to get the luggages. It was all piled up in a really huge stack.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's a couple days without luggage. You know, you really get to settle in Copenhagen in the same outfit for a couple days. But then you guys got settled in, right? And everything was looking good. You're getting your practice. And then you get hit with this case Forsaken, locked in the hotel room. I wanted to ask you here today, could you feel the impact of that as you were playing here on the stage without your friend?
Obviously, it's sad for us that we couldn't have him along. Like you saw, in the post-match celebration, we left a little gap where we could put Jason, and I guess he does feel the same, that he's sad that he couldn't come with us. But we did say we knocked the door in his hotel room before we left, and we were just like, bye Jason, have a good match, that kind of thing, you know.
Oh, it's so sweet, man. I mean, I can imagine not having the W gaming here in the arena. It's a big difference. But talking about the arena itself, you played today. You didn't play in front of a crowd, and your next game won't be either. But I think it's fair to say, right? You've got champs locked in at this point. Is that the real goal here, to get in front of the fans?
For us at Paper X, the team's goal this year was just to qualify to all of these events. Yeah, so we really did that. So right now we are just sailing and just taking whatever result we get, man. We're just here to have fun.
Exactly, everything is a bonus, right? Yeah. And that's fantastic. Now, starting out this game here, Ascent, we saw that map pick come in. I was actually chatting with some of the other players who were coming in, getting their makeup done, and they were like, yeah, but this is Paper X's map pick. Obviously, you guys have, I don't think you've even given double digits away on that map regionally this year. It was strange for us to see that as Guild's pick. How did you guys feel seeing the veto pan out like that to start?
We kind of predicted the veto already. We didn't really expect them to pick Ascent, honestly, but we knew that they were gonna ban Bind, definitely. I don't think any team except Fnatic would be in their right mind to play us on Bind. But when they picked Ascent, we probably knew that they did their homework, and that we had to adapt by just changing up some of our small habits that could give them a tell, and we just adjusted here and there. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I'll leave you on this one. Bind, no other team but Fnatic, you said. Well, you actually might get to play them, right? It's Fnatic and FPX vying for that spot up against you next. Is there an opponent there that you want to see? And would you be so bold as to give us a prediction for our next series?
I wouldn't give a prediction, but all I'm going to say is I just want to do a walkout with Boaster. Both of us together.
Walkout with Boaster. I would love to see that, that's for sure. And you know what? We're going to get to see a Boaster walkout in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us here at the post-match interview. And for now, we're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, Fnatic and FPX is going to be on your screens.
cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. I'm Yingsu. I'm back here with Bola, and Mimi is going to join us for the second match.
Ooh.
Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Should be a good one. It's the match that we get every week. Another week. Time for another Fnatic versus FPX. Yes.
I feel like we are due for a Fnatic FPX. It's about time. But let's talk about
that time.
Let's talk about Fnatic first, because we just seen one of the first seed teams from their region absolutely show up on the server. Now, Fnatic, I would say, Bola, coming to this tournament is one team that everybody has been waiting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a rematch between Fnatic and FPX that we've seen so many times, but this is a first here, I think, at Copenhagen. We get to see Alpha Year for the first time ever on LAN, and we get to see Durka for the first time in 2022.
He left his hotel. He's there.
He got out. It feels like a miracle that he's finally made it. I mean, it was really tragic that he was unable to play at Iceland, but this guy has been jockeying to prove that he can be that best player in the world. I think he's up there in contention with players like Ye. This is really his opportunity, and he finally gets to play. Fnatic finally get to show us what they truly are.
I mean, this is the thing, right, with Durka. We haven't seen him play on LAN this entire year.
Nope. Yeah.
And we keep saying that he could be one of the best players, but he's got to prove it, because we haven't seen anything of him.
Yeah, typically, I mean, we saw him a lot last year. Typically, he is absolutely insane. This Kojo tweet back.
Yeah, I mean, Kojo is right. You know, coming from EMEA, we've seen this matchup so many times. I was saying this to you before, Mimi. It's just blended into one ginormous match in my mind of Ascent and Icebox. Just Ascent and Icebox over and over and over and over and over again.
And sometimes you're...
Yeah,
and
as
it doesn't
a treat.
work. And they're like,
you get that as a little bit of a gift on occasion. But yeah, these teams have played each other so often, and the fact that Fnatic has won every single time is really impressive, because FPX, in my opinion, is a team that loses really well. When they lose, they go back in, they make the changes, they switch up the compositions, whereas, you know, Fnatic's just been consistent. They just keep winning. They are such a solid team that FPX has never been able to best.
And
really.
I think the prior narratives of Fnatic on LAN will come true, right? Durka, we were talking about him. He's always much better on LAN. He has a LAN buff. This guy's an animal in this sense. But also, when Boaster's on LAN in a full squad, this guy looks crazy too. He hits the nastiest clutches.
Yeah, and I think we've mentioned some of the key players already, but one guy he hasn't been on LAN. Nope. He has never even left his country before this tournament is Alpha Year. We have a lot of questions about this guy, but, you know, talk me through what happened in that post-Iceland phrase, Mimi, when Fnatic decided to bring this guy in. Who is this guy?
I mean, he's just kind of a player that came out of nowhere. Really young Turkish guy who is just demonic. They pick him up for Fnatic, and it feels like every single time this team makes a roster change, they improve, and that is no exception with Alpha. This guy has been an absolute beast online. In the grand finals of EMEA versus FPX, he was something like plus 30. He has been pounding, and he's not even playing the same star role every time. It's some of the raise, some of the killjoy. It's the flexibility in which he fits into this roster while still performing at an insane level, and the guy's only 17.
Yeah, this is an absolute hidden gem from the Turkish scene, and just speaks to credit again to Mini and Boaster's scouting skills. The Fnatic scouting is insane. They constantly find these guys from that most people have never heard of. This guy comes from the VRL with Surreal Esports and dominated from there. And they're like, yeah, I mean, immediately, let's get him. Like, let's get this guy power upgrade. And it has worked so well.
My question is this a crutch for Fnatic? Do you feel like if Alpha doesn't show up, then they're not going to be able to perform here? Like, previously, if Durka doesn't show up, they're in kind of a dire situation.
Yeah, I mean, they have Durka to rely on. So I don't necessarily think that that's the case. But I also think that Fnatic is really good at making sure that their players show up. They've constantly come to LAN with new players, right? Constantly. That's how they started out at Reykjavik 2021, and they made it to the finals against Sentinels, played a great series. At Champions, they come in as well. They just keep improving with a lot of these new players. So that, again, speaks to just the environment that they're in. They're really teaching these young guys.
Yeah, they brought some new weapons this time around, but one guy who's come to LAN a few times now, you guys know who he is. Let's hear from Fnatic's Boaster.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hello, my name is Boaster, and I play for Fnatic. For Fnatic to go all the way, all I need are two strats. Durka go kill, and Althea go kill. Despite the loss at Iceland, we kind of just were like, we know what our goal is. Like, we want to lift the trophy this year, and that is our goal. So like, we're not going to be sulking and being little crybabies about losing at Iceland and like, that's it, the year is over, GG. No, we're going to get back on the server, get back on the grind.
Boaster on the back line's going to spray him wildly, gets to...
I don't actually see ourselves as the favourites, even though like everyone else does. Yes, I do think we could win. Yes, I do think we're the strongest Fnatic's ever looked right now. But I don't like to just say like we're the favourites or you lot are gonna lose, boo. I think it's just like I'm gonna respect my opponents and take it game by game, you know, round by round, day by day.
You gotta stop it, Booster!
No way! No way!
It's how Fnatic close out the map!
Until we lift a trophy, or 1 or 2, maybe 3, job's not done. It's really exciting to be back here, competing again, this time with a full roster, and hopefully we're gonna be lifting the trophy at the end.
As Bosa said, with a full roster, the best they've ever looked, and Mimi, it's no secret that they are a serious contender. They're expected to go deep here.
Yeah, I mean, they have found themselves in such a comfortable position in this meta. This team just keeps on proving. But the thing I took away from that video was really just like the fun. This team is is a team that just has joy, has fun when they are playing, and it's a positive environment for players to be in. I think for Alfie, so I was a little bit shyer than everyone else in the video, but still being in an environment like that, being hyped up by your teammates, being enabled by them, really lets you strive. So I'm not super worried about him heading into this.
You like the twerking, basically. That's what you're saying.
You're really expanding from what I said.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Out of my words.
Who doesn't?
I just like good Valorant. So that's all I'm here for.
Well, speaking of good Valorant, we have seen some brilliant Valorant already from FPX. They've come in with a stand-in, and despite that, Bola, they made it out of groups.
Yeah, they did. And Angel leading this team, Artis being the bombastic character that he is. I think this team is really gelling on LAN. And yeah, the group was maybe a little weaker on their side from, you know, Xerxia, Northeption, DRX was in that group as well. I think still they came out very good looking. These guys with a sub, they're basically trying to hold on for Sugetsu to get here, and they've almost done that, but not quite, so they still have to get one more step.
It feels like the curse just keeps continuing for these guys. They don't get to play with someone at the previous event, or they don't even get to play, period. Now they come on and you're playing with the sub, you think you make it, and then it's just one day too soon to get Sugetsu in the server. But regardless, the mentality after taking that loss in losing out on a player has been massive for these guys. They have just focused up. They're a really flexible team. Even with a substitute, they have been playing fantastic.
Well, they have no Sugetsu, but they have Xiao, Bola, and that is more than enough for them.
Yeah, this guy in some cases makes the argument that he's the best player at this tournament right now. And I think it comes down to just because his clutches are so impressive. So we narrow in on that, and he has the most clutch wins out of anybody so far in the tournament, at least at the start of playoffs. He's won 2 1v3s, and he has a 31% clutch rate. It is just ridiculous what this guy's pulling off.
I mean, I don't think anyone else has been finding the same level of success yet at this tournament. You think about the game versus DRX. The reason it was so close was this guy was continuing to pull them over the line with absurd clutches. Versus Northeption, it was the same story. Whenever FPX is in trouble, Xiao is the savior. And it's on a variety of roles as well. Fade, the main one, but we've seen him pull out the Jet. Again, FPX is a team where flexibility is their key, and they do it even in their stars.
Well, the issue is, Fnatic, no one is more familiar with Xiao and what Xiao can do than the current roster of Fnatic. They know exactly how they play, but at the same time, FPX, like you said, they're flexible. They can just change it up.
You say that, but Fnatic has never played FPX on LAN.
That is true.
And I think this is a different Xiao, to be honest. He's a monster online, but he's been a monster on this stage.
Yeah, he has indeed. And I mentioned this earlier, you know, every time they face each other, we've had Icebox and Ascend and Icebox and Ascend. Let's take a look at the map vetoes today. Are you guys expecting Icebox and Ascend?
Probably. I would imagine it will just be the same thing. These teams have a lot of consistency. I mean, Fnatic are always just sticking to their guns because it works for them. They are the best Icebox team in the world. I think it's fair to just outright say that the way they play this map is impeccable. They were pioneering, playing the Killjoy here, flanks are excellent, and the fans coming through thus far, it's the same. Breeze and Bind, gone. This is the same as every time.
Yeah, and it actually always leads to a free win for Fnatic. FPX is consistently trying to get you know, some comp, something that works against this behemoth of a comp from Fnatic, and nothing works. They tried your route, doesn't work at all. It's really hard for me to see this going any other way.
Yeah, and we do actually get Haven as that first one for FPX, but this is another map that we've seen a few times across this team. However, in this tournament, FPX has been looking fairly solid here. I think it's an all-right pick for them going on in, but Icebox being that solid ground, I would still expect Ascent to be that final map. So even if FPX can pull something off on Haven, they still need to best their demons on one of those two maps.
It does feel like you said, Vala, the icebox, usually if you leave it open for Fnatic, so far in stage 2, it has been a free win. But Haven and Ascent, I think it's kind of leaning more FPX's way.
Yeah, I would think so. I always find Fnatic has a strong Haven, but yeah, you might be right here. Ascent definitely historically has been going FPX's way, even though Fnatic has played really good on that map in the past and kind of pioneered a little of what FPX does on that map. Maybe they kind of did it at the same time.
Sure.
But yeah, I think I agree with you.
What about you, Mimi?
I am still of the opinion that I think, especially considering that they are playing with a sub coming in towards this pool, just map 1 and 3 are so good for Fnatic. I really don't see a world where FPX can beat them on Icebox. This team is impeccable there. FPX have tried so many different ideas. None of them have worked with a substitute as well. I don't see them finding something new. And Ascent, well, we've seen better stuff from FPX there. I still just have a lot of faith in the way that Fnatic plays on that map. I would expect this to go this direction, and I think it's even possible for Fnatic to 2-0 here. Haven is not a bad map for them in any regard.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I like that. Lukewarm take, I feel like. Maybe a lukewarm take.
It was the complete
the
opposite
soft
of what we
hitting
said.
analysis.
But thank you guys for now. We're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, you guys are home. We're going to be right back with the Agent Select.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
All right, everybody, this is it. It's time to bring out the top 2 seeds from EMEA. It's Fnatic and FPX. This EMEA rivalry stretches back to the dawn of Valorant. They face each other 8 times, but this is the first time on LAN. Like you said, Vala, this could change everything. It has not been favorable for FPX so far, but Fnatic, they haven't faced the LAN FPX, and they look better here, even with a sub.
Yeah, and they haven't played on LAN at all yet. Usually they do start very strong, but this is a different iteration, and the stakes are different as well. They're already in playoffs. It's a double double elimination bracket, and they're fighting for champions. All 3 EMEA teams are in a race, so this head-to-head means so much for Istanbul.
An absolutely massive game here, and again, the pressure has got to be on for Fnatic. People have been heralding them as one of the favorites coming into this event. They have looked fantastic online, but a lot of new players here on LAN, and FPX, they have been through the ringer. So many close matches, so many overtimes here on this very stage. They are ready for this one, even if the past hasn't favored them.
And the start is perfect for them, right? They get to play Icebox as the first game on LAN. I don't think they would have wanted to play any other map. Teams have in the past been criticized for leaving it open for them. Do you guys feel the same about FPX? Should they have given them bind and not let them play Icebox?
I think so. I mean, every time these teams play, Icebox gets let through. Fnatic picks it first. They win it dominantly. Again, FPX have tried different ideas, have yet to find that solution. I know they have faith in their coaching staff and in their leader in Way of Angel to find an improvement, a new idea to shut this down. But I just think Fnatic is so damn good on Icebox that you're better to face them elsewhere.
I absolutely think it's a mistake to leave Icebox in the map pool. Bind for Fnatic has been great as well, but it's somewhere I think that it's still explored. We haven't even seen it that much from them because teams aren't taking it against them at all.
And it speaks even more volumes to how good they are on this map because there's so much tape of them playing it. And it is the same comp, a pretty similar style every time they play. Their Killjoy in mid, they flank on the defensive side. It's incredibly similar, but no one has shut it down.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Of course, this is the first time Cider will be playing Icebox with FPX, so I'm interested to see. Okay, he's gone in with a Viper, which is something they've run before already. So far, oh no, okay, throw everything out the window. This is the 19th comp we're gonna see out of FPX, and Angel is moving on to the Fade.
Oh, an interesting one. Fade Raise on Icebox. I think a few teams have toyed with this before, but we've never seen a full commitment. I think it's really solid. A lot of close corners on this map. You can get value out of that tether, especially with the defensive-sided start. And I love Zipan on Raise. He's been fantastic thus far.
And I think that it's really difficult to get value out of Fade Raise on this map against Fnatic, so it's going to be interesting to see how exactly they do that because their Fnatic comp is very slow on their approach and meant to bait out utility.
Well, let's see if FPX are well prepared this time against Fnatic's Icebox, and it's time to jump into game with your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Hi guys, what's up? Good morning, and nasa pangalawang series na nga tayo for today's set of games between Fnatic together with FPX. Ako nga pala si Riri, kasama ko dito si Honeyglaze at kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng second series. At excited nga ako na makita kung sino nga bang mas malakas sa FPX together with Fnatic. Pero ako, sinabi ko nga to last time, Honeyglaze, no? Kami ni Taylor pinag-uusapan namin, sino ba ang gusto mong manalo sa Masters? Well, looking forward to Fnatic. How about you?
Well, syempre, dugong tayo eh. Dugong talagang sinusuportahan na ang APAC region dito. So, sa mga pinakita kanina ng PaperX, mukhang nakikita ko rin naman yung potential nila mag-Masters kaagad dito in Copenhagen. But now, sana gising pa ang mga diwa ng ating mga viewers dahil papasok na tayo in our game. Icebox ang pinili ng mga teams natin ngayon. And very unfortunate dito for the side of FPX dahil mababawasan na kaagad sila dito with just the Headhunter na gamit ngayon ni Dirk.
Si Rob Panis nag-comment na naman.
Uy, welcome.
Maborito namin yan, biruin mo sa lahat ng ang last name mo, Panis.
Gising na gising
Legit
tayo.
talaga yan? May ID ka ba? Baka naman niloloko mo kami. Pero gusto ko lang din i-shoutout syempre yung mga nanonood sa atin sa PPGL. Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood sa Twitch. Marami kayo. Sana mabuhay pa kayo ng mahaba, tsaka sa mga nasa YouTube. At ngayon, ang mga taga-Fnatic nga, ay isa-isang nababawas. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, very important tong mapa na to eh. Kasi this is like the best na meron ng Fnatic. And pag umabot tayo ng map 3, malaki talagang pag-asa na matalo sila. So, kailangan ma-2-0 nila to talaga kung sakasakali. Ito, grabe naman si Boaster. Yan ang gusto ko, mga controller mains, mga loyal daw yan. Pero feel ko si Boaster lang ang controller main na faithful. Ang tawag dyan, Yin Su buff.
Nakita na natin ngayon yung opportunity na Fnatic na makapag-domina kaagad ng first round natin against FPX in the series. This is again the redemption arc na pwede yung gawin sana dito ng Fun plus Phoenix, but the problem is ilang beses na silang nagkatapat dito ng Fnatic at mostly sa mga times na yon ay laging nananalo dito yung Fnatic. So this is the chance of FPX na i-prove to us na kaya pa rin nila patumbayan dito yung kanilang mortal nemesis against the side of Fnatic. But this time, talagang maganda kasi yung naging panimula nila. Ray, look at those plays kanina nakapag-secure sila kaagad ng pistol round. And that will be giving them the opportunity na makapag-secure ng kanilang mga Spectres.
Ano ba ito ginagamit ng mga Gen Z? Mga Forda? Ano ba na yun? Di ko na alam. Matanda na ata ako. Dirky. Ang ganda ng Ay, grabe talaga. Panote na lang talaga sa Fnatic na magaling talaga sila maglaro. No? Panote na lang talaga. Panote na lang sa mga players. Ang galing talaga ni Dirky. Mahilig talaga siya sa pa-north na places.
Angulo.
Oo, Angulo. Oh, yun, nagkakailangan. Xiao. Cider still gets the right click. Uy, wag kayong maggulantang. Ano ba naman yan si Xiao? Pinag-click lang sila ng classic good eco pa rin sa side ng FPX, but at least Booster was able to pin down one and it goes to the hands of Fnatic. Oh guys, naglaro si Forsaken kanina. Promise, ang galing nga mag-neon ni Forsaken eh.
Solid yun. Kahit na parang na-debuff sila ng bahagya doon na nakuha pa rin naman yung synergy nila na sobrang pulido na rin talaga pagdating nga sa kanilang mga plays. Pero pag-usapan natin ngayon yung pagka 2-0 ng Fnatic against FPX. Naging reason naman dito na para hindi magkaroon ng full armor sa tatlo sa mga players ngayon ng FPX. And this is really going to be a problem dahil patuloy pa rin naman sa sustainability dito of Fnatic. What I mean by this is they're just waiting in from the backlines. Iniintay at inaabangan nila dito yung mga sudden picks na gagawin sa kanila ng FPX. But the problem is, kakaabang nila sila tuloy na tuluyan. Dalawa ang mawawala sa Fnatic. Oo.
Hilo na yung mga Fnatic.
Ang tagal.
Guys, itong map natin, Icebox, Haven, tsaka Ascent, magaling FPX tsaka Fnatic dyan. So, wala talagang Ray-Rakers. Sadyang magaling ang parehas sa map dito. Actually, galing nga nila mag-map dito eh. Parang pinabor na lang nila na wag tayo dun sa mga maps na mas magaling tayo. Dun tayo sa map na patas ang laban. Tignan nyo sa VLR yung statistics ng dalawang team na to.
Diba?
Ito, ba't hindi ata nila kasama si Forsaken? Si Forsaken po ay nag-positive sa COVID. So, get well sa kanya. Biruin nyo guys, walang nerf kay Forsaken. Malakas pa rin siya. Kaso yun lang si RDs. Sabi niya kay Mystic, pakitaan kita ng headshot sa ulo. At ngayon, atong Fnatic, they've just been doing that same thing. They try to contest someone sa may belt. Kung wala silang mapipitas, walang mangyayari sa kanila. Pero to si Booster, naglo-lurk. Mukhang may maririnig na kagad si Sennheiser. Charot. Si Sader pala. Sader pala ang pangalan and walang tumama. Pero ang magiging aware ba sila ngayon na meron pa talaga si Booster na kanilang IGL. Ang Yinsu buff, Bebe buff. Biruin mo yan na tunay na couple goals. Yung jowa mo, nagpa-panel, tas ikaw naglalaro. Tapos ako walang jowa.
Tapos natapos ay PPGL cooldown, wala pa rin talaga, no? Pero going back into our game, one member down already for the side of Fnatic. Maganda nga yung ginawa nila dito, Ray, katulad ng mention mo na parang mas kumuha muna ng first contact dito ang kanilang chamber, si Dirky, para makakuha nga dito ng subtle na pag-overthink for the side of FAX na nag-retreat na ba sila? Nag-reposition na ba? Kumuha na ba ng sandal angle? May tao na ba dito in A? With those being asked na baka sakaling may maging reason na naman dito FPX para hindi makapag-hold. But the problem is, kahit na pang attacker-sided yung lineup nila, nakakakuha pa rin talaga sila ng buwelo. Tingnan mo naman ngayon. Dirky was able to tag down onto one with his tour de force, but he wasn't able to react on time sa paglabas nga dito ni Sader. 2-2 is our scoreline. Medyo mabagal doon sa paglabas nga dito ni Booster, pero at least nakuha niya pa rin dito yung mga pangganti nila against the side of FPX.
Ayan. Sa mga tropa natin dyan ngayon, may COVID si Forsaken. Naglaro siya. May ano naman sila doon eh. May place naman sila kung sakasakaling nag-positive yung isang player. Ganon. May isolation naman sa kanila. So, parang
All
ano
good
lang
side.
naman. Malay nyo baka asymptomatic naman si Forsaken. So, hopefully talaga okay lang siya. Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-fanatic biglang nawala yung pagiging malakas nila dahil nga, eto may fade.
Napahinga eh, di ba?
May fade itong FPX. But I really do think this is just gonna be favoring. Nakinas na namin ito ni Azure eh. This is just gonna be favoring FPX on the defending. Pag ito nag-attacking side ng mga taga-FPX, talagang mararatel sila. Napakalaki pa rin ng value ng may Sova ka dito sa mapang to. Pero maybe with this lineup na meron ng FPX, malay nyo talagang ma-pin down naman nila ang Fnatic. Pero I think malaki yung probabilidad na makakahabol sa kanila ang Fnatic. Sadyang malakas ang kanilang defending, pero workable ang mangyayari pagdating sa switch ng sides. Pero kung ako si Booster, dapat hindi na ako naglo-lurk eh. Dapat kino-contest ko na nga lang. Kasi mahirap nga matrade. Napakadali na lang diktahin kung saan siya manggagaling. He's been doing that for the past 5 rounds. And ngayon, FPX finally leading by 1 already.
Exactly. Ito na yung mga pagkakataon na kailangan na mag-adjust ka agad ng Fnatic. Dahil sabi mo nga, Ray, unti-unti na silang nababasa at unti-unti nang hindi gumagana yung kanilang mga plays, yung kanilang mga pushes. Dahil FPX dito, they are ready for the A-game. They were able to pin down players from the side of Fnatic. Sa mga ultimong pa-plant pa lang kaagad sila na spike, yung akala nilang walang tao sa loob ng site. Pero nag-aabala kasi sila dito kung saan pa manggagaling yung pwedeng ang mga maging chances dito ni Booster to kill onto the members na nag-aabang nga on the backlines. Pero kasi parang he's taking too much time. And now this time, they finally went in and called for the timeout. Dahil umaabot na tayo, leading point na ngayon ng FPX kahit maganda yung panimula ng Fnatic.
Ito ang key ng FPX eh. They are really quick to adjust. Nakita nyo naman na kahit natalo sila ng one map against Sersha last time, they're still able to be successful. And that's the thing about how FPX plays. They take their time, pero magaling sila mag-adjust. Kaso nga lang, sabi ko nga, itong lineup ng meron sila, pang defender-sided talaga to. Napakadaling i-shutdown yung slow plays ng Fnatic, lalo na nang wala nga silang duelist. So, walang duelist yung Fnatic, guys. That's their meta. But as for FPX, nag-settle sila sa race. So, maybe they can get that little bit of an aggression later on. Pero kapag hindi talaga nag-work, baka talagang wala na silang magagawa at all. Pero ito na nga ang mga taga-Fnatic, naghihintay lang naman sila. Slow pace nga dahil kay Durkee ang solusyon eh. Pero may solo duelist. Pero nga lang, pag siya na-shutdown, which is very probable, wala nang mangyayari sa Fnatic sa mismong round na nilalaro nila.
Kailangan nga nila dito mag-step up ngayon. Kung kanina nakikita natin na hindi nagba-body-body system ang Fnatic to get those lurks and those flanks, ngayon naman, nag-try sila dito to go in for the dual push. But the problem is, hindi sila nakaabang dito kay Ordis. Feeling ko ito yung pag-iinit ng FPX simulat sa pool na naglalaro sila dito in our group stages. Nakapasok na sila from group stages going to our playoffs. Tapos, hindi na mamatay yung fuel to the fire nila dito. Kaya ngayon, down to 1 member na lang dito ang Fnatic. It's all up to Enzo para ma-pick up niya yung spike. Pero 5 pa ang makakalaban niya. Pero God knows na pwede siya magkaroon dito ng mga wonders. But unfortunately, he is already down to a very low HP. 1 sprays lang ang kailangan dito nila Ordis. Feeling ko ang gagawin dito ng Fnatic, slow start lang talaga pagdating sa ating panimulang side o panimulang half. Since again, as you mentioned, Ray, they are in a defender-sided composure. Pero ang magiging problema pala talaga nila dito is meron namang duelist at initiator combo ang players naman ng FPX.
Kung ako sa FPX, kasi map-pick to ng Fnatic, ipanalo na lang nila.
Oo.
Kasi, eto kapag nag-KO yung FPX, si Zipan pinag-KO nila. At I think, pag nag-switch ng sides, mahirapan sila. Pero buti na they settled with the race. This is a better composition here in Icebox. Pero nga lang, Boaster buhay pa with 5 HP. Sabi siguro ng kalaban nito, pre, 5 HP, di pa napatay? Ano ba naman yan? Mag-count ka naman.
Very low, very low.
Oo, very low, pre. Isang tusok lang yan. Pwede mga mangert-ngert eh. Kaso pinaytaan ng Nightfall para lang talagang alam na sila manggagaling. Pero bakit siya nag-settle sa Nightfall na ganun? Pero sige, nasa kanila naman ang desisyon. Mas importante nga makonfirm kagad ang mga rounds. But Boaster, Guardian ang puhunan. But I think that won't work. Boaster, buti na lang na-heal na lang din siya kagad. But there's just Angel. Lips of an Angel as Boaster gets the third. Diyos ko po, ang galing tumiming ng kuya mong si Boaster. 3 na lang nakatitira ngayon sa side ng FPX. Pero yung oras kailangan gumawa na ng paraan ngayon ng mga taga-fanatic. Ayan, GG. Oh my goodness!
Exactly. Oh my
FPX,
God!
nabilif ba kayo? My goodness, sakit niya sa ulo. Patamain
Low
niyo naman!
HP na.
Yan na. Alam na niya kung nasaan.
Si Ardis! Makakuha pa! Oh no!
Sabi ni Ardis, always check your yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow. Aha, you know what it is. 5-2 in favor of FPX.
Sayang yun dahil they were able to pin down onto 3 members na. Almost clutching the round out, but the problem is, yun nga yung pinaka-crucial na kailangan yung i-clear out in Icebox. Always check yellow para naman maging ligtas kayo dito sa pagkakataon na makakapasok na kayo ng site, makakapag-play together na kayo dito after planting and the spike. And yun na nga makikipagtago-taguan lang sa inyo dito yung mga players na nag-hide within those corners na meron dito yung yellow. And by all means, kailangan ng panindigan dito yung ng FPX yung commitment and even have their momentum pagdating sa half na ito dahil mamaya-maya niyan, Ray, mahirapan sila pagdating sa defender side dahil defender sided talaga yung composure dito ng Fnatic.
Honey Glaze, sa mga nanonood sa amin, inaantok na daw sila. Ako din eh.
Di lang kayo.
Naglabas pa ng lockdown dito. Auto-lockdown talaga tong mga to. Sider gets Mystic. And now, there's the trade-off coming in from Durkee, making this in the 3v4. Bilisan nyo maglaro. Diyos ko po. Sa mga dyan, sa mga nanonood, kung may questions kayo, drop nyo lang. Kung gusto nyo magpatawa, pwede naman.
Tulungan nyo kaming magising.
Maglaro eh. Alam mo yung kapag nagkakas ka ng PPX, may highlights talaga. Kasi may duelist eh. Talagang press W. Oh, dito wala eh. Pang matalino yung casting. Pang English. Kami Tagalog lang naman kami. Nagtatagalog lang naman kami. Kaya ganito. Pero to si... Grabe ka naman mag-line up. Ayun, paping na. Narinig ang boses. Kapag to na-crush si Boaster, idol ko na siya. Sila na talaga ni Yinso ang endgame. Kaso nga lang Ardis.
Nabate.
Di niya pinigilan ng kanyang sarili. 6-2 in favor of FPX still.
Feeling ko talaga, Ray, no? Dahil simulat sa pool nakita at na-witness natin kung ano ba yung nagiging grind na dito ng FPX. Araw-araw sila naglalaro. So, by all means, nakikita na natin na bumubuo na yung momentum nila, composure nila in playoffs or in group stages na pwede na nalang makatapat dito in an equalized manner laban dito sa Fnatic na lagi silang nabubeluhan ng first rounds and even have the composures for their momentums and their first halves. And here, ngayon, nadali pa kaagad ng paint shells ni Japan. Unfortunately, wala na magiging killjoy dito for the side of Fnatic. There's no more lockdown, so pwede maalalayan sila pagpasok sa loob ng site. And this really is the question, kung kaya pa bang makahinga na maluwag dito ng Fnatic dahil we are finally close to a very dominated game dito para sa FPX.
Talagang wala na atang magawa ang mga taga-Fnatic ngayon. They can't handle. Biruin mo, magtatapon lang ng utility si Fade. Cut off na din sila kagad. Those aggressive utilities coming in from Zipan is giving so much space for them to survive. Pero nga lang si Mystic, meron pa siyang shots mula sa kanyang Guardian. Pero I think that won't connect anymore. It's up kay Enzo. Mariano. 7-2. FPX, palong-palo.
Hirap
At,
din talaga kasi. May pera pa ang FPX dito, Rere. 7-2. Save, magbabay, ang Fnatic. Parang ang lamig talaga ng mga plays nila. Ang lamig ng mga tutok to the point na pati yung nagiging composure nila dito, walang nagaganap eh. Okay lang talaga kasi FPX
Okay lang
dito.
nga, para 2-0.
Deserve nila eh. Diba? 2-0 agad for FPX.
Oo, ako wala naman akong pakialam, basta 2-0 eh. Pero I expected so much kay Fnatic na dapat explosive yung plays nila or siguro much smarter. Pero hindi ko alam bakit sila napapunish ng walang soba noodles yung kalaban. Salita lang po kayo na salita, nakakantok yung laban kahit ako pang matalino nga yung match. Di kaya ng IQ ko yung ganito eh. Joke lang. Pero yun nga yung problema ng Fnatic. Hindi sila makapag-adjust. Pwede naman nilang gamitin yung utilities nila in a way na ma-check out din naman or mapipigilan nila tong mga taga-Fnatic. Pero nga, what will you do if you don't have a duelist or what will you do kapag aggressive nga yung paglalaro ng FPX? They just contest their angles pero ngayon, ibibigay nga nila yung site. Dahil pwede naman silang mag-showstopper kay Zipan, pwede lang gamitin para lang maka-clear kagad ng corners kung saan naka-post plant ang mga taga-Fnatic, and looks like they're back on track and they try to take as much as possible when it comes sa mga information. Now, speaking of, si Zipan, talaga tatapon lang niya kagad bugong. Walang tinamaan, pero may nightfall pang kasama. Alam na nga nila saan manggagaling all together. Pero nga lang si Bowser, hello! There's the off angle. Time is ticking, my G's. Pero nga lang, there's the trade-off. Kailangan nilang mag-buy ng oras. Pero si Alphature nakita pa kagad. And it's up to Ardis to Ardis and Fnatic. Makuha nga nila tong round na to. Wala na siyang oras para lang kayo. Wala nang oras kaya hindi tinadhana. 7-3. Nice post plant mula sa Fnatic. Pero kay Booster talaga yung sagot na yun. Binuhat ni Booster na naman. Booster and Friends.
Booster and Friends. Dahil dito sa angle na to na hindi chinek natag-end naman ng Nightfall dito. But unfortunately, parang ito yung mga maliliit na buto sa pinalaki lang ng pinalaki dito ng FPX na hindi nyo na-check. So, parang nagkaroon na ng domino effect. And really is unfortunate kasi mag-isa lang naman doon si Booster. At wala pa siyang naririnig dito. He only needs to point his gun into his enemies. At yun na nga lang din talaga ang nalilinis nila dito against SPX. And FPX still have rounds to lose. Pero kasi ang magiging problema dito, what if umabot tayo ng 7-5 at mahabol to ng Fnatic pagdating ng second half of our game?
Sabi dito, analyze na lang namin yung ginagawa nga namin, pero boring pa. So, yan. Walang Feel ko kumatok yung kapitbahay namin. Wait lang. Ikaw nga muna magkasahin.
Sige, ipagpapatuloy natin ito. Dahil nakririnig ko yung mga katanungan, yung mamaya-maya natin isasagutin. Dahil ngayon, nagkakaitintan na ang mga players ngayon ng FPX and Fnatic. Lockdown is already initiated, created so much space, but they were able to hold and gather themselves up to remain standing sa tapat na mismo dito ni Ardis. Ardis with his quick scope, getting in one, but it's still a 4v4. Still doable for the retake, but unfortunately dito, makakatapat nila si Bolster who went in for a clean 2K. Alam na ng Sage, alam na ni Xiao kung saan siya manggagaling, but unfortunately, he won't be going back down dahil alam niya kung ano ang pwede niyang gawin. But unfortunately, once again, it's just Bolster with his clean shots, with its clean angles, and composure all the way from the back. They were able to survive this half for a 7-4. Close enough para makakuha sila ng 7-5, pero ang nangyayari pa rin naman kasi dito is patuloy pa yung economic advantage ng Fnatic or ng FPX ngayon. Pero this is the crucial round kasi na pwedeng nang magkaroon ng momentum ang mga tropa natin from Fnatic. And look at Bolster. It's just chilling, getting in those rounds, getting in those frags. At siya na mismo yung nag-a-anchor sa loob ng site after getting in the post-plant position para makaligtas na dito yung ibang mga players niya, creating so much space for them at maging ready na rin pagdating sa mga flanks. Pero ito na, guys, time out na. Time to answer your questions dito sa ating comment section. Dahil syempre, ano pa ba pwede nating i-entertain dito kundi kayo lang din na mga 60% ng mga ng mga accounts natin dito is mga trolls lang din tuloy. Pero syempre, sasagutin pa rin natin yan. Bakit hindi pa daw tulog si Meralco? Ayan, sinagot na rin ni Meraklo.
Nagkape na yan. Nag-team Hawkins na
Aga pa daw
yan.
eh. Ayan,
Nag-Red
very
Bull
good
na.
yan,
Ito.
Meraklo.
Okay, may tanong. Bakit kaya may mga players sa 4x2 yung monitor or yung naka-stretch na monitor? Kasi ganito yan, guys. Mas madali kasing makita yung mga ulo kapag pixelated. Kaya mas accurate siya para sa mga players. Although hindi lahat naka 4x3, but I think it's the best best resolution kapag pro player ka kasi pwede mong makita kagad eh. Tsaka napakadali kapag close ka sa monitor mo, ganun ka maglaro. Sobrang kailangan siya. Tsaka sa mga nagla-line up, like Sova, kung may Killjoy lineup ka, ganun. Sobrang dali kapag, or KO, pag naka 4x3 ka. So, yun yung advantage ng mga low res. Mas mataas yung FPS. So, mas makakagalaw ka ng mas maigi. Ganun. Pero, kanya-kanya naman yan. Pero para sa akin lang, yun yung advantage. Although, hindi ako naka 4x3 kasi ayoko ng ganun. Mas, kailangan ko yung mas malinaw.
Mas wider kasi
Parang,
yung ulo
mas malinaw pa kesa sa label namin. Yun yung kailangan ko. Yeah.
Yung mga sudden hugot si Ate Rere nyo, guys, talagang minsan hindi ko kasi inaasahan. Pasensya na, kaya nagugulat ako eh. Pero magugulat na nga pa ngayon, Rere, ang players ng FPX. Kulang na sila ng isa this time. May operator pa rin naman na hawak dito si Ardis holding on to Garage. Pero kasi natag siya dito ng Aldron and he will be pinned down. Enzo with that the Hunter's Fury will be getting in that kill as well. And now, we're giving in so much time dito for the side of Fnatic na makapasok na ng site dahil na-secure na nila dito yung Viper Spit inside of Kitchen. Nag-aabangan na sila pero alam ba nila kung saan magagaling si Fan? Hindi! That is the answer! Si Fan goes in for 2. One member remaining. It's all up to Enzo na natitira na nga all the way from Garage. Ginapang niya papunta dito sa gitna. And how is it going to be, Ray? Dahil ngayon, ine-expect na siya decider kung saan siya manggagaling. 8-4, a very clean of a half para sa site ngayon ng FPX.
8-4? Pwede pa rin naman tong maganda sa side ng Fnatic. But then, si Zipa, no? Pinakitaan paano mag-graze sa loob ng Kitchen. Pinakitaan niya ng highlights na naman ang kanyang sarili. But that was a good contest, Imagine, you just push through and it's okay. Pero ngayon, tapos na nga ang first half. Napakatalino maglaro ng dalawang teams na to. Kilala na nga nila ang isa't isa. At tignan natin kung anong may explain ng panel for the first half.
Debut on LAN, probably one of the more underwhelming ones we've seen out of the players we've been hyping up about.
Yeah, it has been a tough game for Alpha, to say the least. It was so long in this game. I believe the first 9 rounds not being able to crack a single kill. A massive decrease from what his expectations that have been set online. But it's kind of a question of, should this have been expected out of him? Because he has such a high bar set for him, and we have never even seen him in a LAN event. He is still such a new player, and there is so much pressure on him right now.
Yeah, I mean, he has yay-level expectations heading into this event, and he's never played a LAN. So, and the crazy part too is I don't necessarily think that this is going to stick. He got, 3 kills at the end of the half, started playing a little bit better, but I also think that the second half is going to be better for him too. Defensively, this is where this comp is better for his agent, right? And also better for the way that FPX was playing against him. They got so many good util combos on him, and it was the best implementation of Fade Raise that I've seen on this map that makes it really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I was so incredibly impressed with how they were playing this composition. The way that they were setting up mid without a Killjoy was excellent with that Fade, constantly re-clearing with those cats to hold on to the space. The Sage helping out in that regard as well. On top of that, just Zipan having excellent performance on the Raze. However, like you said, Fnatic is a lot better on their defense. The comp befits it, and I think we saw that moment from Alpha where the confidence looked like maybe just a little bit more was injected on in. It's going to be difficult, but there's certainly a chance to turn this around.
Yeah, after that round, Fnatic strung through it 2 more. I mean, it was a massive streak from FPX, and they take the last round too. This is going to be a little bit more difficult though, and Durka has to lead the way. He has to continue to perform as he did to start this game.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, Boaster just needs to keep with this performance. He had some massive clutches. He was keeping the team's mental in check, keeping them on top. There's still a chance for Fnatic in this one.
Yeah, a Fnatic Copium here on the desk. What do you guys think, Mitch and Tom, as we head back into the second half?
At muli na nga tayo nagbabalik dito kung saan napag-usapan nila na sobrang ganda ng mga nagiging plays dito nila si Pan. Pero on the meantime, nakita natin yung composure once again. Composition pa lang ng Fnatic is very well defender-sided. Pero Ray, the question is, kaya ba nilang mapanindigan itong lineup na ito laban kay na si Pan na kanina pa talaga nagkakaroon ng momentum?
Mahirap nga din i-handle pero may pag-asa pa ngang makabawi ang Fnatic ngayon as Durkee takes down Ardis. And ito na yung problema mo. Kapag wala kang Sova, talagang pinipin ko Parati kasi kami ni Asaray, share ko lang. Ayaw namin ng walang Sova sa Icebox. I think even if you don't have a KO, even if you don't have that double initiator, as long as you have that Sova, it's gonna work well para sa team mo. Pero nga lang, sa FPX, isa pa lang naman yung nakabawas sa kanila, and they will be going on with the plant. Hindi sila malalinapan ngayon with the shock dart. Ang talino naman nun. Hindi nila pinlant for default behind the wall, instead behind the dice. At Fnatic will try to go for a retake. Pero here it is, the recon will say everything. Saan ba natin may kita ang mga miyembro kagad ng Fnatic? Ang ganda! Ang ganda naman ng recon parati ni Enzo Mariano. At ngayon, Shao na lang together with Zipan. 2v2 situation nga tayo ngayon. Pero nga lang, it's just gonna be Zipan tries to go for a clutch pero walang nangyari. Just because of that recon off angle, hindi mapipin down kagad ng FPX yun. It's gonna be an 8-5 at mukhang napakalaki nga ng chances that Fnatic may be able to come up with something here in the second half.
Yes, dagdagan mo pa ng mga utilities sila, Ray. We have the shock darts, Molly's ni Viper, dagdagan mo pa ng slow orbs and the trademarks pa na meron dito ang Chamber. Tapos yung dalawa nating Sentinels dito, Chamber and that Killjoy combined. Meron silang retake potential with those lockdowns and with this kind of pacing na naganap na nga in the special rounds half, nakita natin na pwede na talagang makahabol dito ang Fnatic. Basta't ma-secure nila dito yung mga crucial. Oh my God, I was born speechless sa mga head tap angles dito ni Ardis. One tap to the head lang ang kailangan niya dito. Nasilip niya lang ng bahagya dito ang player na ito na si Alphager from the side of Fnatic.
To may mga tanong tayo. Kaya may pinakamataas na clutch rate sa lahat ng players na nandyan sa Masters. Ako hindi ko pa masagot kasi hindi pa natin sila lahat nakakase, lahat ng teams, hindi pa Pero ako kung magbibigay lang ako ng 2 cents ko, siguro sa APAC, ang pinakamaraming clutch, it's either si Scary or si Sushi Boys. Sila yung parating may malaking clutch rate. And sometimes, hindi na yan luck Hindi, it's all about, yung mga clutches na nakikita nyo, yung nakikita nyo na clutch, it's all about their individual game sense na. Their individuality. Kaya importante din yun. Syempre, you work as a team, pero pag mga situations na ikaw lang mag-isa, kailangan mahahandle mo siya. And yan yung meron kapag ikaw yung taong marami ng experience. So, the more that you clutches you can get, that's how it is kapag marami kang experience all throughout the scene. Pero nga lang, walang tumutok nga lang sa gustong gawin ni Durkee. Pero there's just Mystic. Always check your off corners because Mystic will be able to take down one. Tatlo na lang kagad titira sa FPX this time around. May wall pa. Wala pang oras. Lahat na lang tinapon na. Wala na silang pag-asa. And it's all up to Xiao. Pero mukhang masya-Xiaolong Bao siya ngayon. 8-6. Gusto ko na Xiaolong Bao. Nagutom ako.
Nakakatakot tuloy.
Ako makakakain ko lang. Nasimiligaw sa mga dumplings. Kaya yan.
Pero ito na yung game talaga, no? Ito na yung half talagang ibibigay na natin for the side of Fnatic. Pero that round was really just a close enough scenario for the side of FPX para makapasok man lang ng side. Pero the problem is, hindi nga nila talaga na-check-in yung corner, in which yun, kanina pa ang nilalaroan ni Brewster. So parang ang nakikita natin dito, always commit in the small mistakes and you will be always punished. Fnatic dito, they have really secured in what the mistakes are na ginagawa na multiple times dito ng FPX. Kaya ngayon, we can see here the potential na pwede na nilang mahabol to an 8-8 scoreline. Basta't maging maganda lang yung panimula ng round na ito. This is already the buys for FPX. And they are kinda hesitant kung ano ba yung pwede nilang gawin ngayon. Dahil nagkukumpulan sila sa garage. And I don't think na ito yung tamang decision, Riri. Dahil baka anytime umikot sa kanila dito ang Fnatic once na ma-close up nila ito at may sandwich sila in garage.
May masastop nga ba sa side ng FPX ngayon on their full buy or still Fnatic tries to take this para lang matay ang scoreline. Pero sabi nga dito, antok at gutom nararamdaman ko ngayon. Same! Pero tingin mo sinong best player? For me, si Marv so far. Sobrang galing ni Marv. Grabe from Optic. Pero ngayon, there's just RDs taking out Boaster. And pag MVP, kung magbibase pa lang ako sa last Masters, si Victor. Ayan, yun yung magaling sa akin. Ang galing ng Optic. Pero ngayon, it's just gonna be 4 members na lang mula sa Fnatic dahil nga disadvantage ang kanilang mga barel. Kaso nga lang, si Mystic, he tries to go for a defuse. Pero nga lang, the long angles itself, it's working sa side of Fnatic. Excuse me! Post plant is not working. It's up to Sider. 2v1. Alam na kung nasaan siya. He still gets the wall back. Hindi bibitawan ni Durkee ngayon. At yan, nakita na nga niya yung shoulders niya rather. And now, is it gonna be Sider itself? Nope! Because he gets the clutch quarters and a dream contesting it. At ating scoreline ay magiging 6-9. Nice.
FPX. They're really doing it. Pagdating sa kanilang buys, pero sobrang gastos ng round na yan. Here's the replay kung saan kamuntikan na naman silang matalo dahil lang sa recon na nilalabas dito nila Enzo. At dagdagan mo pa yung pressure na maibibigay nga nung ball dito na pwede mo pagtaguan ng mga nagdi-diffuse. Pero kasi kanina nakita din natin na it was really important for Mystic or for Xiao rather to use in that kind of angle. Kasi very low of an angle or very low of a space naman dito yung pwede mapag-diffuse ng Fnatic kanina lang doon. And with that being said, kailangang ipuwersa ng Fnatic dito na makakuha ng kills. Kung hindi, matadali sila with that off-angle wall. And now, in this round, they have finally their buys, but unfortunately, close to the double-digit scoreline na Ray ang FPX.
Sabi dito. So, wait lang guys. Mamaya natatawa ako. Sa tingin niyo ba may chance manalo ni Sentinel? Sa tingin ko wala. Ano lang, para lang saan. Kasi, ang hirap pag re-roster sila ng re-roster eh. So, di pa sila nakuha ng magandang, yung ano talaga, best roster nila so far. But maybe with Shroud on the scene itself, it's gonna give a lot of impact. That I am sure. Pero ngayon, it will boost somehow yung confidence nila. Pero I think going up against a lot of teams, hindi pa yun yung best nila. Kailangan pa nila mas maraming experience. Pero Mystic, he was able to take out the RD sa Zipa na nga sumunod na against Alpha Jerk.
Prowlers dito makakakagat na nga ng isang player all the way from the back. Reposition immediately pero down to a 4v4. Makakahinga pa na maluwag dito FPX to try and plant in the spike. Pero kasi ipit na sila dito in mid. Down to 12 seconds remaining at makakakita na nga dito si Mystic. Boosted all the way from Tube. And now it's all up to our players right now from FPX para makapag-plant in the spike. Pero they don't have any time. They don't even have the spike. This is just a good hold na ginawa ngayon ng Fnatic to clutch this one out to a 9-7 scoreline. Nagkaipitan na nga kung saan makakalungga dito ang Fnatic or ang FPX dahil na-sandwich sila dito ni Mystic dito sa corner all the way from mid with his walls.
Pinaglaruan na naman ng Fnatic kagad into their favor. Pero ito, inipit nila eh. Ang ganda ng lineup. Tapos there's just Durkee cutting off yung angulo. Kaso ganda ng lineup ni Boaster. Alam nila how, they just basically play those other defaults ng Viper Wall. Pero if you know how to play it out, sobrang workable niya. Tapos, ikaw, Honey Glaze, matanong lang kita, habang nasa timeout tayo ngayon, sino favorite player mo so far dito sa Masters Copenhagen? Ako, si Marv, yung favorite ko so far. Wala na yung baby ko eh. Syempre si Foxy, pero wala na sila. So, si Marv talaga. Sila, Ikaw ba?
Siguro, kung ako tatanungin talaga dito, siguro si Xiao. Kasi, bukod sa na naglalaro siya ngayon, nakita at nakas ko na rin kasi yung mga crucial plays niya talaga from the previous series na kaya niya makapag-clutch in a 1v4 situation. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga multi-kills niya na siya lagi yung nagbubuhat, carrying the players from the side of FPX. So, hoping for the best for this team na magpatuloy nga sa ganong klaseng plays. Pero ngayon kasi, equalize na yung mga nagiging execution sila. So, which is also good for FPX dahil katapat na katapat nila dito yung laging nagtatop sa kanilang region, which is Fnatic, na this is also their time to shine na kami naman ngayon ang pwedeng maging first. Kami naman ngayon yung gustong mag-top sa, sa Masters Copenhagen.
Alam ko na din sino favorite ko, si Stax from DRX. I love him. Sobrang.
Actually, no?
May nagsend ng meme sa akin. Distansya, tol, sun and moon ko yan. Baby yaman. Sun and moon.
Tama na! Nakalimutan na namin na
yung alam mo yung sun and moon, yung dating Versace on the floor. Diba? Ang daming ang daming listener ng Versace on the floor. My goodness, nakakatawa.
It's either dumistansya ka sa Sun and Moon ko or aabutan ka ng ambulansya.
Aabutan kita.
Ay, nako! Sun and Moon.
Baby, yung sun and moon.
LSS na naman tayo, guys.
Yung araw-araw may nakita ko, sa Sun and Moon yung story.
Yung soundtrack.
Sorry.
97. 30 seconds remaining. Operator, tour de force gets in one. It's a 5v4 situation at naiipit na naman sa loob ng A-site dito, Fnatic. Or rather, ang FPX. Dagdagan mo pa ng pang-crucial naman dito ng mga holes. Figure getting in that kill as well. Gone by timing dito si Enzo na nag-zipline line to get an info on the upper angle. But finally, Ray, makakaabot na tayo for FPX na makapag-plant in the spike and play for the post-plant.
Yo, jury is not over. Pero may probabilidad pa nga na mananalo ang mga taga-FPX. Mukhang hindi. And finally, I think Fnatic, they're very comfortable about their defending side. And it's gonna be a 9-8, diba? Nakita nyo na yung long-term effects ng may fade ka lang as an initiator sa mapang. Nakikita nyo na, guys, na pang-intro lang talaga siya. Pero maybe sa next round, full buy naman yung FPX. Baka naman may pag-asa na sila. Kaso dito daw sabi nila, sino naman ang favorite agent nyo? Sa akin, kahit na nerf to, gusto ko pa rin siya. Si Astra pa rin yung favorite ko. Although hindi ako hindi ako nag-a-Astra talaga. Pero I think she's my favorite. Ikaw ba?
Ako kasi, tutuusin, tama ka rin talaga, Rere. Kahit na nerf na si Astra, sobrang viable pa rin niya. So, I'm also an Astra main, so I'll go for Astra din.
Diba? Ang ganda pa ng color niya. Sorry, yung alam ko talaga yung color lang ni Astra.
Umuulan na ng mga colors dito dahil umuulan na ng mga utilities. They Poison Cloud will be the reason kung bakit sila hesitating na makapasok na nga ng loob ng side. So now they'll be back. Sayang binibigay na ng Fnatic dito yung B dahil they have what it takes to win out that retake since meron silang Hunter's Fury, dagdagan mo pa dito ng lockdown. At parang ang ginagawa dito ng FPX is bait out those utilities, bait out those ultimates, but little that they know is Durke nag-aabang na nga dito all the way from A. He knows what is coming from the side of FPX na nagsuslow play sila, so most likely naghahanap lang sila ng info, naghahanap lang sila ng opportunity na makapasok ng loob sa side. Pero ito na, Ray, Nightfall is already committed. Lalabas bigla si Durke, will be TPing out. Nakakuha ng isa, 4v5. They were able to gather themselves inside of the side, but unfortunately si Boaster ang nakaabang sa kanila. Si Boaster na hindi pa rin napapatumba, pero si Xiao naman dito makakakuha na ng isa. Down to 2 members na lang dito ang attacking team, but they are already sandwiched by the players here from Fnatic, and they are down to a 12-minute mark timer. Will they be able to plot out the spike? Will they be able to get in someone from the other side? Pero yes, they will. Kulang na nga lang sila sa oras para makapag-plant, and this is another round for the side of Fnatic para ma-clutch na ito to a 9-9.
Naku po, FPX, hindi na sila ngayon makagalaw at all sa kanilang gustong gawin. And now, Fnatic's just reading them like a book. Yun na, ang sobrang kailangan nilang harapin ngayon. Ayan na yung FPX coach. Oh, galit na yun. Alam mo na, tatawa
Oo,
sa mga
isa pala
coach.
yan.
Kapag
Isa
ako
sa mga
naging
coach
coach,
na
magdadabog ako.
Lagi ka may highlight sa sa
Oo.
broadcast. Imagine, daming nanonood sa'yo, di ba? Memeable ka pa.
Oo. Ay, gusto ko yung mga facepalm nila. Oh my God, my team is losing in this round. No.
Guys, galingan nyo naman, guys. Ito yung dapat na malaglaro ng Valorant.
Puro ako kayo mag-Valorant eh. Ganun pa ba? Hindi, joke lang. Pero ngayon, ang Fnatic comeback is real from 9-6. 9-all na nga. They've been winning the consecutive rounds. Durkee just cutting off na naman si Xiao once again. Look at that lineup. Very default. Yet, kapag confident na, yung teammate mo, alam mong papabor talaga. Tingnan mo si Durkee. No duelist to and yet natatalo ang FPX.
Lockdown, nakaabang na lang din. Sa timing na mapaplanta nila yung spike. Showstopper will be connecting it to someone, pero all the way from the front lines is Bolster, na makukuha na nga nila dito si Zyder, na magla-line up na sana, sir, but unfortunately, the Snakebite will be getting an opportunity for Bolster na ma-wide swing na nga dito si Angel, and now it's all up to Durkee to finish things out with a 3K. And double digit na sila ngayon. Ray, Fnatic na ang nakakakuha ng lamang laban sa FPX. Dahil sabi mo nga mula kanina pa, that FPX, para patuloy na binabasa sila na parang bukas na libro laban sa kanila.
Unforgettable moments of VCT. Ay, unforgettable moment case yung Fnatic. Yung Imea Flash. Fnatic Flash. Tadaan-tadaan yun. Yung kalaban nila yung Sentinels noong Masters 1. First Masters.
Yun.
Yung Fnatic Flash. Grabe, sky ng Odnum talaga malala eh. Kaso ngayon, tatlo na lang for
Ay,
ganda ng flash
parang yun yata yung na-flash yung kakampi
yung
niya,
kakampi
tapos
niya.
natalo sila. Ay, oo!
Yun yung EU team.
Naalala ko na rin. Real naman.
Natatawa tuloy ako. Nakakainis. Pero ngayon, ang mga miyembro ng Fnatic tatlo na lang. Pero oh no! There's the trade coming in from Boaster.
Nice try yun.
Oh,
Nakaboost na siya dun eh. Uy, di pa sila nagpa-plant ng spike ah. Nag-aabang pa kasi sila dito. Kompleto pa sa utilities dito ang kabilang team. Mystic, they have the slow orb, shock darts, na uulan na naman dito pag mag-plant na kayo ng spike. At yun na nga, nakapag-plant na sila, they have the wall, they have the engage. We have also as well the paint shells to delay in that retake. Pero makikita natin ngayon na mahihirapan talaga dito ang Fnatic. Kaya ilalabas nila yung kanila mismong Viper Spit to control in so much space inside of B. They have now so much utilities raining forward at hindi ko na alam kung ano pwede mangyari dahil ang daming echoes dito na napaglalaroan. Wise swing dito mangyayari na nga gagawin ni Sipan, follow up by Shout to get in that pick of 3v3. Atres is also available for him to secure in the numbers advantage. 2v3 at the very moment, Piso ang natatara. Ang natitira dito kay Angel, samawa pa ng Xiao na Piso na lang din ang natitira. Pero Wise swing, hindi pa pala sila nakakapag-plant of 5 seconds remaining. It's all up to Mystic na makakapag-spray and pray at hindi alam ni Cyber kung ano ang gagawin na nagtatagulos dito sa Gedli. Si Mystic para hindi makapag-plant ng spike dito. FPX na paglaruan ang pusop na dominant sipa ng Fnatic.
Wala na tong FPX. Wala na. Intro boys. Pero grabe naman. Konting highlights lang kay Boaster na naman. Kaso to, Mystic, nasa'yo. Ang kasagutan at dalawa na lang. At kita mo, sobrang balance na ng kills ngayon ng Fnatic. All of them has been giving them a good impact. Di na nag-force yung FPX ngayon ng round na to dahil talagang paabutin nila ng match point. they're pretty confident siguro that they'll be able to make habol para sa 12 all. Kaso sa tingin ko, imposible na yun. And there's just Turkey once again. Grabe talaga, panote na lang ng mga kills niya so far ha. Kasi ang dami. Napaka-shiny, shimmering talaga ng mga highlights niya. Ganon kadami yung meron pagdating kay Durkee. Kaya idol ko na siya. Kung magkakaroon ako ng jowa, Durkee ang pangalan. Kaso nga lang, Fnatic, naghihintay na naman. They teleports ready. At Enzo takes down Sider. I think on a spree na lang talaga itong mga taga-Fnatic.
What is going to happen now for FPX? Hindi pa rin sila nakakapasok at nakailang taas baba na dito yung toxic screens. They also have committed into the hunt pero they weren't able to commit any much further dahil laging may nakaabang sa kabilang angulo na kailangan nga dito ng assistance ni Durkee. At that is going to be the match point already for Fnatic. Hindi nabawasan ni isang miyembro sa Fnatic sa round na iyon kahit na alam natin yung opportunity ng FPX dito na makapag-compile ng mga kills with just their sheriffs. And here comes the replay. Ray kung saan natulungan kasi ni Mystic dito kung ano bang mag-wide swing dito kay Durkee dahil yun yung paunang contact nila against the players na natitira na nga on Nest. And now, it's a 9-12. Grabe yung naging habol dito ng Fnatic pagdating sa defender side.
Ito pa ang redeeming factor na lang ng FPX ngayon. Pero sa tingin ko, mahirapan na talaga sila. Ano yan?
Saan daw yung next place maganda for Masters? Ang sagot ni Rob Panis, Masters Cubao. Rob Panis.
Boom Panis. Pero
napanis kayo ni Rob.
Yung Peso nag-post sila na pwede naman, possible naman na mangyari daw yung TI dito sa Manila, yung Valorant Masters, tsaka yung ML. Yung, di ba? Pwede na. Pero, hindi pa nalusaw si Xiao ngayon. Ligtas pa siya. Oo. Walang pa-line up ngayon. Oo, tigas talaga. Boy pa, may second life pa. In short, wala nang resurrection. Kaso nga lang, may nightfall para lang ma-identify sana mga miyembro ng Fnatic, na nagtatago. Pero ito na, si Booster.
Ganda ng Recon.
Kuha ng Recon. Kasi,
surprise!
Xiao! Ano yun? Nandyan lang naghintay pero nakakuha na kagad ng 2K and wala nang oras si Durkee together with Alpha to actually get this.
Gumusto ka pa eh. Yan ang nangyayari sa mga nag-overextend talaga. Pag ginugusto, pagbibigyan. Pero that was really just a good round for them to secure in that impact na hindi nga nakita or chinek in ng Recon or even the Aldron dito ni Enzo. Nakita din natin yung malaking potential talaga dito kung bakit hindi nakakakuha ng magandang post plant ang FPX is pagdating sa mga Recons kasi dito ni Enzo, he knows where to put his angle, to put his Recon bolt at ma-scan in yung mga players dito for FPX na mataranta, mabigla, magulanta, kung ano ba yung gagawin nila, kung uunahin ba nila ditong kuhanin yung Recon or talagang iintay nila yung magwa-wide swing. So they have been taking advantage of it. Pero this time around kasi sa ginawa ni Xiao, they were able to clutch thing out 10-12. Dalawa na lang for the overtime. At alam pa ni Durkee kung ano yung mangyayari. Kaya naman mawa-wide swing. Good of a flick. Laban dito kay Sipan. No more entry fragger na pwede nga mangyari dito for FPX.
Wala na nga pwedeng mangyari. But Fnatic, I think that's just it. This is just it, guys. Ano yun? What is this round? Napigilan lang sila dahil nalabas na yung 2 force tas nag-settle sila for a double operator setup dahil nga may help dito sa ultimate chamber. And it's up to Sider together with Xiao to come up with something, but it really do feel that it's complicated na para maipanalo pa nila to. Going up against a 5-stack team ng Fnatic na iniipit na lang sila. This is just already a GG. At ito nga, magpa-flank pa, pagbaba ng wall, may pag-asa pa. Oh my goodness, si Sider, pwede pa. Saan ka nakatingin, Durkee? Saan ka pa nakatingin ngayon? Baka sumakto pa sa yung off-angle, pwede niyang ma-flikan. Kaso, that's just it. Ang gandang pitik na yun. Si Sider na lang, but Durkee gets the fourth. As a final round, 13-10 goes into the map pick by Fnatic. Kompleto na nga sila ngayon. Wala nang sub, kompletos recados, they got it. Pero ang
Cutie
ligalig
pie,
ni Boaster
ligalig.
talaga.
Really is just a well-read game for the side of Fnatic para mahabol nila yung mga chances nito against FPX, who was able to dominate in the first half. Pero what just happened in the second one is full on the commitment nung kanilang lineup. Ang members dito from the side of Fnatic relied more on their utility setups and yung mga retake potential sila dito, and even the delay na pwede nilang ibigay dito with just their utilities at hindi makapag-plant ng spike dito ang FPX. With this game, talagang masasabi natin na basang-basa na rin kasi talaga ng Fnatic dito kung gaano na nila katagal dito lagi nakakatapat ang FPX, kung gaano katagal na rin sila nagkakaharap. And with that being said, sobrang deserve nila itong win na ito with a 10-12 or 10-13 scoreline, all in favor of Fnatic's composition with no duelist on their setup.
And remember, maganda yung comeback story na naman ng Fnatic. Every time, it's an icebox talaga. At nakita na natin. I think, nakita ko pa ng agent selection. Sabi ko, okay, this might just be a great start from the side of FPX. But the longer it's gonna be like this, it's just all for Fnatic. Pero tingnan natin sa second map. As we're gonna go in a break. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rene. And join me here is Honey Glaze. And see you guys after the break.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
They had us in the first half, but Fnatic, they remain undefeated on Icebox in this stage. I'm on back on the desk with Mimi and Bala. I gotta say, Boaster, the Alpha Go Kill strat kind of failed, but Durka Go Kill was unreal on that map.
Yeah, he was insane towards the tail end. That second half, he really lit up. And he comes out with his first map on LAN in 2022, and he drops 29. Ties basically the best outside of overtimes.
Yeah, I mean, Durka was impeccable. And what was excellent out of him was he was good in the first half, good in the second. He gave time for Alpha to get going, really. He started so incredibly slow. After no kills in the first 9 rounds, he turned that around. Well, it wasn't a crazy performance out of him. It was enough to instill confidence. And, you know, Fnatic, they just do it again. They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, and FPX just keeps letting Fnatic go to this map.
Yeah, of course. This FPX also made a comp change as well.
Yeah, they did, and it didn't work again.
Still, I think this was the best that they have looked on this map. I really liked what they were showing with the Fade and the Raze. Zipan is incredibly comfortable on this role. He was great individually, and you see some of the nice setups here. There's the nade combo with the tether. You also had kind of the re-clear off the cats in mid, holding that space, making up for the lack of the Killjoy, and also just so many great individual moments from this guy.
Yeah, I think Zipan was great. The combination Fade Raze was great as well. Mostly on defense, though. When they came to that attack side, they were often wasting the C's nade combo a lot to try to deny orb that they weren't even really going for. Dirk was just constantly playing top pipes, and it just shows the strength of this Fnatic comp. It just became so good when they switched to defense.
Yeah, the attack side was so shaky, but in the defense side, Mimi, we saw a couple of retakes that was just peak premium online Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic is just so good in the retake at practically every moment on this map. Their composition allows it in such a great way. There was one particularly one that we wanted to take a look at, and it was the way that they're using the Killjoy on this map. I think a lot of teams are still undervaluing that agent, but Fnatic have stood by the Killjoy. In this one, they're able to pop down that Killjoy lockdown early to start to fight for that retake, and we can start to see it unfold here, Ball.
Yeah, this was really, really solid. Every time you get this Killjoy lockdown up, you have to have something to try to counter it, or some sort of play as well, because it even takes a little bit to get on site, but then the lockdown comes, and Boaster gets the flank off, gets the first kill, and just seals the deal. This Molly onto Angel. Angel's like, I'm going to sit on it. This is new patch Molly. I can sit here. No, Boaster, he's vulnerable, and Boaster's like, I'll just run spray.
I mean, with how prevalent just heavy post-plant setups are on this map, I think kind of finding those flanks in the late round, in the retake, is so important to the map identity of Icebox, and I think Fnatic, out of all the teams we have here at the event, do the absolute best job at doing that, and they prove it again here with the comeback on the defense.
Yeah, it's very Fnatic, isn't it? They trap you with a lockdown, and if you either get like lockdown or you have to run into Boaster, so it is the way that they play. Like I said, Fnatic, they have 2 strats. Alpha Go Kill didn't work out too well. Here he is right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around. I am quite forgiving. This is a kid that just turned 17. Mimi, a lot of people are expecting big things from him, and I think coming on to the next map is where he is going to shine.
I mean, it's stressful. You're on a big stage. A ton of people are watching you. The pressure is on. Everyone has high expectations. I don't blame him for stumbling initially, but what matters is he rebounded in that second half.
Yeah, and I also think that he was playing a really tough role to start off with, right? This is probably the most passive of any of the roles that Alpha Year plays, and he's super flexible. Now he goes more into that star position where he plays Raze on Haven, and I think this is something where he's going to enjoy himself a little bit more, have a lot more incentive, freedom to do what he needs to do and what will take out FPX.
I mean, the part we were so critical on was when he was playing Killjoy on attack. That's so incredibly difficult to do outside of how good you are as an individual. So I'm really not worried about him heading into Haven.
Well, let's talk about Haven now, because we talk about FPX changing comps. They played Haven twice already here in this competition, and they played 2 different comps. The latest one we saw, they were kind of favoring the Breach over the KO this time around. Bala, what do you think about their chances going onto this map?
Yeah, it's really interesting. FPX has been innovating a lot, and I think the important thing and the important player on this is actually Cider, the way he plays the Omen. Right? Angel was also very pivotal on that role when they played it traditionally, when they played it, for example, in the Grand Finals against Fnatic, and Cider has been doing a great job on it as well. The one consistent thing they have is Xiao on Fade, and he's been a monster on this map specifically. You mentioned the DRX in the pregame before this game started. He was so good on that map.
Yeah, he was impeccable in that one. They ended up winning things out, and I love that they do play both the Breach and the Fade in their most recent iteration of the comp. I think think when you're playing against a team that does not run the Neon, you get so much value out of that breach, being able to fight for a lobby control, not just with those C's nade combos, but with that breach stun as well. It gives more flexibility to your Raze player and just how you play both your defense and attack in general. And I think it's going to be good against Fnatic because they play a kind of older comp on this map. They've just stuck by the breach Sova, which a lot of teams have moved away from since Fade has come into the meta.
Yeah, it's interesting though because I think they also, they're pioneering the breach a little bit on this map for so long, and there's so much value in setting up Durka on this map, right? We just looked at him. He's feeling really good. 29 kills in the first map, and his attack side chamber is one of the best I've seen on this map, and possibly ever for attack side chambers. He just has so much room to work with, and so much can be used to set him up.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and of course, Fnatic, they have never changed their comps in Stage 2. I don't expect them to do it here, but FPX on the other side, they've kind of been swapping here, there and here, so maybe we do see something new.
I mean, it's the identity of FPX. I wouldn't be too surprised if they made a change on through, but again, I was a fan of what they played previous, and the early picks coming on through looks like they might just be continuing with never mind.
They went back.
We're regressing to the KO.
Yeah, this could be one of the FPX things where they just don't want Fnatic to have too much prep on them, right?
Sure, and it also could just speak to the opponents that they were playing prior, right? The breach could have been better against the teams that they were playing earlier on in the tournament, and the KO Angel might feel is a little stronger. I did feel like he was getting actually just destroyed by RB when they played against DRX, and that might have been because of the specific agent he was playing on.
Well, Fnatic, they are 1-0 up in this series right now. FPX, they have to win this map if they want to force a third one. Mitch and Tom, take us away.
Hindi naman kami sina Mitch and Top, pero kami si Honey Glaze at si Ray. Good morning sa mga bagong gising at good night sa mga matutulog na, para makita natin ngayon kung ano ba yung magiging eksena ng Fnatic at ng FPX. Papasok naman tayo in the map of Haven.
Talagang excited ako kung ano ba ang kahihinatnan ngayon ng FPX. Makakabawi ba sila sa map pick nila or talagang Fnatic all the way? So, we're seeing particular agents here. And that's gonna be the side of FPX where they're gonna be set up with a KO and a Fade. We don't usually see that comp that much. Pero looking at it, I think this is a good start sa FPX. And if they win this, malaki ang probabilidad na sila ang mananalo.
Para umabot tayo ng game number 3. Pero clean shots sa ginawa ngayon nila Mystic. There's also the trade-off down to a 3v3. Nice follow-up na ginawa dito ni Enzo para hindi naman sila kaagad malamangan dito when it comes to the numbers advantage na meron dito ang FPX. But FPX, matche-check-in nga ba siya sa corner? At matche-check-in pero makakakuha pa rin naman siya ng isa. Very unfortunate for Fnatic, Ray, dahil dalawa na lang din ang natitira sa bawat team na natin ngayon. And now the smokes are already in. Makailangan na muli mag-check dito ni Bowser. They still have 50 seconds and they can still rotate back into another side safely. Pero kasi, oh my gosh! Mag-explain na pa lang ako dito ng mga pros and cons, pero that was a clean entry na ginawa dito ng dalawa, Bowser and Enzo, winning out that round with a 1-0.
Oh, this is pretty good for the side of Fnatic. Akala ko, FPX na yung mataltalo, kaso nga, ay yung mananalo rather, kaso nga lang, with Booster like this, with an Omen, I think ang dami mo kasing pwedeng i-manipula pag may Omen kayo. You have that paranoia, you can play aggressive, you have that smoke, you have that, yung parang what's so called TP din at the same time. Pero tignan pa natin, paano i-handle naman ng FPX itong KO nila. Pero ito, yung comp ng Fnatic, ang weird at the same time, pero I think it puts so much trouble them. Yeah, very doable dahil ang ganda naman kapag nag-concast kagad si Mystic. At tapos yung panlaban naman nila information coming from Sova, pwede na lang bawiin yan against FPX.
Wala na naman Sova dito. Well, pwede naman na walang Sova dito in Haven. Pero kasi, it's been really viable to have a Sova in the map. Especially nakalaban na dito ang Fnatic. Pero nakaligtas sila dito with just a satchel. Pero ang magiging problema is si Pan na nakatapat nila muli dito sa kanilang eksena. Durky dito will be getting in the advantage na hindi ready sa kanya dito si Angel. And now, he was able to equalize the numbers. 4v4. They were able to commit further inside of B. Makakapag-plant na sila at si Durky makakadalawa pa. Shorty lang ang mapangawa ka dito ngayon ni Cider at nagdalawang isip siya akong ipuputok, diba? Dahil Spectre pa rin naman ang hawak dito ng mga kabila. And now, 2-0 na. Really is just unfortunate dahil malilikuran niya na sana. Kaso lumingon dito the moment na lalapitan niya na sana dito si Volster na 4-0 na yung kanya KDA.
Talagang malapit na ang Fnatic ata. Very close. Pero I think this is a good start for them on their attacking side to play it like this, diba? Okay naman talaga. Narinig ko, boss, and it's time. Narinig niyo ba? Ako, hindi ko alam eh. Pero where's the predictions? I think they weren't able to put predictions, but big shoutouts to our viewers there in YouTube, Twitch, and here in Facebook, guys. I know hindi lahat kayo or halos lahat inaantok na, pero still na yung subaybay dito sa VALORANT Masters 2. Maraming salamat.
Uy!
Biglang Sorry, akin.
Pero ito Alphager will be going in for the wide swing. Very unfortunate dito for FPX dahil full buys na nila ito. Even though na-anticipate na nila may pumapasok, gumapang na nga in garage dahil may nakuha sila with the suppress. Nakuhaan pa rin siya ng shot. Pero what the kill na ginawa dito ni Dirk. There's also the trade-off pero it's just really too late. Down to 3v4. Tapos close range fights pa ang kailangan gawin dito ng FPX dahil kailangan nila pumasok sa loob ng side-sider. Makakaisa. Pero yung aftershocks ang magiging nakasalalay niya para makakuha na nga dito ng opportunity. But Bolster is the remaining member here. Still alive and kicking naman dito si Ento with the light-ups off. These shock darts, wala na siyang follow-up dito na may bibigay to cancel. That defuse out. Very costly of a round for FBX. But still, a round is a round. 2-1.
Tao, it's 2-1. Guys, tubig. May tanong ako sa'yo, Honey Glaze. Nagwa-Wattpad ka ba dati?
High school days, oo naman.
Gosh, na-discover ko ngayon yung Wattpad ko. Nakakaiba. Ngayon lang. Sabi ko, try ko kaya.
May mga story ka?
Oo.
Those were the days. Akala ko nga noon magiging writer ako. At hindi ako naglalaro ng mga games, ng mga online kineme-kineme, hindi nga ako nakapag-Dota. Tapos ngayon, esports pala ang malalaglagan ko, di ba? Wala rin yung pagsusulat-sulat ko at paggagaling ko sa grammar pagdating sa pagsulat. So wala din. Esports lang din pala is the way. Valorant is the way.
Siyempre. Gamers pa! Oh! Gabi, high risk, high reward ka doon. RDs, ang talino mo doon.
Nakatipi.
Ang galing. Tumipi out kahit may bot na.
Kailangan mo na matulog dyan, Hiri. Kung naririnig mo na ang boses ni Vil and it's time, naku, masama
iba na yan. Iba na. Hanggang sweet dreams ka talaga dyan. Dahil naman yung Fnatic, ang tagal na naman nila maglaro. Pero biglang mag-aalborota na naman sila sa late game.
Probably. Pero at least kinukuha na nila yung kakayahan nila ngayon na makapag-dominate na nga ng mga rounds, overwhelm FPX. At dahil sa mga slow play sila, hindi tuloy ma-dictate ng players from FPX kung ano ba yung gagawin. Tingnan mo naman yung gapang, Kahit manggagaling na nga sila dito in mid, na walang makakadiscover na manggagaling sila dito in B, it's already down to 10 seconds. At 4-man save ang magaganap ngayon, Ray. This is really just a question kasi, why? Still doable pa naman sana ito sa kanila eh.
Di na nila, siguro para sa, they want to save themselves for the next round. Okay lang naman.
Pero
even if wala kang credits, pwede pa rin naman makabili si Booster. So, I think that's a much smarter way. Instead of them losing the round, para lang ngayong round 5 makabawi sila kung sakasakali. Di ba? Okay na din yun na I think this is just the first time I'm seeing na round 4 hindi na nila kinontest pa. Kasi
diba?
nag-save na lang
Aga
talaga
eh.
sila.
Most likely yung mga ganong klaseng save is magaganap mga later part ng first half or ng second half, lalo na kapag talagang malapit na to a match point yung kabilang team. Pero Ardis, Ray, malalaman ba ng players ngayon from Fnatic kung ano ang gagawin niya? Mukhang hindi dahil natutulog pa nga yung trademark niya. One member down. Si Mystic pa ang nawala sa mapa but they still have Enzo with his utilities. Uulanin lang naman sila ng patience dito. We have the TP in. Alphager is already in. Getting in the kill. Makbubulaga naman sila dito din si Panu. Goes in for 2. Closely enough to get in the 3. But unfortunately, it's all up to Turkey. Nang hinayang tayo sa pagkakataon na nag-apat na nag-save sila dito from the previous round pero wala naman silang napala.
Wala ngang napala, pero nga lang maka-clutch ba to ni Durkee? May headhunter pa siya. May vandal din siya. At may 2 deforce pa siya after planting the spike. So, this might be a game changer that we can wait. Kapag ito na-clutch ni Durkee, sobrang i-take note nyo na lang.
Ang gagalingan ng FPX,
Oo, may flash pa naman. Wala na silang flash from Angel, pero
Di nila makikita.
Di nila makikita. That's it.
1,
Ay,
2! Oh my
goodness,
God!
Durkee! Sabi na maka-clutch pa niya with a 2 divorce eh. Tapos alam na niya saan magagaling si Xiao. Dahil lang sa trademark setup niya. And wala nang oras. He tries to go for a defuse. Narinig niya and he gets the clutch! Oh my God, Durkee!
Sorry na. Mali ako.
Ang galing mo, sabi na
Hindi
eh.
ipapanalo ng Fnatic yun, pero oh my God, Turkey! 2 to 3! Ray, ano yun?
Ay, nako.
What a replay. Hindi lang natin, 1, 2. Tumatalon pa si Angel dun, no? Tsaka ang laki na ng advantage siya dito dahil naka-post-plant position na siya. At mawawala na ng time dito si Xiao to defuse and clutch that one out. So, a lead for Fnatic in this first half.
Kasi talagang atong Fnatic, every time it's Durkee, when he gets a clutch play, kayang-kaya niya talagang makuha. When he's focused upon it, that can actually bring his team up in the momentum at sayang yun. Pero kasi wala nga silang info eh. Yan yung mahirap kapag wala kang recon. Diba? Nakikita na, napaka-vital talaga.
Fade lang kasi.
Although okay sana kung wala ding wala rin sanang Sova yung kalaban eh. Pero I think that's just how smart si Durkee. Buti na lang siya yung natira kasi after planting yung spike, nakapag-earn siya ng 2 deforce and he can just contest it with the long angles. Tapos ang trademark pa nangyari pa sa 1v1, diba? Sobrang nahuli nga nila kagad. So that's just how FPX plays this one out. Pero Fnatic,
very wise.
mapapunish nga ba muli sila sa round na to or hindi?
Yun ang kailangan gawin dito ng FPX dahil ang gastos ng round na ito for them, they have the operator at hand but it's just really goes to show na they are desperate enough to get this one. May natag sila dito ng suppress. Tapos, ang aabangan natin ngayon is the decision making ng mga nag-aabang or nag-hold pa rin ng garage at ng C kung magre-react ba sila on time. Kasi si Durkee dito, he's just waiting in for something to happen na magkaroon nga ng rotate, magkaroon nga ng mga reckless moves dito ang FPX. Pero hindi naman siguro nagpapajabate ang FPX ngayon dahil Sader will be using the smokes to prevent any entries to come in A. So now, it's just low place na naman, Ray. Aantukin talaga muna tayo dito bago pa pumasok at mag-decide ang Fnatic dito kung ano ba yung abusuin nilang side.
Ano nga ba ang abusuin nila? Hello, shoutout nga pala kay Jerome Reyes. But here it is, 5v5. Durkee gets the first frag at sumunod na nga kagad. Alpha Girl also gets 2. Hello, Fnatic! They're not breathing anymore! At biglang nag-iba yung turnaround ngayon. 4-2 na kagad sa isang iglap. Ang linis naman. Napaka-clean, like Mr. Clean nun.
Wow! Gusto ko pa mag-visit. That replay though, it just really goes to show the composure and the experience. Lahat na ng mga napagdaanan nila para basahin dito FPX na hindi man lang makaisa. Guys, Napanimala na naman na maganda dito. Good start, good footing for FPX. Pero ngayon, ang magiging question is hanggang kailan ito mapangahawakan dahil it's down to a 4v5. They only have the sheriffs. Pero all that they can do now is maparusahan dito ang Fnatic with their slow plays. Kasi Durkee dito, he's getting so much attention already in C.
Nahihirapan mga baobelit ang FPX pero may chance na pwede lang ma-350 tong mga idol natin mula sa Fnatic Pero sabi nga ni Jolian, good ult gamble. Yeah, if you have ult, why not then use it, diba? To your advantage. But then Enzo was able to spot na out na agad si Ardis pala. Sorry, malabang mata. Although surprise sa mga taga-Fnatic, we still try to contest this with the angles and the Boaster mag-out nga siya. Pero nga lang low on HP si Angel. So pwede pa naging advantage nito. You're my darling Angel. Yun na Marshall sa mukha si Boaster. 3v4.
Buhay na buhay pa rin naman sila though. Kompleto pa yung buhay operator for Durkee. He needs to make something to happen. Maunahan niya man lang dito si Sipad. Pero I think as well na nakakaramdam naman na sila kaya nawawallbang na siya. We have the sprays. We have the delayed plant of the spike. Aftershock to deny those retakes. 11 seconds remaining and they have already committed into a 3v4. The hunt won't be connecting into anyone pero that is a good shot. Give it to us by Durkee. Follow up by Enzo. Dan dun naman din yung mga follow-ups na ibibigay pa ng full times. Kaya naman hindi pa sila makakapagpasok. Di ba? Mga karangkada naman na ngayon dito si Shout to get and Mystic. But still, wala silang ka-idea kung nasan dito si Durkee with that clean shot! Xiao went down immediately and now he has the opportunity na mapaglaruan na naman dito. Sider nag-overtake na nga. Katulad na lang ng mga ginagawa niya sa'yo nang hindi magpapagbigay ng label cleanly enough to say na kayo na nga ba talaga dahil 2-5 kanila na yung sistemang nakakakuha sila na pang-dominate dito laban sa kabila.
Ba't ka nananakit?
Sorry.
Grabe ka naman sa
Sorry. Nadala.
Direct nananakit pala. Love trip ko dun
Mali. Huwag niyo po
grabe naman yung mga di nagbibigay ng label dyan. Ba naman. Pero ako ngayon mga nag-podcast na bigla. Ako yung tipo feel ko ngayon sa state ng buhay ko. Ako yung tipong hirap na hirap magbigay ng label. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Parang ayoko muna. Nasa point kayo minsan. Ako lang nasa point kayo minsan na ayaw yung talaga mag-commit. Pero to si Xiao ginawang aim labs. Durkee na lang together with Boaster. Ang natitira, he was able to get the kill still. Pero ano nga pa ba ang pwedeng magawa ng Fnatic ngayon? Will they put this into advantage? Okay, nice boost mula kay Booster, di ba? XD. Corny. Pero, they will plan. Pero, I think, ang ganda ng ultimate ng Nightfall just to be able to get the good information as to where these guys are.
Hindi nila inaantay or hindi nila nakikita ngayon kung saan magagaling na nga si Ardis. Pero clean shot. Alam na nila kung saan magagaling dito si Ardis na may operator. Will he be saving up this one? Pero kasi with his wide swing na naman, Durkee, with his flick of the wrist na naman ang ginagawa dito ng Fnatic. Nangyayari na parang nakita ko na to kanina. Parang ito yung second half na binigay sa kanila nung Icebox. Rere, hindi makaisa ang FPX ngayon.
Talagang ang mga taga-FPX, I think this is quite hard na sa kanila para makapag-recover pa. Kung ganito lang paulit-ulit yung ginagawa ng Fnatic and unstoppable na si Durkee. Ang ganda ng araw ni Durkee ngayon. Ganyan talaga pag Mr. Suave. Grabe dito. Sus, baka naman antok ka na. Hindi talaga, guys. Ewan ko.
Walang inaantok. Sino
Siyempre,
inaantok?
hindi na natin kikwento yung mas personal. Kung may mga rason naman tayo kung bakit. Pero ngayon parang mas enjoy kapag single ka, tas okay din yung circle of friends mo. Masaya ka. Yan sila Honey Grace, diba? Diba? Napakasaya. Puro stalking stage. Wag naman kayo ganyan, guys. yung term ngayon ng yung term ngayon ng ligaw is talking stage na. Cute, nag-e-evolve. Kaso nga lang, pagdating sa evolution, mukhang wala na namang magawa ngayon ang mga tropa natin.
Oh my God,
Mula sa
Dirk.
FPX, tapos ito, binibit ni Dirk ang mga teammates niya. Yet, it's very effective. Bolster gets a Angel, and
Okay
that's
lang.
it, 7-2. Okay lang, 2-0.
Fanatic, tuloy-tuloy na.
Sige lang, Fanatic, gawin nyo ang tama.
Tamang-tama. 7-2. Ngayon, makikita na natin kung pagbibigyan ba nila ang FPX. Okay lang naman kung hindi. Kasi FPX dito, unfortunately sa kanila, is hindi sila nagiging consistent from the past few days na ginagawa nila yung mga plays sila. Tapos may mga times na si Xiao at si Ardis na yung nakakapagbuhat. And speaking of, Ardis is the only man na, hindi naman only, pero he is already top fragging within his team na nakakapagbigay ng so much impact. But at the very moment na meron silang pang delay, they went in with the immediate Hunter's Fury. Pero ngayon, good white swing! Oh no, showstopper! Kaso nagkasabugan na nga! Muntikan ko pang masabi yung very bad word, pero this is just really unfortunate for the side of FBX. Dahil mas nauna dito si Alvager, mas mabilis sa kanya dito yung opportunity na magamit niya kaagad yung kanyang ultimate. And now, A site is completely for them to take and they will be able to plant in the spike.
At ngayon, there's just the paranoia coming in. Ardis hits the shot, pero binawian kagad ni Durkee. And it's gonna be a 2v3, kaso nga si Alphashire was able to take on those angles. He gets the third. 8-2, Fanatic on a spree sa first half pa lang against FPX.
Ray, nakakatakot to dahil Fanatic nagwawala na first half pa lang at hindi na talaga nila pinagbibigyan dito ni isa ang FX ngayon. Replay muna tayo for a bit. Pareha sila nagkaroon ng activation of their ultimate. Showstoppers for both of our race players, but the problem is mas mabilis sa trigger dito si Alphager getting in that kill. Clean opening for Fnatic to get inside of the site, completely dominate in the players of FPX na hindi man lang makapag-react on time. And now, it's already down to a close double-digit scoreline sa first half pa lang ng Fnatic ngayon against FPX.
Sabi nga dito sa Twitch, grabe daw yung flicks ni Durkee. I gotta agree.
Exactly.
Grabe. I don't know with this guy. Kapag talaga nag-start siya na maganda ang laro niya, tuloy-tuloy. Unstoppable talaga. Yan yung meron kapag si Durkee ang tinutukoy natin. Mukhang hindi na natutuwa si coach. Sabi niya, ayusin niya. Okay, ayusin niya turo mo.
Pasensya na, boss. Coach,
wala na yung pasensya nila eh. Pag ako naging coach, tas magpapapos ako, alam mo kung anong sasabihin ko lang sa mga players ko?
Ano?
Bawal ko sabihin. 4-letter word. Hulaan nyo na lang kung ano.
Mag-ABCD na lang kayo kung ano dapat napapasok sa 4-letter word. Ay, nako, 3 AM things.
Anong sasabihin ko? Ito, Honey Glaze.
Mamaya kapag binasa ko, out
loud. Huwag mo pasaya. Sinend ko na sa'yo. Yan yung sasabihin ko.
Riri. Uy, ito na yung round na naman ito. Oh my gosh, another opportunity for... Hindi napasok. Poster! Binadali na kaagad ang mga plays nila dito.
Last round in the half.
Iba yung nasa isip ko, pero mas...
Yung
tipong nasa international stage kayo, no? Tapos yun yung ibibigay mo sa timeout nyo. Coach naman, ba't naman ganun? Why naman like that?
Grabe naman si Booster.
things with HG at
Rere. Naging podcast na nga. Podcast sesh. Ayan. Shoutout ka pala sa mga nanonood sa amin ngayon.
Sa trabaho namin, parang Valorant na lang ang kulang.
Parang si sa Yu Yu Hakusho. Si Dennis ba? Oo, si Dennis. Parang ganun. Pero yun lang, di niya na wallbang. He tries to get, pero Alpha still gets him. Walang natap-tap na naman ngayon si Xiao.
Xiao.
Was able to get one.
Sige. Isa pa. Low na rin eh. Kulang ng follow-up. nakakatakot ito for FPX dahil bababa sila ng lower bracket kung sakali mang matalo at hindi na talaga nila kaya pang makahinga pa further against Fnatic na nagdadalawang isip pa nga pumasok ng site. Hindi sa magdadalawang isip, kundi parang inihintay lang talaga nila na magkaroon ng pag-overtake dito ang FPX. Give them so much of a drama or so much of thoughts dito na baka nag-rotate na for the other side. Binibigay na nila wide open dito yung B dahil syempre, meron naman silang trademark dito. So by any case na mag-rotate sila in B, makakakuha pa rin naman sila ng info. Pero once na mabulaga dito si Ardis, magiging huli na ang lahat for that KO, for Angel to make things happen for them. Pero look at that jumping kill na ginawa ni Ardis ngayon. He was able to TP out of the casualty. Look at this guy using his utilities. Pero nakaabang na si Boaster dito with his TP play. And Ardis closely enough to clutch this one out. But unfortunately, nakaabang na rin si Boaster sa kanya. And Enzo finishing things out with his quick reaction time. Quick of reaction time with his operator. Oh my gosh. Ray Fnatic dito 10-2 scoreline laban sa FPX.
30 seconds.
2-10 ang ating scoreline. I think it's just Fnatic unstoppable. Di na makapagbawi pa yung FPX. Kita mo, they're just doing yung sarili-sarili na lang. Nagsasarilihan na lang sila ngayon. But going into that, tapos na nga ang first half natin, Honey Glaze. And it's up already sa FPX kung anong gagawin nila. As our panel explains it.
Yeah,
I'd say maybe a little bit.
For the first map and the first series for Durka to be him doing this thing, I can't even speak.
What?
400?
Okay, that's absurd.
Straight up, after that 1v3, FPX didn't win a round.
Yeah.
He just boomed them.
He just completely broke their back. You'd say the straw that broke the camel's back. It was just the dumbbell that just got dropped on
This is
them.
calculated, by the way. The best fake of all time. The greatest fake ever.
The confidence too. He just instant pops tour de force. Yeah, 1v3, whatever. And they're on the other side of the map, by the way. He has so much time to just sit here.
Sure. And I mean, as much as I'd love to just say Durka good, on top of that, FPX is just looking deflated. Normally, they're so good with their combos on the defensive side, playing that fade raise, setting their team up for success with those KO flashes in. None of that is hitting. The coordination is feeling off, and a big part of it is just Fnatic's ready. They knew what to expect coming in towards this game. They've weighed out all that utility. They have not been afflicted by it once.
Yeah, I think one of the big things is that Moser just is constantly TPing past it.
Yeah.
And then as soon as there's a fade raise combo, they're just like, yeah, okay, we'll just wait and then go. And then there's always some sort of retake that's working really good. By the way, Moser 12-6. That's a massive performance for a controller player for an IGL. He's definitely playing really well right now in this stomp.
And I guess now the question is it enough for FPX to come back? And I don't think so. Just that deflation, just being utterly stomped on, it does a lot to one's mental. And when you're down this bad, heading in towards the attacking side, I mean, it's going to take a miracle for them to rally.
Well, EMEA fans, you know we've been here before. FPX, they're staring down the barrel of a fourth defeat at Stage 2 here to Fnatic. Mitch and Tom, they really have to dig deep in the second half.
Hindi man muli kami si Mitch and Tom, pero ako si Honey Glaze, kasama ko ngayon si Ray, and this is already the second half kung saan it's just really overwhelming. In Haven, 10-2 ang ating scoreline, all in favor of Fnatic, na pwede pa rin ngayon na magkaroon ng sobrang laki ng confidence to remain standing na makakuha sila na naman ng pick-offs laban sa FPX.
Talagang pick-offs ang kailangan, pero Turkey starts it once again, but then there's the trade. 3 left na lang sa Fnatic. Imagine, if they win this pistol round, then looks like they're just gonna be winning on a spree against FPX. At ngayon, mag-retake sila. May flash pa, may pang-concast pa, but are they actually aware na si Alpha is gonna go for a flank? And speaking of, he gets the tap! Ardis na lang to get with Sigma na natitira ngayon. And now, looks like the flank is gonna connect. And it's up to Ardis to actually get that booster. Still gets it. And now, he goes for a defuse. Mahihirapan na siya nito.
Oh, no.
Tilted ng FPX. Malamig pa sa crush mo.
Na hindi
Ayun.
pinapansin ang PM mo.
Oh, ay. Hindi ko sure sa ganyan. Wala ako dun,
11-2 ang scoreline natin ngayon sa tulad na sinabi ni Ray. Fnatic, kapag nakuha pa nila yung 11 or yung pistol na yun for this half, speedrun ang magaganap para makapasok pa for another round laban dito sa FPX dahil ngayon 20 frags and just 5 deaths dito si Durkee. And so nga dito nakakuha pa ng 10 frags and 3 deaths. Pero look at this, guys, na sobrang commendable yung bawat segundong gamitin nila yung utility nila, yung mga crossfires sila, and even their individual plays. Talagang nagbibigay sila dito ng mga malupitang eksena, pero that is really just hyper-aggressiveness or hyper-activeness dito ng players natin ngayon for FPX para mag-play under pressure dahil Sider was able to take down Enzo and Alfred pa yung sumunod sa kanila. 3v4, tapos nag-buy pa dito ang FPX.
Grabe to si Durkee 400 ECS na siya. Ang dami niyang clutch Ang dami na impact kills. Oh, yun lang Pero I think it's just, usually it's like this at 2-11. Don't expect. Up to Boaster na lang together with Mystic. It's a miracle if they'll be able to get the match point. Medyo mahirap na nga yan. Grabe ka, Durkee. Ngayon lang makikita ng 400 ACS. Ka-graduate ba siya doon or hindi? Kaso nga lang low on HP na si Boaster. And I think they can go for a save instead or some exit frags. Oh no! Matatiming yun. Hindi na. Wala kasing info So they're just gonna be saving exit frags it is. Pero Durkee, grabe ka.
Okay na okay sa kanila.
Ngayon lang to, diba? Na makakakita tayo ng player na 400 ACS. Alam ko last time 350 lang. I mean, it's not the first time or maybe here in Masters, I think it is.
Pero kasi Masters to, Ray, tapos 400 ACS. Grabe.
I think that's a record-breaking one.
Gotta look out for this player.
Ala to, guys. Pag taga-buo ng tahanan, ano ka ba, Manny? Walang trabahong pangit. As long as passionate ka about it, and yun yung bumubuhay sa'yo. Yan. Dapat hindi mo ikinakahiya yung trabaho mo. Kahit ano pa yan. Yan. Kahit anong larangan pa yan. Kahit anong trabaho. Alam niyo naman yung ibang, syempre, trabaho, diba? Pero ako, kung yan yung nagpapasaya sa'yo at yan yung ikinabubuhay ng pamilya mo,
oh
go!
My God!
Pero ngayon, Durkee!
Durkee!
Humiga ba hindi? Yung mic ko lang, na ano kasi ako, na ina-allergy, di ko alam bakit. Pero oh no, there's just FPX. But then Durkee! Oh my goodness, yung mga headshot niya sa huli, it's actually working. Pero sayang lang, there's a trade coming from Angel.
Oo. Nasa harap niya na kasi. It could have been doable kung may Spectre shot sana siya kasi he can quickly react and change up his gun. Pero ngayon, batuhan na lang ng utilities dito, pasabog onte, pumuputok dito doon. Pero now, it's all up to Alphager. Kanina nag-save sila and nag-save sila ng mga Spectres and they are down to an eco round. And this might probably it for FPX para ma-secure na naman nila yung isa pang round na pwede ngang i-lose naman dito ng Fnatic since they have a lot of rounds pa. 11-4, pero they need to make sure na they have to break the momentum of FPX dahil baka sakaling mahabol pa nila ito dahil we cannot underestimate FPX with their pace.
Ayoko na habulin.
Okay na tayo sa
I want
Fnatic
to win. I don't know, they really deserve the win. I want them, kung hindi, feel ko PaperX versus Fnatic to Pag tumama ako na PaperX versus Fnatic, guys, libre ko kayo. Sige. Kahit ano lang, no, kape lang, no, direct. Or McDo lang. Pwede na, no?
Chicken sandwich.
Turo mo.
Nice coffee,
Tas,
diba?
dapat panalo PaperX. Yan, Fnatic versus PaperX. Ang saya nun. Makakasabay
no?
kaya yung Fnatic, no? Sa fast-paced game ng PaperX. Nina, bibilis maglaro
Kanina, no? Di mo alam kung anong gagawin kay Forsaken
Grabe, ginawang
slide
TDM ni Forsaken Grabe talaga. I love APAC, yo. Bilis na lang maglaro Ganun talaga kabilis sa APAC. Gusto ko ulit makita yung maglaro ang
Bitin yung APAC kanina nasa PaperX.
PaperX versus
Zero
Onyx.
kasi. Oo, ganda nun.
Ayun lang, Durkee na naman. Palong-palong. Grabe naman ang crispy ng headshot nito. Okay, that's just it. It's gonna be the match point. Wala na, shutdown na to.
Alphager. Pwede pang makakuha ng third kill dito. Sidestep. Papasok na dito mula sa sewers, pero uulan na naman ng shock turns it. So, he knows what to do. And now, it's up to one remaining member. He can clutch out from the previous clip stages dito and VCT Masters, but unfortunately, it's down to the face of laban sa Fnatic dito against FPX. Match point. Oh my God, Ray. Mukhang ito na talaga ang katapusan ng FPX dahil kulang yung ekonomiya nila dito. Pero at the very least, they can still push their buys for full armors and some vandals dito sa ilan sa kanila.
May nagsabi dito, DRX versus PaperX. Magkaiba sila ng bracket, di ba? I think that's also a good one. I love to see DRX versus
Naglaban
PaperX.
na sila before.
I mean, for finals dito sa Masters. Pero I think that's just it. Fnatic winning it once again. Nag-aasim na lang si Durkee. Ilang kills si Durkee so far? Direct, napansin mo ba? Ilang kills siya all throughout the...
Baka 20 na siya dito. 20 tapos 5 death lang siya. Tapos kasi ang sumunod sa kanya dito si Enzo, 10 and 3 deaths lang eh. Diba? Pero yun yung yung mga previous round pa na na-check ko yung KDA nila nung nag-tab tayo sa
Di kasi parating di pa natin nakikita eh.
Oo. Saglit lang din kasi lumalabas yung tab eh.
Wala na to.
Tapos ipitin pa sila dito kaya de Boaster. Pwede pa nga siya mapakatondo things dito kung may tondo lang sa kanila. And alam niya na kung saan magagaling dito si HL. Naku po. Tingnan ba yan likod mo, my guy? Titingnan niya na nga. Tapos, magsispray dito. Taranta, si Boaster ngayon. Back away. Tapos ngayon, it's all up to Amphager. Dahil alam niya kung anong gagawin. Head shot. And the showstopper, 4K for this guy, 13-4. Oh wow, indeed. Dahil we have already concluded in this series na hyper pa rin naman si Bolster and a clean 2-0.
Fnatic is back. This is the Fnatic complete roster edition. At mukhang si Bolster ay napakaligalig. GG's pa rin naman sa mga taga-FPX. But all in all, sobrang saya ng mga taga-Fnatic. Tignan mo naman yung sponsor nila, may L'Oreal pa, di ba? Sangkap pa, pati buhok. Sponsor. Diba? Ang tindi. Pero I think it's just all about Durkee. But at the same time, after that clutch, highlight lang natin sinabi ng panel, after the 3v1, wala na. Nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin ng mga taga-FPX. Wala na din silang magawa at all. And really, when you have Durkee, partida, hindi pa yan naka-duelist ha. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa nila. And kinda hurts to see FPX like this. We all thought that it's going to be a map map veto where it's super gonna be madikit. Pero ngayon na alam ng Fnatic na once they go to Ascent, magiging at a disadvantage sila. So it's really good to see that they're like this and now that they're back on track. Congratulations. Clean 2-0s ata tayo. Masaya ang pro team. Sila malaking congratulations. Dahil ilang oras lang? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours lang. Ang sasaya ng pro team. My gosh. Sila ang tunay na panalo ngayon.
Opening for our playoffs and congratulations sa mga nakapasok na ulit for another round in our tournament. Pero this is just really such a day. Dahil Ray, siguro ang nakita ko dito, kung hindi siguro natalo yung FPX and Icebox, pwede pa sana sila makakuha ng magandang rounds dito kay Fnatic eh. Pero what just happens is, yung purely experience at alam nila kung paano ba maglaro dito. Kahit nga siguro hininga ng FPX, alam na nga dito ng players ng Fnatic kung paano sila ka-counteran. And that is just really such a good series dahil matutulog tayo na maaga guys. 2-0 for both of our series today. And congratulations to our teams. And that is our series number 2.
Thank you so much guys sa pag-subaybay sa amin sa VALORANT Masters. Maaga-aga ngayon pero meron pa tayong set of matches bukas. Kaya syempre gusto ko na magpasalamat sa mga sumama sa amin ngayon. Pero wag na wag niyong kakalimutan that tomorrow it's going to be Leviathan versus DRX and Xset versus Optic Gaming. So it's NA versus NA at may kita nga natin iyan. natin. So maraming salamat guys. Bukas abangan nyo pa dahil marami pang games ang makikita ngayon. Pero we would like, of course, na to say na thank you din sa prod team namin na nagpupuyat kasama namin. Hindi natutulog yan guys. Lalong-lalo na yung pinaka-paborito din ng lahat daw yung VCT, Valorant Shoots Tour. At si Red nga at si Reggie. Mga letter R na green flag. Yan ang, Rere, Reggie, Red, napakabait. Pero guys, that's just it. Matutulog na tayo. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I'm Ray. Join me here, Zana Grace, guys. And see you tomorrow here in VALORANT Masters Copenhagen.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Just like shut up.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
This EMEA rivalry stretches back to the dawn of Valorant. They face each other 8 times, but this is the first time on land.
One enemy remaining.
Nice artist. Woo! They're such nerds.
Spike down B.
13-10 for Fnatic. They'll take the win here on their own map pick. It didn't look like they were going to get it, Tom. They made the comeback happen.
Oh, sorry. Need a moment. That was disgusting.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nice. That's what we like. That's what we like.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's f***ing go.
Fnatic with an absolute decimation in map 2. A 13-4 in your opponent's map choice. Fnatic are here to play.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Now, it was EMEA versus EMEA in that match. EMEA came out on top, but I have good news for NA fans.
Yes.
Good news for NA fans. Shroud made it. Sentinels, welcome to VCT. Let's go. But yeah, you guys gotta love the celebrations as well. I was really looking forward to that at the end.
Bolster's obsessed with an A, though.
Yeah.
You know,
losing his head rent free. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous.
They haven't even made it to an international event yet, and he's already afraid of Shroud.
Wouldn't you be?
It's tragic.
Look at this man. Wouldn't you be?
Bow down.
I don't know if I can
He's
do the rest of the
coming.
segment.
Bow
too.
down.
I don't know if I can do it, man.
Well, speaking of ridiculous, I know we spoke about Durka already in the halftime. We spoke about Durka in the pre-show. But this man just gives us reasons to speak about him. He just continues to pull out unbelievable things. I know in the pre-show, Baller, Tom said that, you know, the person that was going to pull out the craziest things, you know, you said it was going to be Jing. He was like, yeah, Trex is up there. It's Durka.
Yeah, it is absolutely Durka. This guy was fiending. In 17 rounds, he got 24 kills, 1.4 FPR. That is absurd. I mean, it's only one map here, but he did it on Icebox too, above 1.1 FPR. This guy is on track, and he started off strong, which a lot of other people who are in contention, yay,
Sure.
did not do that.
Sure. I mean, this is looking like the world-class performance we were waiting for out of Durka, and we didn't have to wait very long at all. He showed up, and he finds this success immediately in towards the tournament, and that's not to say the rest of Fnatic was slouching in this matchup, because Boaster was performing fantastic. We know this guy steps up on land, and he sure did here. Alpha, even after that rough start, rebounded too. Fnatic is looking in peak form here, and I mean, that second map, FPX didn't look like they had a moment where they were in control.
That is the scary thing, is because Alpha was not having his peak performance.
No.
So once both of them are on their peak level, like we've been saying, this is a tournament contender.
Yeah,
this could be the time they actually win a trophy.
And I think we did see on that Haven map, especially that last round even, potential for Alpha to reach that peak form. And that is a very scary thought for these guys who everybody thought were contenders right away, were possibly in conversation to be favorites as well.
Yeah, well, I mentioned a crazy play coming out of Durka. Let's take a look. This was probably the craziest thing that happened today in the Verizon high-speed moment. What a beautiful 3K Mimi that goes to Durka.
Yeah, I mean, Durka, this was an absurd moment. And this was the backbreaker for the side of FPX. They started actually pretty solid in towards this map. Durka wins this clutch round, and they don't win anything else after it. And I think we were saying on the desk, once he pulled out the tour de force, we just knew he's going to win the round. He's confident.
You can see it on the minimap the way that FPX was playing, but I love actually how we included him picking up the spike, because this was off of a round where they were hitting C and spike was all the way back in spawn.
It was a calculated
Yeah,
play.
you talk about Fnatic as like the smartest team in the tournament. It's just too high level for you to understand. I'm sorry.
That's supposed to deep strat book, right? You mean when Alpha go kill was failing, you bring out the Durka go kill, easy peasy, and they win the match.
Three people die in a site, and then Durka go clutch.
The 1-2 step for VALORANT Masters Championship.
Yeah, yeah, there we go. They're gonna sing their way through to the final, I feel like, at this point. But for FPX though, they're not out. They got to play the lower bracket, and it is going to be Guild. This is another EMEA versus EMEA matchup.
Yeah, unfortunate, but also pretty funny.
Okay, Baller. Okay. All right, let's hear from one man who is probably having a nice time today and representing EMEA and Fnatic. It is Durka standing by in the Verizon post-match interview with Sideshow.
Thank you, Yinsu. Durka, my bold brethren, congratulations on a fantastic performance. I want to start just off the bat. Walk me through what's going through your head in that 1v3 clutch where you decide to pop your tour de force when it was just a failed C-push and you're alone on the site. What are you doing there?
Hello, happy to be here. Basically, I planned for long, tried to go like short with my Tour de France. Then I thought I may maybe not have time. Then I hear them coming already. I'm like, okay, I'll just stay aside, put TP on short. They start throwing reveal. They threw a bad one, of course. And then like Ardis peeks in, I kill him. I had one heaven before. I pick him, kill, and then I just play for the bomb, and that's it.
Yeah, you were just so confident. You just knew you were going to win it, but as soon as you popped the ult.
Yeah.
I just love that level of confidence. Durka, by the numbers, you are the best LAN player that we have in Valorant. Every time you come to a LAN, you turn up. How did it feel to be playing on the stage for the first time this year after missing out in Reykjavik?
It felt super good because I missed Reykjavik and I really wanted to play there and show like what I can do. But I was like, okay, I'll just do the next event. Try to win the event, get to the champions, and just do my best that I can.
Was it painful to be sat on the sidelines and watch Fnatic stumble, fail in groups after you'd had a really successful champions and, you know, the first Reykjavik worked so well? What were some of the emotions going through your head as you were watching from the sidelines last time?
It was painful, yeah, but like after we lost, like we decided to change this, and I was like, okay, like I'm more confident in this, and like we can just do better next time. And it's just like unlucky circumstance when two of our players can play the event.
Okay, one of the changes that you made was adding Alphier to the team as well. Obviously, fantastic player. You two have both been #1 and #2 in EMEA. And Alphier took a while to warm up in this game. It was round 10 before he got his first kill. Were you sensing some nerves there, something a little off? Did you give him advice to get back into the game with you being such a great LAN player?
Well, yeah, he was probably stressed. This is his first LAN at a young age. And I think Boster gave him like a little motivation speech, like before he got those first 2 kills, and like it all worked. But he's like a really young player. He does good stuff online, and like I'm sure when he gets used to LAN, he will just dominate everyone.
I've got one quick question before we send it back over to the desk as well. There's a big conversation about whether or not you're the best player in the world. Where do you stand on that topic?
Until I don't win, like I will consider myself best player when I win the event.
When you win the event, not if you win the event. I love the confidence. I appreciate it very much. That's Durka. He's just been insane. What do you think of that one?
It is nice to hear Durka back on LAN in the flesh outside of the hotel. And again, like the confidence he had, he said, I couldn't do it last LAN. I was just like, I'll just do it the next one. It's fine.
I didn't believe it was him at first. I thought it was just Josh and taller Josh. So
it was Tombiz. That was actually Tombiz.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. He must have had a fast costume change after the cast.
Yeah, he did indeed. And speaking of changes, of course, with FPX not being knocked down even to the lower bracket, and also, as you guys at home might have seen, they are going to come back in with Soigetsu. This, Mimi, is the Cider send-off.
That it is. And for Cider, you know, he had a long road here. He had a good opportunity to learn, you know, coming up from the VRLs, making his way out of the dungeon from 0-7 in the VRLs to finding himself in a great position at the international stage. He has really been a standout. He got FPX to this point. He got them back to their full core, and he has earned his spot. He has earned his license to play here at the Tier 1 level. You'd love to see it out of him, and so I could not be happier to present to you, Cider, a certificate of graduation, a certification to play here at the Tier 1 level in Valorant. I mean, what an honor to get to see them growing up. They get old so fast, Yinsu.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Cider. What a best graduation ceremony I've been a part of. Hands down.
Yeah, this guy is performing on his first LAN, and I think coming in as a substitute player, it's just so good for him to get some value after, you know, he was stuck.
Yeah. I mean, they were 0-7 in VRL Polaris. He pulls up to the highest level of competition and is doing well. They make it out the groups. That's insane.
If
Big
that's
credit
not
to
proof
Cider.
that somebody should sign him up at the top.
Someone get him out of the VRL. Save this man.
Hashtag save Cider. Let's do it. Let's do it. We got this. And bringing it back to this match to close it all off, we have the in-zone player of the match. Twitter is back. It works. And what a moment for you guys to unanimously pretty much vote for Durka there, and very well deserved. I think first of many MVPs here.
EMEA got robbed.
Yeah, they did.
EMEA is always getting robbed. Have you seen the lower bracket? Don't, Baller, don't.
Baller's just going to keep laughing, man.
Yeah, every single time. You just do it to yourself.
Some of the other players are in contention, I feel like. So it might not just be the Durka show, but who am I kidding? It's going to be the Durka show. Before we close out the show, let's take a look at the HyperX Reflex moment of the day as well, taking you guys all the way back to that first best of 3 when Forsaken did this.
I can't believe we had Paper X today. This is such a ridiculous shot. Look at this. Boop. He's already rotating. He's like, yeah, I'm going to dodge the flash. Wait a second, I can't dodge the flash. Let me just turn back and hit the
Dude, I'm a goldfish. At that point, once I'm blinded, I've already forgotten where the enemy is. And he knows.
Yeah,
he knows.
He does know.
That team looked so good today as well with their win.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the bracket right now, that means the next time we see Paper X and Fnatic play, they're going to be facing each other. We're going to get Fnatic, Paper X in the upper bracket. I'm very, very excited about that.
We say stylistic clash a lot, but this is like polar opposites. Paper X is insanely aggressive at every moment. You saw Forsaken just sprinting and somehow had over 20 kills and over 20 deaths in like every single game that they were playing. I think Fnatic, if there is a team to punish that though, it could be them.
I'm so excited that Paper X is one game closer to playing into the crowd. If they win this game against Fnatic, which is a tough task, either of those teams, they're going to play in front of the crowd, and that is so fun. The game's tomorrow, though. Leviathan, TRX. We also have Optic X at a rematch as well. That one is going to be fun to see the guys play on stage for the first time in NA. Cryo, Zek, and all those guys. Really, really good matchups tomorrow as well.
I mean, the NA matchup is going to be awesome, but I'm also just excited to see Leviathan on the big stage. These guys, I mean, they've been fighting to get out of their region for so long, always a step behind crew. They've finally done it. They're the first seed out of their region, and we get to see if they're up to the task here in the playoffs.
Yeah, we will indeed. That is all we have for today. And also, you guys just saw we got some very exciting matches coming tomorrow. Make sure to set your alarms and come back here for VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. We'll see you then. Absolutely phenomenal so far in this tournament, but the question is, have they finally met their match in Paper X today?
Oh, complete disrespect. 13-4 is the scoreline. Another day in the office, it seems like the Paper X. Adios, what's that just?
Twice as cash. I really went to school with marks and bunks and burners trying to do maths. When I stepped outside, it was crying. Neighbors, nice! That's how we play VALORANT, boys! The household appliance, look, I'm really in the trenches, mud. Hey, S got ground with snub. Nice! Got bang with a pump, vex. Living in the sky like what's next? One point for the wood to the hills, the tits in the bag just mad.
That is going to be the series. Under the belt of Paper X, they make their way for the first time in Masters into this upper bracket.
All right, boys, let's do some reach ups, nice and slow, because we don't want to build a sweat. So let's reach up. We'll just do half the amount, so 5, and then 1 more.
This EMEA rivalry stretches back to the dawn of VALORANT. They face each other 8 times, but this is the first time on land.
Nice. Nice, Hardest. Woo! They're such nerds.
Nice! 13-10 for Fnatic. They'll take the win here on their own map pick. It didn't look like they were going to get it, Tom. They made the comeback happen.
Twice as cash. I really
Oh, sorry. Need a moment. That was disgusting.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Nice. That's what we like. That's what we like.
Those big tits in the bag just mad. When she said it was the MCM. See, I thought she was talking about bags.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Nice! Let's f***ing go.
Fnatic with an absolute decimation in map 2. A 13-4 in your opponent's map choice. Fnatic are here to play.
Get down with the high vibration. Get down with the high vibration.